Chapter 7. I continue my relations with Mdil. XC Vivain attempts to procure abortion the Arof she flies from home and takes refuge in a convent. The difficulties I encountered only served to increase my love for my charming Englishwoman. I went to see her every morning, and as my interest in her condition was genuine, she could have no suspicion that I was acting a part or attribute my care of her to anything but the most delicate feelings. For her part, she seemed well pleased in the alteration of my behavior, though her satisfaction may very probably have been assumed. I understood women well enough to know that though she did not love me, she was probably annoyed at seeing my new character sit upon me so easily. One morning, in the midst of an unimportant and disconnected conversation, she complimented me upon my strength of mind in subduing my passion, adding, with a smile, that my desire could not have pricked me very sharply, seeing that I had cured myself so well in the course of a week. I quietly replied that I owed my cure not to the weakness of my passion, but to my self-respect. I know my own character, I said, and without undue presumption, I think I may say that I am worthy of a woman's love. Naturally, after your convincing me that you think differently, I feel humiliated and indignant. Do you know what effect such feelings have on the heart? Alas, said she, I know too well. Their effect is to inspire one with contempt for her who gave rise to them. That is going too far, at least in my case. My indignation was merely succeeded by a renewed confidence in myself and a determination to be revenged. To be revenged in what way? I wish to compel you to esteem me by proving to you that I am lord of myself and can pass by with indifference what I once so ardently desired. I do not know whether I have succeeded yet, but I may say that I can now contemplate your charms without desiring to possess them. You are making a mistake, for I never ceased to esteem you, and I esteemed you as much a week ago as I do today. Nor for a moment I did think you capable of leaving me to my fate as a punishment for having refused to give way to your transports, and I am glad that I read your character rightly. We went on to speak of the opiate I made her take, and as she saw no change in her condition, she wanted me to increase the dose, a request I took care not to grant, as I knew that more than half a dram might kill her. I also forbade her to bleed herself again, as she might do herself a serious injury without gaining anything by it. Her maid, of whom she had been obliged to make a confidant, had had her bled by a student, her lover. I told Mdil XCV that if she wanted these people to keep her counsel, she must be liberal with them, and she replied that she had no money. I offered her money, and she accepted 50 louis, assuring me that she would repay me that sum which she needed for her brother Richard. I had not as much money about me, but I sent her the same day a packet of 1,200 francs with a note in which I begged her to have recourse to me in all her necessities. Her brother got the money, and thought himself authorized to apply to me for aid in a much more important matter. He was a young man and a profligate, and had got into a house of ill fame, from which he came out in sorry plight. He complained bitterly that M. Farsetti had refused to lend him 4 louis, and he asked me to speak to his mother that she might pay for his cure. I consented, but when his mother heard what was the matter with him, she said it would be much better to leave him as he was, as this was the 3rd time he had been in this condition, and that to have him cured was a waste of money, as no sooner was he well than he began his dissipated life afresh. She was quite right, for I had him cured at my expense by an able surgeon, and he was in the same way a month after. This young man seemed intended by nature for shameful excesses, for at the age of 14 he was an accomplished profligate. His sister was now 6 months with child, and as her figure grew great so did her despair. She resolved not to leave her bed, and it grieved me to see her thus cast down. Thinking me perfectly cured of my passion for her, she treated me purely as a friend, making me touch her all over to convince me that she dare not show herself any longer. I played in short the part of a midwife, but with what a struggle! I had to pretend to be calm and unconcerned when I was consumed with passion. She spoke of killing herself in a manner that made me shudder, as I saw that she had reflected on what she was saying. I was in a difficult position when fortune came to my assistance in a strange and amusing manner. One day, as I was dining with Madame Durf, I asked her if she knew of any way by which a girl, who had allowed her lover to go too far, might be protected from shame. "I know of an infallible method," she replied. The Erof of Paracelsus to wit, and it is easy of application. Do you wish to know more about it? She added, and without waiting for me to answer, she brought a manuscript and put it in my hands. This powerful emmenagogue was a kind of unguent composed of several drugs, such as saffron, myrrh, etc., compounded with virgin honey. To obtain the necessary result, one had to employ a cylindrical machine covered with extremely soft skin, thick enough to fill the opening of the vagina, and long enough to reach the opening of the reservoir or case containing the fetus. The end of this apparatus was to be well anointed with Erof, and as it only acted at a moment of uterine excitement, it was necessary to apply it with the same movement as that of coition. The dose had to be repeated 5 or 6 times a day for a whole week. This nostrum, and the manner of administering it, struck me in so laughable a light that I could not keep my countenance. I laughed with all my heart, but for all that I spent the next 2 hours in reading the dreams of Paracelsus, in which Madame Derf put more trust than in the truths of the gospel. I afterwards referred to Boerhaave, who speaks of the Erof in more reasonable terms. Seeing, as I have remarked, the charming XCV several hours a day without any kind of constraint, feeling in love with her all the time, and always restraining my feelings, it is no wonder if the hidden fire threatened at every moment to leap up from the ashes of its concealment. Her image pursued me unceasingly, of her I always thought, and every day made it more evident that I should know rest no more till I succeeded in extinguishing my passion by obtaining possession of all her charms. As I was thinking of her by myself, I resolved to tell her of my discovery, hoping she would need my help in the introduction of the cylinder. I went to see her at 10 o'clock and found her, as usual, in bed. She was weeping because the opiate I gave her did not take effect. I thought the time a good one for introducing the Erof of Paracelsus, which I assured her was an infallible means of attaining the end she desired. But whilst I was singing the praises of this application, the idea came into my head to say that, to be absolutely certain, it was necessary for the Erof to be mingled with semen, which had not lost its natural heat. This mixture, said I, moistening several times a day the opening of the womb, weakens it to such a degree that the fetus is expelled by its own weight. To these details, I added lengthy arguments to persuade her of the efficacy of this cure. And then, seeing that she was absorbed in thought, I said that as her lover was away, she would want a sure friend to live in the same house with her, and give her the dose according to the directions of Paracelsus. All at once she burst into a peal of laughter, and asked me if I had been jesting all the time. I thought the game was up. The remedy was an absurd one, on the face of it, and if her common sense told her as much it would also make her guess my motive. But what limits are there to the credulity of a woman in her condition? If you wish, said I, persuasively, I will give you the manuscript where all that I have said is set down plainly. I will also show you what Boerhaave thinks about it. I saw that these words convinced her. They had acted on her as if by magic, and I went on while the iron was hot. The Erof, said I, is the most powerful agent for bringing on menstruation. And that is incompatible with the state I am now in, so the Erof should procure me a secret deliverance. Do you know its composition? Certainly, it is quite a simple preparation composed of certain ingredients which are well known to me, and which have to be made into a paste with butter or virgin honey. But this composition must touch the orifice of the uterus at a moment of extreme excitement. But in that case, it seems to me that the person who gives the dose must be in love. Certainly, unless he is a mere animal requiring only physical incentives. She was silent for some time, for though she was quick-witted enough, a woman's natural modesty and her own frankness prevented her from guessing at my artifice. I, too, astonished at my success in making her believe this fable, remained silent. At last, breaking the silence, she said sadly, "The method seems to me an excellent one, but I do not think I ought to make use of it." Then she asked me if the Erof took much time to make. 2 hours at most, I answered, if I succeed in procuring English saffron, which Paracelsus prefers to the Oriental saffron. At that moment her mother and the Chevalier Farsetti came in, and after some talk of no consequence, she asked me to stay to dinner. I was going to decline when M. Deal, XCV, said she would sit at table, on which I accepted, and we all left the room to give her time to dress. She was not long in dressing, and when she appeared her figure seemed to me quite nymph-like. I was astonished, and could scarcely believe my eyes, and I was on the point of thinking that I had been imposed on, for I could not imagine how she could manage to conceal the fullness I had felt with my own hands. M. Farsetti sat by her, and I by the mother. M. Deal, ex-CV, whose head was full of the Aroff, asked her neighbor, who gave himself out for a great chemist, if he knew it. "I fancy I know it better than anyone," answered Farsetti, in a self-satisfied manner. "What is it good for?" "That is too vague a question." "What does the word mean?" "It is an Arabic word, of which I do not know the meaning, but no doubt Paracelsus would tell us." "The word," said I, "is neither Arabic nor Hebrew, nor indeed of any language at all. It is a contraction which conceals two other words." "Can you tell us what they are?" said the Chevalier. "Certainly. Aro comes from aroma, and PH is the initial of Philosophorum." "Did you get that out of Paracelsus?" said Farsetti, evidently annoyed. "No, sir, I saw it in Boerhaave." "That's good," said he sarcastically. "Boerhaave says nothing of the sort, but I like a man who quotes readily." "Laugh, sir, if you like," said I proudly, "but here is the test of what I say. Accept the wager if you dare. I don't quote falsely, like persons who talk of words being Arabic." So saying, I flung a purse of gold on the table, but Farsetti, who was by no means sure of what he was saying, answered disdainfully that he never betted. However, M. Deal, ex-CV, enjoying his confusion, told him that was the best way never to lose, and began to joke him on his Arabic derivation. But, for my part, I replaced my purse in my pocket, and on some trifling pretext went out and sent my servant to Madame Durf's to get me Boerhaave. On my return to the room, I sat down again at table, and joined gaily in the conversation till the return of my messenger with the book. I opened it, and as I had been reading it the evening before, I soon found the place I wanted, and giving it to him, begged him to satisfy himself that I had quoted not readily, but exactly. Instead of taking the book, he got up and went out without saying a word. "He has gone away in a rage," said the mother, "and I would wager anything that he will not come back again." "I wager he will," said the daughter. "He will honor us with his agreeable company before tomorrow's sun has set." She was right. From that day Farsetti became my determined enemy, and let no opportunity slip of convincing me of his hatred. After dinner, we all went to Passy to be present at a concert given by M. de la Popliniere, who made us stay to supper. I found there Sylvia and her charming daughter, who pouted at me, and not without cause, as I had neglected her. The famous adept, Saint Germain, enlivened the table with his wild tirades so finely delivered. I have never seen a more intellectual or amusing charlatan than he. Next day, I shut myself up to answer a host of questions that Esther had sent me. I took care to answer all those bearing on business matters as obscurely as possible, not only for the credit of the oracle, but also for fear of misleading the father and making him lose money. The worthy man was the most honest of Dutch millionaires, but he might easily make a large hole in his fortune if he did not absolutely ruin himself by putting an implicit trust in my infallibility. As for Esther, I confess that she was now no more to me than a pleasant memory. In spite of my pretense of indifference, my whole heart was given to M. Deal, ex-CV, and I dreaded the moment when she would be no longer able to hide her condition from her family. I was sorry for having spoken about the Aroff, as 3 days had gone by without her mentioning it, and I could not very well reopen the question myself. I was afraid that she suspected my motives, and that the esteem she professed for me had been replaced by a much less friendly sentiment. I felt that her scorn would be too much for me to bear. So humiliated was I that I could not visit her, and I doubt if I should have seen her again if she had not intervened. She wrote me a note, in which she said I was her only friend, and that the only mark of friendship she wanted was that I should come and see her every day, if it were but for a moment. I hasted to take her my reply in my own person, and promised not to neglect her, assuring her that at all hazards she might rely on me. I flattered myself that she would mention the Aroff, but she did not do so. I concluded that, after thinking it over, she had resolved to think no more about it. "Would you like me," I said, "to invite your mother and the rest of you to dine with me?" "I shall be delighted," she replied. "It will be a forbidden pleasure to me before long." I gave them a dinner both sumptuous and delicate. I had spared no expense to have everything of the best. I had asked Sylvia, her charming daughter, an Italian musician named Magali, with whom a sister of M. Deal. XCV's was taken, and the famous bass la garde. M. Deal. XCV was in the highest spirits all the time. Sallies of wit, jests, good stories, and enjoyment were the soul of the banquet. We did not separate till midnight, and before leaving M. Deal. XCV found a moment to whisper to me to come and see her early next morning, as she wanted to speak to me on matters of importance. It will be guessed that I accepted the invitation. I waited on her before 8 o'clock. She was very melancholy and told me that she was in despair, that La Popliniere pressed on the marriage, and that her mother persecuted her. She tells me that I must sign the contract, and that the dressmaker will soon be coming to take my measure for my wedding dress. To that, I cannot consent, for a dressmaker would certainly see my situation. I will die rather than confide in my mother or marry before I am delivered. There is always time enough to talk about dying, said I, when all other means have failed. I think you could easily get rid of La Popliniere, who is a man of honor. Tell him how you are situated, and he will act without compromising you, as his own interest is sufficiently involved to make him keep the secret. But should I be much better off then, and how about my mother? Your mother? Oh, I will make her listen to reason. You know not what she is like. The honor of the family would oblige her to get me out of the way, but before that she would make me suffer torments to which death is preferable by far. But why have you said no more about the heir-off? Is it not all a jest? It would be a very cruel one. On the contrary, I believe it to be infallible, though I have never been a witness of its effects. But what good is it for me to speak to you? You can guess that a delicacy of feeling has made me keep silence. Confide in your lover, who is at Venice, write him a letter, and I will take care that it is given into his hands in 5 or 6 days by a sure messenger. If he is not well off, I will give you whatever money may be needed for him to come without delay, and save your honor and life by giving you the heir-off. This idea is a good one and the offer generous on your part, but it is not feasible, as you would see if you knew more about my circumstances. Do not think any more of my lover, but supposing I made up my mind to receive the heir-off from another, tell me how it could be done. Even if my lover were in Paris, how could he spend an entire week with me, as he would have to? And how could he give me the dose 5 or 6 times a day for a week? You see yourself that this remedy is out of the question. So you would give yourself to another, if you thought that would save your honor. Certainly, if I were sure that the thing would be kept secret. But where shall I find such a person? Do you think he would be easy to find, or that I can go and look for him? I did not know what to make of this speech, for she knew I loved her, and I did not see why she should put herself to the trouble of going far when what she wanted was to her hand. I was inclined to think that she wanted me to ask her to make choice of myself as the administrator of the remedy, either to spare her modesty, or to have the merit of yielding to my love and thus obliging me to be grateful. But I might be wrong, and I did not care to expose myself to the humiliation of a refusal. On the other hand, I could hardly think she wanted to insult me. Not knowing what to say or which way to turn, and wanting to draw an explanation from her, I sighed profoundly, took up my hat, and made as if I were going, exclaiming, "Cruel girl, my lot is more wretched than yours." She raised herself in the bed and begged me with tears in her eyes to remain, and asked me how I could call myself more wretched than her. Pretending to be annoyed, and yet full of love for her, I told her that the contempt in which she held me had affected me deeply, since in her necessity she preferred the offices of one who was unknown to her rather than make use of me. "You are cruel and unjust," she said, weeping. "I see, for my part, that you love me no longer since you wish to take advantage of my cruel necessity to gain a triumph over me. This is an act of revenge not worthy of a man of feeling." Her tears softened me, and I fell on my knees before her. "Since you know, dearest, that I worship you, how can you think me capable of revenging myself on you? Do you think that I can bear to hear you say that since your lover cannot help you, you do not know where to look for help? But after refusing you my favors, could I ask this office of you with any decency? Have I not good reason to be afraid that as I refuse to take pity on your love, so you would refuse to take pity on my necessity? Do you think that a passionate lover ceases to love on account of a refusal which may be dictated by virtue? Let me tell you all I think. I confess I once thought you did not love me, but now I am sure of the contrary, and that your heart would have led you to satisfy my love, even if you had not been thus situated. I may add that you no doubt feel vexed at my having any doubts of your love. You have interpreted my feelings admirably, but how we are to be together with the necessary freedom from observation remains to be seen. Do not be afraid. Now I am sure of your consent, it will not be long before I contrive some plan. In the meanwhile, I will go and make the Araf. I had resolved that if ever I succeeded in persuading M. XCV to make use of my specific I would use nothing but honey, so the composition of the Araf would not be a very complicated process. But if one point was then plain and simple, another remained to be solved, and its solution gave me some difficulty. I should have to pass several nights in continual toils. I feared I had promised more than I could perform, and I should not be able to make any abatement without hazarding, not the success of the Araf, but the bliss I had taken such pains to win. Again, as her younger sister slept in the same room with her and close to her, the operation could not be performed there. At last, chance a divinity, which often helps lovers, came to my aid. I was obliged to climb up to the 4th floor and met the scullion on my way, who guessed where I was going, and begged me not to go any farther as the place was taken. But, said I, you have just come out of it. Yes, but I only went in and came out again. Then I will wait till the coast is clear. For goodness' sake, sir, do not wait. Ah, you rascal, I see what is going on. Well, I will say nothing about it, but I must see her. She won't come out, for she heard your steps and shut herself in. She knows me, does she? Yes, and you know her. All right, get along with you. I won't say anything about it. He went down, and the idea immediately struck me that the adventure might be useful to me. I went up to the top, and through a chink I saw Madeleine M. XCV's maid. I reassured her and promised to keep the secret, whereon she opened the door, and after I had given her a louis, fled in some confusion. Soon after, I came down, and the scullion who was waiting for me on the landing begged me to make Madeleine give him half the louis. I will give you one all to yourself, said I, if you will tell me the story, an offer which pleased the rogue well enough. He told me the tale of his loves, and said he always spent the night with her in the garret, but that for 3 days they had been deprived of their pleasures, as Madame had locked the door and taken away the key. I made him show me the place, and looking through the keyhole I saw that there was plenty of room for a mattress. I gave the scullion a louis, and went away to ripen my plans. It seemed to me that there was no reason why the mistress should not sleep in the garret as well as the maid. I got a picklock and several skeleton keys. I put in a tin box several doses of the Araf, that is, some honey mixed with pounded stag's horn to make it thick enough, and the next morning I went to the Hotel de Bretagne and immediately tried my picklock. I could have done without it, as the first skeleton key I tried opened the worn-out lock. Proud of my idea, I went down to see M. XCV, and in a few words told her the plan. But, said she, I should have to go through Madeleine's room to get to the garret. In that case, dearest, we must win the girl over. Tell her my secret. Just so. Oh, I could. I will see to it. The golden key opens all doors. The girl consented to all I asked her, but the scullion troubled me, for if he found us out, he might be dangerous. I thought, however, that I might trust to Madeleine, who was a girl of wit, to look after him. Before going, I told the girl that I wanted to discuss some important matters with her, and I told her to meet me in the cloisters of the Augustinian church. She came at the appointed time, and I explained to her the whole plan in all its details. She soon understood me, and after telling me that she would take care to put her own bed in the new kind of boudoir, she added that, to be quite safe, we must make sure of the scullion. He is a sharp lad, said Madeleine, and I think I can answer for him. However, you may leave that to me. I gave her the key and 6 louis, bidding her inform her mistress of what we had agreed upon, and get the garret ready to receive us. She went away quite merry. A maid who is in love is never so happy as when she can make her mistress protect her intrigues. Next morning, the scullion called on me at my house. The first thing I told him was to take care not to betray himself to my servants, and never to come and see me except in a case of necessity. He promised discretion, and assured me of his devotion to my service. He gave me the key of the garret, and told me that he had got another. I admired his forethought, and gave him a present of 6 louis, which had more effect on him than the finest words. Next morning, I only saw M. Deal. XCV for a moment to warn her that I should be at the appointed place at 10 that evening. I went there early without being seen by anybody. I was in a cloak and carried in my pocket the aerof, flint and steel, and a candle. I found a good bed, pillows, and a thick coverlet, a very useful provision, as the nights were cold and we should require some sleep in the intervals of the operation. At 11, a slight noise made my heart begin to beat, always a good sign. I went out and found my mistress by feeling for her and reassured her by a tender kiss. I brought her in, barricaded the door, and took care to cover up the keyhole to baffle the curious, and, if the worst happened, to avoid a surprise. On my lighting the candle, she seemed uneasy, and said that the light might discover us if anybody came up to the 4th floor. "That's not likely," I said, "and besides, we can't do without it, for how am I to give you the aerof in the dark?" "Very good," she replied, "we can put it out afterwards." Without staying for those preliminary dallyings which are so sweet when one is at ease, we undressed ourselves and began with all seriousness to play our part, which we did to perfection. We looked like a medical student about to perform an operation, and she like a patient, with this difference that it was the patient who arranged the dressing. When she was ready, that is, when she had placed the aerof as neatly as a skullcap fits, a parsonshee put herself in the proper position for the preparation to mix with the semen. The most laughable part of it all was that we were both as serious as 2 doctors of divinity. When the introduction of the aerof was perfect, the timid lady put out the candle, but a few minutes after it had to be lighted again. I told her politely that I was delighted to begin again, and the voice in which I paid her this compliment made us both burst into laughter. I didn't take so short a time over my second operation as my first, and my sweetheart, who had been a little put out, was now quite at her ease. Her modesty had now been replaced by confidence, and as she was looking at the aerof fitted in its place, she showed me with her pretty finger very evident signs of her cooperation in the work. Then, with an affectionate air, she asked me if I would not like to rest, as we had still a good deal to do before our work was at an end. "You see," said I, "that I do not need rest, and I think we had better set to again." No doubt she found my reason a good one, for, without saying anything, she put herself ready to begin again, and afterwards we took a good long sleep. When I woke up, feeling as fresh as ever, I asked her to try another operation, and after carrying this through successfully, I determined to be guided by her and take care of myself, for we had to reserve our energies for the following nights. So, about 4 o'clock in the morning she left me, and softly made her way to her room, and at daybreak I left the hotel under the protection of the scullion, who took me by a private door I did not know of. About noon, after taking an aromatic bath, I went to call on M. Deal. XCV, whom I found sitting up in bed as usual, elegantly attired, and with a happy smile on her lips. She spoke at such length on her gratitude, and thanked me so often that, believing myself, and with good cause, to be her debtor, I began to get impatient. "Is it possible," I said, "that you do not see how degrading your thanks are to me? They prove that you do not love me, or that if you love me, you think my love less strong than yours." Our conversation then took a tender turn, and we were about to seal our mutual ardors without troubling about the aerof, when prudence bade us beware. It would not have been safe, and we had plenty of time before us. We contented ourselves with a tender embrace till the night should come. My situation was a peculiar one, for though I was in love with this charming girl, I did not feel in the least ashamed of having deceived her, especially as what I did could have no effect, the place being taken. It was my self-esteem which made me congratulate myself on the sharp practice which had procured me such pleasures. She told me that she was sorry she had denied me when I had asked her before, and said that she felt now that I had good reason to suspect the reality of her love. I did my best to reassure her, and indeed all suspicions on my part would have been but idle thoughts, as I had succeeded beyond all expectation. However, there is one point upon which I congratulate myself to this day, namely, that during those nightly toils of mine, which did so little towards the object of her desires, I succeeded in inspiring her with such a feeling of resignation that she promised, of her own accord, not to despair any more, but to trust in and be guided by me. She often told me during our nocturnal conversations that she was happy and would continue to be so, even though the air-off had no effect. Not that she had ceased to believe in it, for she continued the application of the harmless preparation till our last assaults, in which we wanted in those sweet combats to exhaust all the gifts of pleasure. "Sweetheart," said she, just before we parted finally, "it seems to me that what we have been about is much more likely to create than to destroy, and if the aperture had not been hermetically closed, we should doubtless have given the little prisoner a companion." A doctor of the Sorbonne could not have reasoned better. 3 or 4 days afterwards, I found her thoughtful but quiet. She told me that she had lost all hope of getting rid of her burden before the proper time. All the while, however, her mother persecuted her, and she would have to choose in a few days between making a declaration as to her state and signing the marriage contract. She would accept neither of these alternatives, and had decided on escaping from her home, and asked me to help her in doing so. I had determined to help her, but I desired to save my reputation, for it might have been troublesome if it had been absolutely known that I had carried her off or furnished her with the means to escape. And as for any other alternative, neither of us had any idea of matrimony. I left her and went to the Tuileries, where a sacred concert was being given. The piece was a motet composed by Moudenville, the words by the Abbé de Voisenon, whom I had furnished with the idea, "The Israelites on Mount Horeb." As I was getting out of my carriage, I saw Madame du Roumaine descending alone from hers. I ran up to her and received a hearty welcome. "I am delighted," said she, "to find you here. It is quite a piece of luck. I am going to hear this novel composition and have 2 reserved seats. Will you do me the honor of accepting one?" Although I had my ticket in my pocket, I could not refuse so honorable an offer. So, giving her my arm, we walked up to 2 of the best places in the house. At Paris, no talking is allowed during the performance of sacred music, especially when the piece is heard for the first time. So Madame du Roumaine could draw no conclusions from my silence throughout the performance, but she guessed that something was the matter from the troubled and absent expression of my face, which was by no means natural to me. "M. Casanova," said she, "be good enough to give me your company for an hour. I want to ask you 2 or 3 questions which can only be solved by your Kabbalah. I hope you will oblige me, as I am very anxious to know the answers, but we must be quick as I have an engagement to sup in Paris." It may be imagined that I did not wait to be asked twice, and as soon as we got to her house, I went to work on the questions, and solved them all in less than half an hour. When I had finished, "M. Casanova," said she in the kindest manner possible, "what is the matter with you? You are not in your usual state of equanimity, and if I am not mistaken, you are dreading some dire event. Or perhaps you are on the eve of taking some important resolution. I am not inquisitive, but if I can be of any service to you at court, make use of me, and be sure that I will do my best. If necessary, I will go to Versailles tomorrow morning. I know all the ministers. Confide in me your troubles. If I cannot lighten them, I can at least share them, and be sure I will keep your counsel." Her words seemed to me a voice from heaven, a warning from my good genius to open my heart to this lady, who had almost read my thoughts, and had so plainly expressed her interest in my welfare. After gazing at her for some seconds without speaking, but with a manner that showed her how grateful I was, "Yes, madam," I said, "I am indeed critically situated, may be on the verge of ruin, but your kindness has calmed my soul and made me once more acquainted with hope. You shall hear how I am placed. I am going to trust you with a secret of the most delicate description, but I can rely on your being as discreet as you are good. And if after hearing my story you deign to give me your advice, I promise to follow it and never to divulge its author." After this beginning, which gained her close attention, I told her all the circumstances of the case, neither concealing the young lady's name nor any of the circumstances which made it my duty to watch over her welfare. All the same, I said nothing about the Aroff or the share I had taken in its exhibition. The incident appeared to me too farcical for a serious drama, but I confessed that I had procured the girl drugs in the hope of relieving her of her burden. After this weighty communication I stopped, and Madame du Roumaine remained silent, as if lost in thought, for nearly a quarter of an hour. At last she rose, saying, "I am expected at Madame de la Marque's, and I must go, as I am to meet the Bishop of Montrouge, to whom I want to speak, but I hope I shall eventually be able to help you. Come here the day after tomorrow. You will find me alone. Above all, do nothing before you see me. Farewell." I left her full of hope, and resolved to follow her advice and hers only in the troublesome affair in which I was involved. The Bishop of Montrouge, whom she was going to address on an important matter, the nature of which was well known to me, was the Abbé de Voisenon, who was thus named because he often went there. Montrouge is an estate near Paris, belonging to the Duc de la Vallière. I saw M. Deal, XCV, the following day, and contented myself with telling her that in a couple of days I hoped to give her some good news. I was pleased with her manner, which was full of resignation and trust in my endeavors. The day after, I went to Madame du Roumain's punctually at 8. The porter told me that I should find the doctor with my lady, but I went upstairs all the same, and as soon as the doctor saw me, he took his leave. His name was Herrenschwand, and all the ladies in Paris ran after him. Poor Poinçonnet put him in a little one-act play called Le Cercle, which, though of very ordinary merit, was a great success. "My dear sir," said Madame du Roumain, as soon as we were alone, "I have succeeded in my endeavors on your behalf, and it is now for you to keep secret my share in the matter. After I had pondered over the case of conscience you submitted to me, I went to the convent of C, where the abbess is a friend of mine, and I entrusted her with the secret, relying on her discretion. We agreed that she should receive the young lady in her convent and give her a good lay sister to nurse her through her confinement. Now you will not deny," said she, with a smile, "that the cloisters are of some use. Your young friend must go by herself to the convent with a letter for the abbess, which I will give her, and which she must deliver to the porter. She will then be admitted and lodged in a suitable chamber. She will receive no visitors nor any letters that have not passed through my hands. The abbess will bring her answers to me, and I will pass them on to you. You must see that her only correspondent must be yourself, and you must receive news of her welfare only through me. On your hand in writing to her, you must leave the address to be filled in by me. I had to tell the abbess the lady's name, but not yours, as she did not require it. Tell your young friend all about our plans, and when she is ready come and tell me, and I will give you the letter to the abbess. Tell her to bring nothing but what is strictly necessary, above all no diamonds or trinkets of any value. You may assure her that the abbess will be friendly, will come and see her every now and then, will give her proper books, in a word, that she will be well looked after. Warn her not to confide in the lay sister who will attend on her. I have no doubt she is an excellent woman, but she is a nun, and the secret might leak out. After she is safely delivered, she must go to confession and perform her Easter duties, and the abbess will give her a certificate of good behavior. And she can then return to her mother, who will be too happy to see her to say anything more about the marriage, which, of course, she ought to give as her reason of her leaving home. After many expressions of my gratitude to her, and of my admiration of her plan, I begged her to give me the letter on the spot, as there was no time to be lost. She was good enough to go at once to her desk, where she wrote as follows: "My dear abbess, the young lady who will give you this letter is the same of whom we have spoken. She wishes to spend 3 of 4 months under your protection, to recover her peace of mind, to perform her devotions, and to make sure that when she returns to her mother nothing more will be said about the marriage, which is partly the cause of her temporary separation from her family." After reading it to me, she put it into my hands unsealed that M. Deal, XCV, might be able to read it. The abbess in question was a princess, and her convent was consequently a place above all suspicion. As Madame du Roumain gave me the letter, I felt such an impulse of gratitude that I fell on my knees before her. This generous woman was useful to me on another occasion, of which I shall speak later on. After leaving Madame du Roumain, I went straight to the Hôtel de Bretagne, where I saw M. Deal, XCV, who had only time to tell me that she was engaged for the rest of the day, but that she would come to the garret at 11 o'clock that night, and that then we could talk matters over. I was overjoyed at this arrangement, as I foresaw that after this would come the awakening from a happy dream, and that I should be alone with her no more. Before leaving the hotel, I gave the word to Madeleine, who in turn got the scullion to have everything in readiness. I kept the appointment, and had not long to wait for my mistress. After making her read the letter written by Madame du Roumain, whose name I withheld from her without her taking offense thereat, I put out the candle, and without troubling about the hereof, we set ourselves to the pleasant task of proving that we truly loved each other. In the morning, before we separated, I gave her all the instructions I had received from Madame du Roumain, and we agreed that she should leave the house at 8 o'clock with such things as she absolutely required, that she should take a coach to the Place Maubert, then send it away, and take another to the Place Antoine, and again, farther on, a third coach, in which she was to go to the convent named. I begged her not to forget to burn all the letters she had received from me, and to write to me from the convent as often as she could, to seal her letters but to leave the address blank. She promised to carry out my instructions, and I then made her accept a packet of 200 louis, of which she might chance to be in need. She wept, more for my situation than her own, but I consoled her by saying that I had plenty of money and powerful patrons. "I will set out," said she, "the day after tomorrow at the hour agreed on." And thereupon, I having promised to come to the house the day after her departure, as if I knew nothing about it, and to let her know what passed, we embraced each other tenderly, and I left her. I was troubled in thinking about her fate. She had wit and courage, but when experience is wanting, wit often leads men to commit acts of great folly. The day after the morrow I took a coach, and posted myself in a corner of the street by which she had to pass. I saw her come, get out of the coach, pay the coachman, go down a narrow street, and a few minutes after reappear again, veiled and hooded, carrying a small parcel in her hand. She then took another conveyance which went off in the direction we had agreed upon. The day following being Low Sunday, I felt that I must present myself at the Hôtel de Bretagne, for as I went there every day before the daughter's flight, I could not stop going there without strengthening any suspicions which might be entertained about me. But it was a painful task. I had to appear at my ease and cheerful in a place where I was quite sure all would be sadness and confusion. I must say that it was an affair requiring higher powers of impudence than fall to the lot of most men. I chose a time when all the family would be together at table, and I walked straight into the dining room. I entered with my usual cheerful manner and sat down by Madame, a little behind her, pretending not to see her surprise, which, however, was plainly to be seen, her whole face being flushed with rage and astonishment. I had not been long in the room before I asked where her daughter was. She turned round, looked me through, and said not a word. "Is she ill?" said I. "I know nothing about her." This remark, which was pronounced in a dry manner, put me at my ease, as I now felt at liberty to look concerned. I sat there for a quarter of an hour, playing the part of grave and astonished silence, and then, rising, I asked if I could do anything, for which all my reward was a cold expression of thanks. I then left the room and went to M. Deal. XCV's chamber as if I had thought she was there, but found only Madeleine. I asked her with a meaning look where her mistress was. She replied by begging me to tell her, if I knew. "Has she gone by herself?" "I know nothing at all about it, sir, but they say you know all. I beg of you to leave me." Pretending to be in the greatest astonishment, I slowly walked away and took a coach, glad to have accomplished this painful duty. After the reception, I had met with I could without affectation pose as offended, and visit the family no more, for whether I were guilty or innocent, Madame XCV must see that her manner had been plain enough for me to know what it meant. I was looking out of my window at an early hour 2 or 3 days afterwards, when a coach stopped before my door, and Madame XCV, escorted by M. Farsetti, got out. I made haste to meet them on the stair, and welcomed them, saying I was glad they had done me the honor to come and take breakfast with me, pretending not to know of any other reason. I asked them to sit down before the fire, and inquired after the lady's health. But without noticing my question, she said that she had not come to take breakfast, but to have some serious conversation. "Madam," said I am your humble servant, but first of all pray be seated." She sat down, while Farsetti continued standing. I did not press him, but turning towards the lady begged her to command me. "I am come here," she said, "to ask you to give me my daughter if she be in your power, or to tell me where she is." "Your daughter, madam? I know nothing about her. Do you think me capable of a crime?" "I do not accuse you of abducting her. I have not come here to reproach you nor to utter threats. I have only come to ask you to show yourself my friend. Help me to get my daughter again this very day. You will give me my life. I am certain that you know all. You were her only confidant and her only friend. You passed hours with her every day. She must have told you of her secret. Pity a bereaved mother. So far no one knows of the facts. Give her back to me and all shall be forgotten, and her honor saved." Madam, I feel for you acutely, but I repeat that I know nothing of your daughter. The poor woman, whose grief touched me, fell at my feet and burst into tears. I was going to lift her from the ground when Farsetti told her, in a voice full of indignation, that she should blush to humble herself in such a manner before a man of my description. I drew myself up and, looking at him scornfully, said, "You insolent scoundrel, what do you mean by talking of me like that? Everybody is certain that you know all about it. Then they are impudent fools like you. Get out of my house this instant and wait for me. I will be with you in a quarter of an hour." So saying, I took the poor chevalier by the shoulders, and giving him sundry shakes, I turned him out of the room. He came back and called to the lady to come too, but she rose and tried to quiet me. "You ought to be more considerate towards a lover," said she, "for he would marry my daughter now, even after what she has done." "I am aware of the fact, madam, and I have no doubt that his courtship was one of the chief reasons which made your daughter resolve to leave her home, for she hated him even more than she hated the Fermier general. She has behaved very badly, but I promise not to say anything more about marrying her. But I am sure you know all about it, as you gave her 50 louis, without which she could not have done anything." "Nay, not so. Do not deny it, sir. Here is the evidence, a small piece of your letter to her." She gave me a scrap of the letter I had sent the daughter, with the 50 louis for her brother. It contained the following lines: "I hope that these wretched louis will convince you that I am ready to sacrifice everything, my life if need be, to assure you of my affection. I am far from disavowing this evidence of my esteem for your daughter, but to justify myself, I am obliged to tell you a fact which I should have otherwise kept secret, namely, that I furnished your daughter with this sum to enable her to pay your son's debts, for which he thanked me in a letter which I can show you. My son, your son, madam, I will make you an ample atonement for my suspicions." Before I had time to make any objection, she ran down to fetch Farsetti, who was waiting in the courtyard, and made him come up and hear what I had just told her. "That's not a likely tale," said the insolent fellow. I looked at him contemptuously, and told him he was not worth convincing, but that I would beg the lady to ask her son and see whether I told the truth. "I assure you," I added, "that I always urged your daughter to marry M. de la Popelinière." "How can you have the face to say that," said Farsetti, "when you talk in the letter of your affection?" "I do not deny it," said I loved her, and I was proud of my affection for her. This affection, of whatever sort it may have been, and that is not this gentleman's business, was the ordinary topic of conversation between us. If she had told me that she was going to leave her home, I should either have dissuaded her or gone with her, for I loved her as I do at this moment, but I would never have given her money to go alone. "My dear Casanova," said the mother, "if you will help me to find her, I shall believe in your innocence. I shall be delighted to aid you, and I promise to commence the quest today. As soon as you have any news, come and tell me." "You may trust me to do so," said I, and we parted. I had to play my part carefully. Especially it was essential that I should behave in public in a manner consistent with my professions. Accordingly, the next day I went to M. Chabin, first commissary of police, requesting him to institute inquiries respecting the flight of M. Deal. XCVI was sure that in this way the real part one had taken in the matter would be the better concealed. But the commissary, who had the true spirit of his profession, and had liked me when he first saw me 6 years before, began to laugh when he heard what I wanted him to do. "Do you really want the police to discover," said he, "where the pretty Englishwoman is to be found?" "Certainly." It then struck me that he was trying to make me talk and to catch me tripping, and I had no doubt of it when I met Farsetti going in as I was coming out. Next day I went to acquaint Madame XCV with the steps I had taken, though as yet my efforts had not been crowned with success. "I have been more fortunate than you," said she, "and if you will come with me to the place where my daughter has gone, and will join me in persuading her to return, all will be well." "Certainly," said I shall be most happy to accompany you." Taking me at my word, she put on her cloak, and leaning on my arm walked along till we came to a coach. She then gave me a slip of paper, begging me to tell the coachman to drive us to the address thereon. I was on thorns, and my heart beat fast, for I thought I should have to read out the address of the convent. I do not know what I should have done if my fears had been well grounded, but I should certainly not have gone to the convent. At last, I read what was written. It was Place Maubert, and I grew calm once more. I told the coachman to drive us to the Place Maubert. We set off, and in a short time stopped at the opening of an obscure back street before a dirty-looking house, which did not give one a high idea of the character of its occupants. I gave Madame XCV my arm, and she had the satisfaction of looking into every room in the 5 floors of the house, but what she sought for was not there, and I expected to see her overwhelmed with grief. I was mistaken, however. She looked distressed but satisfied, and her eyes seemed to ask pardon of me. She had found out from the coachman, who had taken her daughter on the first stage of her journey, that she had alighted in front of the house in question and had gone down the back street. She told me that the scullion had confessed that he had taken me letters twice from his young mistress, and that Maid Lane said all the time that she was sure her mistress and I were in love with each other. They played their parts well. As soon as I had seen Madame XCV safely home, I went to Madame du Roumain to tell her what had happened, and I then wrote to my fair recluse, telling her what had gone on in the world since her disappearance. 3 or 4 days after this date, Madame du Roumain gave me the first letter I received from M'Deal. XCV, she spoke in it of the quiet life she was leading, and her gratitude to me, praised the abbess and the lay sister, and gave me the titles of the books they lent her, which she liked reading. She also informed me what money she had spent, and said she was happy in everything, almost in being forbidden to leave her room. I was delighted with her letter, but much more with the abbess's epistle to Madame du Roumain. She was evidently fond of the girl, and could not say too much in her praise, saying how sweet-tempered, clever, and ladylike she was, winding up by assuring her friend that she went to see her every day. I was charmed to see the pleasure this letter afforded Madame du Roumain, pleasure, which was increased by the perusal of the letter I had received. The only persons who were displeased were the poor mother, the frightful Farsetti, and the old Fermier, whose misfortune was talked about in the clubs, the Palais Royal, and the coffee houses. Everybody put me down for some share in the business, but I laughed at their gossip, believing that I was quite safe. All the same, La Poplinière took the adventure philosophically and made a one-act play out of it, which he had acted at his little theater in Paris. 3 months afterwards, he got married to a very pretty girl, the daughter of a Bordeaux alderman. He died in the course of 2 years, leaving his widow pregnant with a son, who came into the world 6 months after the father's death. The unworthy heir to the rich man had the face to accuse the widow of adultery, and got the child declared illegitimate to the eternal shame of the court, which gave this iniquitous judgment, and to the grief of every honest Frenchman. The iniquitous nature of the judgment was afterwards more clearly demonstrated, putting aside the fact that nothing could be said against the mother's character by the same court having the face to declare a child born 11 months after the father's death legitimate. I continued for 10 days to call upon Madame XCV, but finding myself coldly welcomed, decided to go there no more. Chapter 8. Fresh Adventures. J. Rousseau set up a business Castelbagica lawsuit, is commenced against M. de Sartine. M'Deal, XCV had now been in the convent for a month, and her affair had ceased to be a common topic of conversation. I thought I should hear no more of it, but I was mistaken. I continued, however, to amuse myself, and my pleasure in spending freely quite prevented me from thinking about the future. The Abbé de Bernis, whom I went to see regularly once a week, told me one day that the Controller General often inquired how I was getting on. "You are wrong," said the Abbé, "to neglect him." He advised me to say no more about my claims, but to communicate to him the means I had spoken of for increasing the revenues of the state. I laid too great store by the advice of the man who had made my fortune not to follow it. I went to the controller, and trusting in his probity, I explained my scheme to him. This was to pass a law by which every estate, except that left by father to son, should furnish the treasury with 1 year's income, every deed of gift formally drawn up being subject to the same provision. It seemed to me that the law could not give offense to anyone. The heir had only to imagine that he had inherited a year later than was actually the case. The minister was of the same opinion as myself, told me that there would not be the slightest difficulty involved, and assured me that my fortune was made. In a week afterwards his place was taken by M. de Silhouette, and when I called on the new minister, He told me coldly that when my scheme became law, he would tell me. It became law 2 years afterwards, and when, as the originator of the scheme, I attempted to get my just reward, they laughed in my face. Shortly after, the Pope died, and he was succeeded by the Venetian Rezzonico, who created my patron, the Abbé de Bernis, a cardinal. However, he had to go into exile by order of the king 2 days after his gracious majesty had presented him with the red cap. So good a thing it is to be the friend of kings. The disgrace of my delightful abbé left me without a patron, but I had plenty of money, and so was enabled to bear this misfortune with resignation. For having undone all the work of Cardinal Richelieu, for having changed the old enmity between France and Austria into friendship, for delivering Italy from the horrors of war which befell her whenever these countries had a bone to pick. Although he was the first cardinal made by a pope who had had plenty of opportunities for discovering his character, merely because, on being asked, he had given it as his opinion that the Prince de Soubise was not a fit person to command the French armies. This great ecclesiastic was driven into exile. The moment the Pompadour heard of this opinion of his, she decreed his banishment, a sentence which was unpopular with all classes of society, but they consoled themselves with epigrams, and the new cardinal was soon forgotten. Such is the character of the French people. It cares neither for its own misfortunes nor for those of others, if only it can extract laughter from them. In my time, epigrammatists and poetasters who assailed ministers, or even the king's mistresses, were sent to the Bastille. But the wit still persisted in being amusing, and there were some who considered a jest incomplete that was not followed by a prosecution. A man whose name I have forgotten, a great lover of notoriety, appropriated the following verses by the younger Crebillon, and went to the Bastille rather than disown them. All the world's upside down, Jupiter has donned the gown the king, Venus mounts the council stair the Pompadour, Plutus trifles with the fair M de Boulogne, Mercury in mail is dressed Marechal de Richelieu. Mighty Mars has turned a priest the Duc de Clermont, Abbé of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Crebillon, who was not the sort of man to conceal his writings, told the Duc de Choiseul that he had written some verses exactly like these, but that it was possible the prisoner had been inspired with precisely the same ideas. This jest was applauded, and the author of the Sofa was let alone. Cardinal de Bernis passed 10 years in exile, procul negotiis, but he was not happy, as he told me himself when I knew him in Rome 15 years afterwards. It is said that it is better to be a minister than a king in opinion, which seems ridiculous when it is analyzed. The question is, which is the better, independence or its contrary? The axiom may possibly be verified in a despotic government under an absurd, weak, or careless king who serves as a mere mask for his master the minister. But in all other cases, it is an absurdity. Cardinal de Bernis was never recalled. There is no instance of Louis Roman XV having ever recalled a minister whom he had disgraced, but on the death of Rezzonico, he had to go to Rome to be present at the conclave, and there he remained as French ambassador. About this time, Madame d'Urfé conceived a wish to make the acquaintance of J. Rousseau, and we went to call upon him at Montmorency, on the pretext of giving him music to copy, an occupation in which he was very skilled. He was paid twice the sum given to any other copyist, but he guaranteed that the work should be faultlessly done. At that period of his life, copying music was the great writer's sole means of subsistence. We found him to be a man of a simple and modest demeanor, who talked well, but who was not otherwise distinguished either intellectually or physically. We did not think him what would be called a good-natured man, and as he was far from having the manners of good society, Madame d'Urfé did not hesitate to pronounce him vulgar. We saw the woman with whom he lived, and of whom we had heard, but she scarcely looked at us. On our way home, we amused ourselves by talking about Rousseau's eccentric habits. I will here note down the visit of the Prince of Conti, father of the gentleman who is now known as the Comte de la Marche, to Rousseau. The prince, a good-natured man, went by himself to Montmorency, on purpose to spend a day in conversation with the philosopher, who was even then famous. He found him in the park, accosted him, and said that he had come to dine with him and to talk without restraint. "Your Highness will fare but badly," said Rousseau. "However, I will tell them to lay another knife and fork." The philosopher gave his instructions, and came out and rejoined the prince, with whom he walked up and down for 2 or 3 hours. When it was dinner time, he took the prince into his dining room, where the table was laid for 3. "Who is going to dine with us?" said the prince. "I thought we were to be alone." "The third party," said Rousseau, "is my other self, a being who is neither my wife, nor my mistress, nor my servant maid, nor my mother, nor my daughter, but yet personates all these characters at once. I dare say, my dear fellow, I dare say. But as I came to dine with you alone, I will not dine with your other self, but will leave you with all the rest of you to keep your company." So saying, the prince bade him farewell and went out. Rousseau did not try to keep him. About this time, I witnessed the failure of a play called Aristide's Daughter, written by the ingenious Madame de Graffigny, who died of vexation 5 days after her play was damned. The Abbé de Voisenon was horrified, as he had advised the lady to produce it, and was thought to have had some hand in its composition, as well as in that of the Letters Peruvians and Seni. By a curious coincidence, just about the same date, Rezanico's mother died of joy because her son had become pope. Grief and joy kill many more women than men, which proves that if women have more feeling than men, they have also less strength. When Madame Durf thought that my adopted son was comfortably settled in Veyer's house, she made me go with her and pay him a visit. I found him lodged like a prince, well-dressed, made much of, and almost looked up to. I was astonished, for this was more than I had bargained for. Madame Durf had given him masters of all sorts, and a pretty little pony for him to learn riding on. He was styled M. le Comte Duranda. A girl of 16, Veyer's daughter, a fine-looking young woman, was appointed to look after him, and she was quite proud to call herself my lord's governess. She assured Madame Durf that she took special care of him, that as soon as he woke she brought him his breakfast in bed, that she then dressed him, and did not leave his side the whole day. Madame Durf approved of everything, told the girl to take even greater care of the Count, and promised that she should not go unrewarded. As for the young gentleman, he was evidently quite happy, as he told me himself again and again, but I suspected a mystery somewhere, and determined that I would go and see him by myself another time and solve it. On our journey home I told Madame Durf how grateful I was for all her goodness to the boy, and that I approved of all the arrangements that had been made with the exception of the name Aranda, which, said I, may some day prove a thorn in his side. She answered that the lad had said enough to convince her that he had a right to bear that name. I had, she said, in my desk a seal with the arms of the house of Aranda, and happening to take it up I showed it him as we show trinkets to children to amuse them, but as soon as he saw it he burst out. "How came you to have my arms?" "Your arms," I answered. "I got this seal from the Comte Duranda. How can you prove that you are a scion of that race?" "Do not ask me, madam. My birth is a secret I can reveal to no one." The imposition, and above all the impudence of the young knave, astounded me. I should not have thought him capable of it, and a week after I went to see him by myself to get at the bottom of all this mystery. I found my young Count with Weyer, who, judging by the awe the child showed of me, must have thought he belonged to me. He was unsparing in his praises of his pupil, saying that he played the flute capitally, danced and fenced admirably, rode well, and wrote a good hand. He showed me the pens he had cut himself with 3, 5, and even 9 points, and begged to be examined on heraldry, which, as the master observed, was so necessary a science for a young nobleman. The young gentleman then commenced in the jargon of heraldry to blazon his own pretended arms, and I felt much inclined to burst into laughter, partly because I did not understand a word he said, and partly because he seemed to think the matter as important as would a country squire with his 32 quarters. However, I was delighted to see his dexterity in penmanship, which was undoubtedly very great, and I expressed my satisfaction to Weyer, who soon left us to ourselves. We proceeded into the garden. "Will you kindly inform me," I said, "how you can be so foolish as to call yourself the Comte Duranda?" He replied with the utmost calmness, "I know it is foolish, but leave me my title. It is of service to me here and gains me respect. It is an imposition I cannot wink at, as it may be fraught with serious results and may do harm to both of us. I should not have thought that at your age you would be capable of such a knavish trick. I know you did it out of stupidity, but after a certain limit stupidity becomes criminal, and I cannot see how I am to remedy your fault without disgracing you in the eyes of Madame Durf." I kept on scolding him till he burst into tears, saying, I had rather the shame of being sent back to my mother than the shame of confessing to Madame Durf that I had imposed on her, and I could not bear to stay here if I had to give up my name. Seeing that I could do nothing with him, unless, indeed, I sent him to some place far removed from Paris under his proper name, I told him to take comfort as I would try and do the best I could for both of us. And now tell me, and take care to tell the truth, what sort of feelings does Veyer's daughter entertain for you? I think, Papa, that this is a case in which the reserve commended by yourself, as well as by Mother, would be appropriate. Yes, that sort of answer tells me a good deal, but I think you are rather too knowing for your age. And you may as well observe that when you are called upon for a confession, reserve is out of place, and it's a confession I require from you. Well, Papa, Veyer's daughter is very fond of me, and she shows her love in all sorts of ways. And do you love her? Oh, yes. Is she much with you in the morning? She is with me the whole day. She is present when you go to bed. Yes, she helps me to undress. Nothing else. I do not care to tell you. I was astonished at the measured way in which he answered me, and as I had heard enough to guess that the boy and girl were very good friends indeed, I contented myself with warning him to take care of his health, and with this I left him. Some time after, my thoughts were occupied with a business speculation, which all my calculations assured me would be extremely profitable. The plan was to produce on silks, by means of printing, the exquisite designs which are produced at Lyon by the tedious process of weaving, and thus to give customers excellent value at much lower prices. I had the requisite knowledge of chemistry and enough capital to make the thing a success. I obtained the assistance of a man with the necessary technical skill and knowledge, intending to make him my manager. I told my plan to the Prince de Conti, who encouraged me to persevere, promising me his patronage and all the privileges I could wish for. That decided me to begin. I rented a very large house near the temple for 1,000 crowns per annum. The house contained a spacious hall, in which I meant to put my workmen, another hall which was to be the shop, numerous rooms for my workpeople to live in, and a nice room for myself in case I cared to live on the premises. I made the scheme into a company with 30 shares, of which I gave 5 to my designer, keeping the remaining 25 to distribute to those who were inclined to join the company. I gave one to a doctor who, on giving surety, became the storekeeper and came to live in the house with his whole family, and I engaged 4 servants, a waiting maid and a porter. I had to give another share to an accountant, who furnished me with 2 clerks, who also took up their abode in the house. The carpenters, blacksmiths, and painters worked hard from morning to night, and in less than 3 weeks the place was ready. I told the manager to engage 20 girls to paint, who were to be paid every Saturday. I stocked the warehouse with 300 pieces of sarcenet and camlet of different shades and colors to receive the designs, and I paid for everything in ready money. I had made an approximate calculation with my manager that I should have to spend 300,000 francs, and that would not break me. If the worst happened, I could fall back on my shares, which produced a good income, but I hoped I should not be compelled to do so, as I wanted to have an income of 200,000 francs a year. All the while I did not conceal from myself that the speculation might be my ruin if custom did not come in. But on looking at my beautiful materials, these fears were dispelled, especially as I heard everybody saying that I sold them much too cheap. To set up the business I spent in the course of a month about 60,000 francs, and my weekly expenses amounted to 1,200 francs. As for Madame Durf, she laughed every time she saw me, for she was quite certain that this business was only meant to put the curious off the scent and to preserve my incognito. So persuaded was she of my omnipotence. The sight of 20 girls, all more or less pretty, the eldest of whom was not 25, far from making me tremble as it ought, delighted me. I fancied myself in the midst of a seraglio, and I amused myself by watching their meek and modest looks as they did their work under the direction of the foreman. The best paid did not get more than 24 sous a day, and all of them had excellent reputations, for they had been selected at her own request by the manager's wife, a devout woman of ripe age, whom I hoped to find obliging if the fancy seized me to test her choice. Manon Balletti did not share my satisfaction in them. She trembled to see me the owner of a harem, well knowing that sooner or later the bark of my virtue would run on the rocks. She scolded me well about these girls, though I assured her that none of them slept in the house. This business increased my own ideas of my importance, partly from the thought that I was on the high road to fortune, and partly because I furnished so many people with the means of subsistence. Alas, I was too fortunate, and my evil genius soon crossed my career. It was now 3 months since Deal. XCV had gone into the convent, and the time of her delivery drew near. We wrote to each other twice a week, and I considered the matter happily settled. M. de la Popliniere had married, and when Deal. XCV returned to her mother, there would be nothing more to be said, but just at this period, when my happiness seemed assured, the hidden fire leapt forth and threatened to consume me. How, the reader will see. One day after leaving Madame d'Urf's, I went to walk in the Tuileries. I had taken a couple of turns in the chief walk when I saw that an old woman, accompanied by a man dressed in black, was looking at me closely and communicating her observations to her companion. There was nothing very astonishing in this in a public place, and I continued my walk, and on turning again saw the same couple still watching me. In my turn, I looked at them, and remembered seeing the man in a gaming house, where he was known by the name of Castelbajac. On scrutinizing the features of the hag, I at last succeeded in recollecting who she was. She was the woman to whom I had taken Deal. XCV. I felt certain that she had recognized me, but not troubling myself about the matter, I left the gardens to walk elsewhere. The day after next, just as I was going to get into my carriage, a man of evil aspect gave me a paper and asked me to read it. I opened it, but finding it covered with an illegible scrawl, I gave it him back, telling him to read it himself. He did so, and I found myself summoned to appear before the commissary of police to answer to the plea which the midwife, whose name I forget, brought against me. Although I could guess what the charge would be, and was certain that the midwife could furnish no proofs of her accusation, I went to an attorney I knew and told him to appear for me. I instructed him that I did not know any midwife in Paris whatsoever. The attorney waited on the commissary, and on the day after brought me a copy of the pleas. The midwife said that I came to her one night, accompanied by a young lady about 5 months with child, and that, holding a pistol in one hand and a packet of 50 louis in the other, I made her promise to procure abortion. We both of us, so she said, had masks on, thus showing that we had been at the opera ball. Fear, said she, had prevented her from flatly refusing to grant my request, but she had enough presence of mind to say that the necessary drugs were not ready, that she would have all in order by the next night. Whereupon we left, promising to return. In the belief that we would not fail to keep the appointment, she went in to M. Castelbajac to ask him to hide in the next room that she might be protected from my fury, and that he might be a witness of what I said, but she had not seen me again. She added that she would have given information the day after the event if she had known who I was, but since M. Castelbajac had told her my name on her recognizing me in the Tuileries, she had thought it her bounden duty to deliver me to the law that she might be compensated for the violence I had used to her. And this document was signed by the said Castelbajac as a witness. This is an evident case of libel, said my attorney, at least if she can't prove the truth of her allegations. My advice to you is to take the matter before the criminal lieutenant, who will be able to give you the satisfaction you require. I authorized him to do what he thought advisable, and 3 or 4 days after he told me that the lieutenant wished to speak to me in private, and would expect me the same day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As will be expected, I was punctual to the appointment. I found the magistrate to be a polite and good-hearted gentleman. He was, in fact, the well-known M. de Sartine, who was the chief of police 2 years later. His office of criminal lieutenant was saleable, and M. de Sartine sold it when he was appointed head of the police. As soon as I had made my bow, he asked me to sit down by him and addressed me as follows. I have asked you to call upon me in the interests of both of us, as in your position our interests are inseparable. If you are innocent of the charge which has been brought against you, you are quite right to appeal to me, but before proceedings begin, you should tell me the whole truth. I am ready to forget my position as judge, and to give you my help, but you must see yourself that to prove the other side guilty of slander, you must prove yourself innocent. What I want from you is an informal and strictly confidential declaration, for the case against you is a serious one, and of such a kind as to require all your efforts to wipe off this blot upon your honor. Your enemies will not respect your delicacy of feeling. They will press you so hard that you will either be obliged to submit to a shameful sentence or to wound your feelings of honor in proving your innocence. You see, I am confiding in you, for in certain cases honor seems so precious a thing to me that I am ready to defend it with all the power of the law. Pay me back, then, in the same coin, trust in me entirely, tell me the whole story without any reserves, and you may rely upon my good offices. All will be well if you are innocent, for I shall not be the less a judge because I am your friend. But if you are guilty, I am sorry for you, for I warn you that I shall be just. After doing my best to express my gratitude to him, I said that my position did not oblige me to make any reservations on account of honor, and that I had, consequently, no informal statement to make him. The midwife, I added, is absolutely unknown to me. She is most likely an abandoned woman who with her worthy companion wants to cheat me of my money. I should be delighted to think so, he answered, but admitting the fact, see how chance favors her and makes it a most difficult thing for you to prove your innocence. The young lady disappeared 3 months ago. She was known to be your intimate friend, you called upon her at all hours. You spent a considerable time with her the day before she disappeared, and no one knows what has become of her. But everyone's suspicions point at you, and paid spies are continually dogging your steps. The midwife sent me a requisition yesterday by her counsel, Voverson. She says that the pregnant lady you brought to her house is the same whom Madame XCV is searching for. She also says that you both wore black dominoes, and the police have ascertained that you were both at the ball in black dominoes on the same night as that on which the midwife says you came to her house. You are also known to have left the ballroom together. All this, it is true, does not constitute full proof of your guilt, but it makes one tremble for your innocence. What cause have I to tremble? What cause? Why, a false witness, easily enough hired for a little money, might swear with impunity that he saw you come from the opera together, and a coachman in the same way might swear he had taken you to the midwife. In that case, I should be compelled to order your arrest and examination, with a view to ascertain the name of the person whom you took with you. Do you realize that you are accused of procuring abortion, that 3 months have gone by without the lady's retreat having been discovered, that she is said to be dead? Do you realize, in short, what a very serious charge murder is? Certainly, but if I die innocent, you will have condemned me wrongly, and will be more to be pitied than I. Yes, but that wouldn't make your case any better. You may be sure, however, that I will not condemn an innocent man, but I am afraid that you will be a long time in prison before you succeed in proving your innocence. To be brief, you see that in 24 hours the case looks very bad, and in the course of a week it might look very much worse. My interest was aroused in your favor by the evident absurdity of the accusations, but it is the other circumstances about the case which make it a serious one for you. I can partly understand the circumstances and the feelings of love and honor which bid you be silent. I have spoken to you, and I hope you will have no reserves with me. I will spare you all the unpleasant circumstances which threaten you, believing, as I do, that you are innocent. Tell me all, and be sure that the lady's honor will not suffer. But if, on the other hand, you are unfortunately guilty of the crimes laid to your charge, I advise you to be prudent, and to take steps which it is not my business to suggest. I warn you that in 3 or 4 days I shall cite you to the bar of the court, and that you will then find in me only the judge just, certainly, but severe and impartial. I was petrified, for these words showed me my danger in all its nakedness. I saw how I should esteem this worthy man's good offices, and said to him in quite another tone, that innocent as I was, I saw that my best course was to throw myself on his kindness respecting M. Deal. XCV, who had committed no crime, but would lose her reputation by this unhappy business. I know where she is, I added, and I may tell you that she would never have left her mother if she had not endeavored to force her into a marriage she abhorred. Well, but the man is now married. Let her return to her mother's house, and you will be safe, unless the midwife persists in maintaining that you incited her to procure abortion. There is no abortion in the matter, but other reasons prevent her returning to her family. I can tell you no more without obtaining the consent of another party. If I succeed in doing so, I shall be able to throw the desired light on the question. Be kind enough to give me a second hearing on the day after tomorrow. I understand. I shall be delighted to hear what you have to say. I thank and congratulate you. Farewell. I was on the brink of the precipice, but I was determined to leave the kingdom rather than betray the honor of my poor dear sweetheart. If it had been possible, I would gladly have put an end to the case with money, but it was too late. I was sure that Farsetti had the chief hand in all this trouble, that he was continually on my track, and that he paid the spies mentioned by M. de Sartine. He it was who had set Vauversin, the barrister, after me, and I had no doubt that he would do all in his power to ruin me. I felt that my only course was to tell the whole story to M. de Sartine, but to do that I required Madame du Roumain's permission. Chapter 9. My examination I give the clerk 300 louis the midwife and Cartel Bajek imprisoned Mdil. XCV is brought to bed of a son and obliges her mother to make me amends the suit against me is quashed Mdil. XCV goes with her mother to Brussels and from thence to Venice, where she becomes a great lady. My work girls Madame Baratai am robbed, put in prison, and set at liberty again. I go to Holland Helvetius, Esprit, Piccolomini. The day after my interview with M. de Sartine, I waited on Madame du Roumain at an early hour. Considering the urgency of the case, I took the liberty of rousing her from her slumbers, and as soon as she was ready to receive me, I told her all. There can be no hesitation in the matter, said this delightful woman. We must make a confidant of M. de Sartine, and I will speak to him myself today without fail. Forthwith she went to her desk and wrote to the criminal lieutenant asking him to see her at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In less than an hour, the servant returned with a note in which he said he would expect her. We agreed that I should come again in the evening, when she would tell me the result of her interview. I went to the house at 5 o'clock and had only a few minutes to wait. I have concealed nothing, said she. He knows that she is on the eve of her confinement and that you are not the father, which speaks highly for your generosity. I told him that as soon as the confinement was over and the young lady had recovered her health, she would return to her mother, though she would make no confession, and that the child should be well looked after. You have now nothing to fear, and can calm yourself, but as the case must go on, you will be cited before the court the day after tomorrow. I advise you to see the clerk of the court on some pretext or other, and to make him accept a sum of money. I was summoned to appear, and I appeared. I saw M. de Sartine, sedentum pro tribunali. At the end of the sitting, he told me that he was obliged to remand me, and that during my remand I must not leave Paris or get married, as all my civil rights were in suspense pending the decision. I promised to follow his commands. I acknowledged in my examination that I was at the ball in a black domino on the night named in my accusation, but I denied everything else. As for Mdil, XCV, I said that neither I nor anyone of her family had any suspicion that she was with child. Recollecting that I was an alien, and that this circumstance might make Vauversin call for my arrest, on the plea that I might fly the kingdom, I thought the moment opportune for making interest with the clerk of the court, and I accordingly paid him a visit. After telling him of my fears, I slipped into his hand a packet of 300 louis, for which I did not ask for a receipt, saying that they were to defray expenses if I were mulcted in costs. He advised me to require the midwife to give bail for her appearance, and I told my attorney to do so. But 4 days after, the following incident took place. I was walking in the Temple Gardens when I was accosted by a Savoyard, who gave me a note in which I was informed that somebody in an alley 50 paces off wanted to speak to me. Either a love affair or a challenge, I said to myself. Let's see. I stopped my carriage, which was following me, and went to the place. I cannot say how surprised I was to see the wretched Cartel Bajek standing before me. I have only a word to say, said he, when he saw me. We will not be overheard here. The midwife is quite sure that you are the man who brought a pregnant lady to her, but she is vexed that you are accused of making away with her. Give her 100 louis. She will then declare to the court that she has been mistaken, and your trouble will be ended. You need not pay the money till she has made her declaration. We will take your word for it. Come with me and talk it over with Vauversin. I am sure he will persuade you to do as I suggest. I know where to find him. Follow me at some distance. I had listened to him in silence, and I was delighted to see that the rascals were betraying themselves. "Very good," said I to the fellow. "You go on, and I will follow." I went after him to the third floor of a house in the Rue aux Ours, where I found Vauversin the barrister. No sooner had I arrived than he went to business without any prefatory remarks. "The midwife," he said, "will call on you with a witness apparently with the intention of maintaining to your face that you are her man, but she won't be able to recognize you. She will then proceed with the witness to the court and will declare that she has made a mistake, and the criminal lieutenant will forthwith put an end to the proceedings. You will thus be certain of gaining your case against the lady's mother." I thought the plan well conceived, and said that they would find me at the temple any day up to noon. "But the midwife wants 100 louis badly." "You mean that the worthy woman rates her perjury at that price? Well, never mind, I will pay the money, and you may trust to my word, but I can't do so before she has taken oath to her mistake before the court." "Very good, but you must first give me 25 louis to reimburse me for my costs and fees." "Certainly, if you will give me a formal receipt for the money." He hesitated at first, but after talking it over the money proved too strong a bait, and he wrote out the receipt, and I gave him the 25 louis. He thanked me, and said that though Madame XCV was his client, he would let me know confidentially how best to put a stop to the proceedings. I thanked him with as much gratitude as if I had really intended to make use of his services, and I left to write and tell M. de Sartine what had taken place. 3 days afterwards, I was told that a man and woman wanted to see me. I went down and asked the woman what she wanted. "I want to speak to M. Casanova." "I am he." "Then I have made a mistake, for which I hope you will forgive me." Her companions smiled, and they went off. The same day, Madame du Roumain had a letter from the abbess telling her that her young friend had given birth to a fine boy, who had been sent away to a place where he would be well looked after. She stated that the young lady could not leave the convent for the next 6 weeks, at the end of which time she could return to her mother with a certificate which would protect her from all annoyance. Soon after the midwife was put in solitary confinement, Castelbajac was sent to the Bicetre, and Vauversin's name was struck off the rolls. The suit instituted against me by Madame XCV went on till her daughter reappeared, but I knew that I had nothing to fear. The girl returned to her mother about the end of August armed with a certificate from the abbess, who said she had been under her protection for 4 months, during which time she had never left the convent or seen any persons from outside. This was perfectly true, but the abbess added that her only reason for her going back to her family was that she had nothing more to dread from the attentions of M. de la Poplinière, and in this the abbess lied. M. Deal, XCV profited by the delight of her mother in seeing her again safe and sound, and made her wait on M. de Sartine with the abbess's certificate, stop all proceedings against me, and withdraw all the charges she had made. Her daughter told her that if I liked I might claim damages for libel, and that if she did not wish to injure her reputation, she would say nothing more about what had happened. The mother wrote me a letter of the most satisfactory character, which I had registered in court, thus putting an end to the prosecution. In my turn, I wrote to congratulate her on the recovery of her daughter, but I never set foot in her house again, to avoid any disagreeable scenes with Farsetti. M. Deal, XCV could not stay any longer in Paris, where her tale was known to everyone, and Farsetti took her to Brussels with her sister Madeleine. Some time after, her mother followed her, and they then went on to Venice, and there in 3 years' time she became a great lady. 15 years afterwards I saw her again, and she was a widow, happy enough apparently, and enjoying a great reputation on account of her rank, wit, and social qualities, but our connection was never renewed. In 4 years the reader will hear more of Castelbajac. Towards the end of the same year, 1759, before I went to Holland, I spent several hundred francs to obtain the release of the midwife. I lived like a prince, and men might have thought me happy, but I was not. The enormous expenses I incurred, my love of spending money, and magnificent pleasures warned me, in spite of myself, that there were rocks ahead. My business would have kept me going for a long time if custom had not been paralyzed by the war, but as it was, I, like everybody else, experienced the effect of bad times. My warehouse contained 400 pieces of stuffs with designs on them, but as I could not hope to dispose of them before the peace, and as peace seemed a long way off, I was threatened with ruin. With this fear, I wrote to Esther to get her father to give me the remainder of my money, to send me a sharp clerk, and to join in my speculation. M. Doe said that if I would set up in Holland, he would become responsible for everything and give me half profits, but I liked Paris too well to agree to so good an offer. I was sorry for it afterwards. I spent a good deal of money at my private house, but the chief expense of my life, which was unknown to others but which was ruining me, was incurred in connection with the girls who worked in my establishment. With my complexion and my pronounced liking for variety, a score of girls, nearly all of them pretty and seductive, as most Paris girls are, was a reef on which my virtue made shipwreck every day. Curiosity had a good deal to do with it, and they profited by my impatience to take possession by selling their favors dearly. They all followed the example of the first favorite, and everyone claimed in turn an establishment, furniture, money, and jewels, and I knew too little of the value of money to care how much they asked. My fancy never lasted longer than a week, and often waned in 3 or 4 days, and the last comer always appeared the most worthy of my attentions. As soon as I had made a new choice, I saw no more of my old loves, but I continued to provide for them, and that with a good deal of money. Madame Durf, who thought I was rich, gave me no trouble. I made her happy by using my oracle to second the magical ceremonies of which she grew fonder every day, although she never attained her aim. Manon Balletti, however, grieved me sorely by her jealousy and her well-founded reproaches. She would not understand, and I did not wonder at it how I could put off marrying her if I really loved her. She accused me of deceiving her. Her mother died of consumption in our arms. Sylvia had won my true friendship. I looked upon her as a most worthy woman, whose kindness of heart and purity of life deserved the esteem of all. I stayed in the family for 3 days after her death, sincerely sympathizing with them in their affliction. A few days afterwards, my friend Tyrta lost his mistress through a grievous illness. 4 days before her death, perceiving that she was near her end, she willed to consecrate to God that which man could have no longer, and dismissed her lover with the gift of a valuable jewel and a purse of 200 louis. Tyrta marched off and came and told me the sad news. I got him a lodging near the temple, and a month after, approving his idea to try his fortune in India, I gave him a letter of introduction to M. Doe, of Amsterdam. And in the course of a week, this gentleman got him a post as clerk, and shipped him aboard one of the company's ships which was bound for Batavia. If he had behaved well, he might have become a rich man, but he got involved in some conspiracy and had to fly, and afterwards experienced many vicissitudes of fortune. I heard from one of his relations that he was in Bengal in 1788, in good circumstances, but unable to realize his property and so returned to his native country. I do not know what became of him eventually. In the beginning of November, an official belonging to the Duc d'Elbeuf's household came to my establishment to buy a wedding dress for his daughter. I was dazzled with her beauty. She chose a fine satin, and her pretty face lighted up when she heard her father say he did not think it was too much. But she looked quite piteous when she heard the clerk tell her father that he would have to buy the whole piece, as they could not cut it. I felt that I must give in, and to avoid making an exception in her favor, I beat a hasty retreat into my private room. I wish I had gone out of the house, as I should have saved a good deal of money, but what pleasure should I have also lost? In her despair, the charming girl begged the manager to take her to me, and he dared not refuse to do so. She came in, 2 big tears falling down her cheeks and dimming the ardor of her gaze. "Oh, sir," she began, "you are rich. Do you buy the piece and let me have enough for a dress, which will make me happy?" I looked at her father and saw he wore an apologetic air, as if deprecating the boldness of his child. "I like your simplicity," I said to her, "and since it will make you happy, you shall have the dress." She ran up to me, threw her arms round my neck and kissed me, while her worthy father was dying with laughter. Her kisses put the last stroke to my bewitchment. After he had paid for the dress, her father said, "I am going to get this little madcap married next Sunday. There will be a supper and a ball, and we shall be delighted if you will honor us with your presence. My name is Gilbert. I am controller of the Duc d'Elbeuf's household." I promised to be at the wedding, and the young lady gave a skip of joy which made me think her prettier than ever. On Sunday I repaired to the house, but I could neither eat nor drink. The fair M. Deal, Gilbert kept me in a kind of enchantment which lasted while I was in company with her friends, for whom I did not care. They were all officials in noblemen's houses, with their wives and daughters, who all aped the manners of their betters in the most ridiculous way. Nobody knew me and I was known to nobody, and I cut a sorry figure amongst them all, for in a company of this sort the wittiest man is the greatest fool. Everybody cracked his joke to the bride, she answered everybody, and people laughed at nothing. Her husband, a thin and melancholy man, with a rather foolish expression, was delighted at his wife's keeping everybody amused. Although I was in love with her, I pitied rather than envied him. I guessed that he had married for monetary considerations, and I knew pretty well what kind of a headdress his handsome, fiery wife would give her husband, who was plain-featured, and seemed not to be aware of his wife's beauty. I was seized with the desire of asking her some questions, and she gave me the opportunity by coming to sit next to me after a quadrille. She thanked me again for my kindness, and said that the beautiful dress I had supplied had won her many compliments. "All the same," I said, "I know you are longing to take it off. I know what love is and how impatient it makes one. It's very funny that everyone persists in thinking that I am in love, though I saw M. Barrett for the first time only a week ago. Before then, I was absolutely unconscious of his existence. But why are you getting married in such a hurry without waiting till you know him better?" "Because my father does everything in a hurry." "I suppose your husband is a very rich man." "No, but he may become rich. We are going to open a shop for silk stockings at the corner of the Rue Saint-Honore and the Rue des Prouvaires, and I hope that you will deal with us, as we would serve you with the best." "I shall certainly do so, Nay. I will be your first customer, if I have to wait at the door." "You are kind, M. Barrett," said she to her husband, who was standing close by. "This gentleman promises to be our first customer." "The gentleman is very good," said the husband, "and I am sure he will be satisfied, as my stockings are genuine silk." Next Tuesday at daybreak, I began to dance attendance at the corner of the Rue des Prouvaires, and waited there till the servant came out to take down the shutters. I went in, and the girl asked me my business. "I want to buy some stockings," was my answer. "Master and mistress are still in bed, so you had better come later on." "No, I will wait here." "Stop a minute," said I, giving her 6 francs, "go and get me some coffee, I will drink it in the shop." "I might go and get you some coffee, but I am not so silly as to leave you in the shop by yourself." "You are afraid I might steal something." "Well, one does hear of such things being done, and I don't know you from Adam." "Very good, but I shall stay here all the same." Before long Barrett came down and scolded the poor girl for not having told him of my presence. "Go and tell my wife to come," said he, as he began opening packets of stockings for me to choose from. He kept stockings, vests, and silk drawers, and I turned one packet over after another, looking at them all and not fixing on anything, till I saw his wife coming down as fresh as a rose and as bright as a lily. She smiled at me in the most seductive manner, apologized for the disorder of her dress, and thanked me for keeping my word. "I never break my word," I said, "especially when such a charming lady is concerned." Madame Barrett was 17, of a moderate height, and an exquisite figure. Without being classically beautiful, a Raphael could not wish to depict a more enticing face. Her eyes were large and brilliant. Her drooping eyelids, which gave her so modest and yet so voluptuous an appearance, the ever-smiling mouth, her splendid teeth, the dazzling whiteness of her complexion, the pleasing air with which she listened to what was being said, her silvery voice, the sweetness and sparkling vivacity of her manner, her lack of conceit, or rather her unconsciousness of the power of her charms in fine, everything about this masterpiece of nature made me wonder and admire. While she, by chance or vile monetary considerations, was in the power of Barrett, who, pale and sickly, thought a good deal more of his stockings than of the treasure marriage had given him a treasure of which he was all unworthy, since he could not see its beauty nor taste its sweetness. I chose stockings and vests to the amount of 25 louis, and I paid the price without trying to cheapen them. I saw the face of the fair shopwoman light up, and I augured well for my success, though I could not expect to do much while the honeymoon lasted. I told the servant that I would give her 6 francs if she would bring the packet to my house, and so I left them. Next Sunday, Barrett came himself with my purchases. I gave him 6 francs to hand over to his servant, but he hinted that he was not too proud to keep them himself. I was disgusted at this petty greed, and at his meanness in depriving his maid of the 6 francs after having made a good profit in what he had sold me. But I wanted to stand well with him, and I was not sorry to find so simple a way of throwing dust into his eyes. So, while I resolved that the servant should not be a loser, I gave the husband a good reception that I might the better mold him to my purpose. I had breakfast brought to him, asking why he had not brought his wife. "She wanted me to take her," said he, "but I was afraid you might be offended." "Not at all, I should have been delighted. I think your wife a charming woman." "You are very kind to say so, but she's young. I don't think that's any objection, and if she cares for the walk, bring her with you another time." He said he should be very pleased to do so. When I passed by the shop in my carriage, I blew kisses to her with my hand, but I did not stop as I did not want any more stockings. Indeed, I should have been bored with the crowd of fops with which the shop was always full. She began to be a topic of conversation in the town. The Palais Royal was full of her, and I was glad to hear that she kept to herself as if she had richer prey in view. That told me that no one possessed her so far, and I hoped that I might be the prey myself. I was quite willing to be captured. Some days after, she saw my carriage coming and beckoned to me as I passed. I got out, and her husband with many apologies told me that he wanted me to be the first to see a new fashion in breeches he had just got in. The breeches were party-colored, and no man of fashion would be seen without them. They were odd-looking things, but became a well-made young man. As they had to fit exactly, I told him to measure me for 6 pairs, offering to pay in advance. "We have them in all sizes," said he. "Go up to my wife's room and try some on." It was a good opportunity, and I accepted, especially when I heard him tell his wife to go and help me. I went upstairs, she following, and I began to undress, apologizing for doing so before her. "I will fancy I am your valet," said she, "and I will help you." I did not make any difficulties, and after taking off my shoes, I gave her my breeches, taking care, however, to keep on my drawers, lest her modesty should receive too severe a shock. This done, she took a pair of breeches, drew them on me, took them off, and tried on others, and all this without any impropriety on either side. For I had determined to behave with discretion till the opportunity came to be indiscreet. She decided that 4 pairs fitted me admirably, and not wishing to contradict her, I gave her the 16 louis she asked, and told her I should be delighted if she would bring them herself at any time when she was at leisure. She came downstairs quite proud of her knowledge of business, and Barrett said that next Sunday he and his wife would have the honor of bringing me my purchase. "I shall be charmed, M. Barrett," said I, "especially if you will stay to dinner." He answered that having an important engagement for 2 o'clock, he could only accept on the condition that I would let him go at that time, and he would return at about 5 to fetch his wife. I found the plan vastly to my taste, but I knew how to conceal my joy, and I quietly said that though I should lose the pleasure of his society, he was free to go when he liked, especially as I had not to go out myself before 6. I looked forward to the Sunday, and the tradesman and his wife did not fail me. As soon as they arrived, I told my servant to say, "Not at home," for the rest of the day, and as I was impatient to know what would happen in the afternoon, I had dinner served at an early hour. The dishes were exquisite, and the wines delicious. The good man ate much and drank deeply, indeed to such an extent that in common politeness I was obliged to remind him that he had an important appointment at 2. His wits being sharpened with champagne, the happy thought occurred to him to tell his wife to go home by herself, if he were kept later than 5, and I hastened to add that I would take her home myself in my carriage. He thanked me, and I soothed his uneasiness about being punctual to his appointment by telling him that a coach was waiting, and that the fare had been paid. He went off, and I found myself alone with my jewel, whom I was certain of possessing till 6 o'clock. As soon as I heard the hall door shut on the kind husband, I said to his wife, "You are to be congratulated on having such a kind husband. With a man like that your happiness is assured." It is easy to say happiness, but enjoying it is a different thing. My husband's health is so delicate that I can only consider myself as his nurse, and then he contracted heavy debts to set up in business which oblige us to observe the strictest economy. We came here on foot to save the 24 sous. We could live on the profits of the business if there were no debts, but as it is, everything goes to pay the interest, and our sales are not large enough to cover everything. But you have plenty of customers, for whenever I pass, I see the shop full of people. These customers you see are idlers, crackers of bad jokes, and profligates who come and make my head ache with their jests. They have not a penny to bless themselves with, and we dare not let them out of our sight for fear of their hands wandering. If we had cared to give them credit, our shop would have been emptied long ago. I am rude to them in the hopes that they may leave me alone, but it's of no use. Their impudence is astonishing. When my husband is in, I retreat to my room, but he is often away, and then I am obliged to put up with them. And the scarcity of money prevents us from doing much business, but we are obliged to pay our workmen all the same. As far as I can see, we shall be obliged to dismiss them, as we shall soon have to meet several bills. Next Saturday we have got to pay 600 francs, and we have only got 200. I am surprised at your having all this worry in these early days of your marriage. I suppose your father knew about your husband's circumstances. How about your dowry? My dowry of 6,000 francs has served, most of it, to stock the shop and to pay our debts. We have goods which would pay our debts 3 times over, but in bad times capital sunk is capital dead. I am sorry to hear all this, as if peace is not made your situation will become worse, for as you go on your needs will become greater. Yes, for when my husband is better we may have children. What, do you mean to say his health prevents him from making you a mother? I can't believe it. I don't see how I can be a mother who am still a maid, not that I care much about the matter. I shouldn't have believed it. How can a man not in the agony of death feel ill beside you? He must be dead. Well, he is not exactly dead, but he doesn't show many signs of life. This piece of wit made me laugh, and under cover of my applause I embraced her without experiencing much resistance. The first kiss was like an electric spark. It fired my imagination, and I increased my attentions till she became as submissive as a lamb. I will help you, dearest, to meet the bill on Saturday. And so saying, I drew her gently into a closet where a soft divan formed a suitable altar for the completion of an amorous sacrifice. I was enchanted to find her submissive to my caresses and my inquisitiveness, but she surprised me greatly when, as I placed myself in readiness for the consummation of the act, and was already in the proper posture between the 2 columns, she moved in such a way as to hinder my advance. I thought at first that it was only one of those devices intended to make the final victory more sweet by putting difficulties in the way. But, finding that her resistance was genuine, I exclaimed, "How was I to expect a refusal like this, at a moment when I thought I saw my ardors reflected in your eyes? Your eyes did not deceive you, but what would my husband say if he found me otherwise than as God has made me? He can't have left you untouched. He really has done so. You can see for yourself if you like. Can I, then, give to you what appertains to the genius of the marriage bed? You are right, my angel. This fruit must be kept for a mouth unworthy to taste it. I pity and adore you. Come to my arms, abandon yourself to my love, and fear nothing. The fruit shall not be damaged. I will but taste the outer surface and leave no trace behind." We passed 3 hours in trifling together in a manner calculated to inflame our passions despite the libations which we now and again poured forth. I was consoled by her swearing to be mine as soon as Barrett had good grounds for thinking that she was his, and after taking her on the boulevards, I left her at her door with a present of 25 louis. I was in love with her as I had never been before, and I passed the shop 3 or 4 times a day, going round and round, to the wrath of my coachman, who got sick of telling me that I was ruining my horses. I was happy to see her watch for the moment that I passed and waft me a kiss by putting her pretty fingers to her mouth. We had agreed that she should not make me a sign to leave my coach till her husband had forced a passage. At last this day, so ardently desired and so long waited for, arrived. The sign was given, and I stopped the coach, and she came out, and standing on the step, told me to go and wait for her at the church door of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. I was curious to know what the results would be, and had not been at the place appointed more than a quarter of an hour when she came towards me, her head muffled in a hood. She got into the carriage, and, saying that she wanted to make some purchases, begged me to take her to the shops. I had business of my own, and pressing business too, but who can refuse the beloved object anything? I told the coachman to drive to the place Dauphine, and I prepared to loosen my purse strings, as I had a feeling she was going to treat me as a friend. In point of fact, she left few shops unvisited, going from jewels to pretty trifles and toys of different kinds, and from these to dresses of the latest fashion, which they displayed before her, addressing her as princess, and saying that this would become her admirably. She looked at me, and said it must be confessed that it was very pretty and that she would like it if it were not so dear. I was a willing dupe, and assured her that if she liked it it could not be too dear, and that I would pay. While my sweetheart was thus choosing one trifle after another, my ill luck brought about an incident which placed me in a fearful situation 4 years afterwards. The chain of events is endless. I perceived at my left hand a pretty girl of 12 or 13, with an old and ugly woman who was disparaging a pair of ear-rings which the girl had in her hands, and on which she had evidently set her heart. She looked sad at not being able to buy them. I heard her say to the old woman that they would make her happy, but she snatched them from the girl's hands and told her to come away. "I can let you have a cheaper pair and almost as fine," said the shopwoman, but the young lady said she did not care about it, and was getting ready to go, making a profound reverence to my Princess Barrett. She, no doubt flattered by this sign of respect, went up to her, called her little queen, told her she was as fair as a May morning, and asked the old woman her name. "She is Mdl de Boulainvlier, my niece." "How can you be so hard-hearted," said I to the aunt, "as to refuse your charming niece a toy which would make her happy? Allow me to make her a present of them." So saying, I put the earrings in the girl's hands, while she blushed and looked at her aunt as if to ask her permission. "You may have the earrings," said she, "as this gentleman has been kind enough to give you such a present, and you should give him a kiss by way of thanks." "The earrings," said the shopwoman, "will be only 3 louis." Hereupon the affair took a comic turn. The old woman got into a rage and said, "How can you be such a cheat? You told me they were only 2 louis." "Nay, madam, I asked 3. "That's a lie, and I shall not allow you to rob this gentleman. Niece, put those earrings down, let the shopwoman keep them." So far all was well enough, but the old aunt spoilt everything by saying that if I liked to give her niece the 3 louis she could get her a pair twice as good at another shop. It was all the same to me, so I smilingly put the 3 louis in front of the young lady, who still had the earrings in her hands. The shopwoman, who was on the lookout, pocketed the money, saying that the bargain was made, that the 3 louis belonged to her and the earrings to the young lady. "You are a cheat," cried out the enraged old woman. "And you are an old beady," answered the shopwoman. "I know you well." A crowd began to gather in front of the shop, hearing the cries of the 2 harpies. Foreseeing a good deal of unpleasantness, I took the aunt by the arm and led her gently away. The niece, who was quite content with the earrings and did not care whether they cost 3 louis or 2, followed her. We shall hear of them again in due course. My dear Barrett, having made me waste a score of louis, which her poor husband would have regretted much more than myself, we got into the carriage again, and I took her to the church door from which we had started. On the way she told me she was coming to stop a few days with me at Little Poland, and that it was her husband who would ask me for the invitation. "When will he do that?" "Tomorrow, if you go by the shop. Come and buy some stockings. I shall have a bad headache and Barrett will speak to you." It may be imagined that I took care to call the next day, and as I did not see his wife in the shop I asked, in a friendly way, after her health. "She is ill in bed," he replied. "She wants a little country air." "If you have not fixed for any place, I shall be happy to put you up at Little Poland." He replied by a smile of delight. "I will go and urge her to come myself. In the meanwhile, Barrett, will you pack me up a dozen pairs of stockings?" I went upstairs and found the invalid in bed and laughing in spite of her imaginary headache. "The business is done," said I. "You will soon hear of it." As I had said, the husband came upstairs with my stockings and told her that I had been good enough to give her a room in my house. The crafty little creature thanked me, assuring her husband that the fresh air would soon cure her. "You shall be well looked after," said I, "but you must excuse me if I do not keep you company. I have to attend to my business. Barrett will be able to come and sleep with you every night and start early enough in the morning to be in time for the opening of his shop." After many compliments had been interchanged, Barrett decided on having his sister stay in the house while his wife was away. And as I took leave, I said that I should give orders for their reception that very evening, in case I was out when they came. Next day, I stayed out till after midnight, and the cook told me that the wedded couple had made a good supper and had gone to bed. I warned her that I should be dining at home every day and that I should not see my company. The following day I was up betimes, and on inquiring if the husband had risen, I learnt that he had got up at daybreak and would not be back till supper time. The wife was still asleep. I thought with reason she was not asleep for me, and I went to pay her my first visit. In point of fact, she was awake, and I took a foretaste of greater joys by 1,000 kisses, which she returned with interest. We jested at the expense of the worthy man who had trusted me with a jewel of which I was about to make such good use, and we congratulated each other on the prospect of a week's mutual pleasures. "Come, my dear," said I, "get up and put on a few clothes, and we will take breakfast in my room." She did not make an elaborate toilette. A cotton dressing gown, a pretty lace cap, a lawn kerchief, that was all, but how the simple dress was lighted by the roses of her cheeks. We were quick over our breakfast, we were in a hurry, and when we had done I shut the door and we gave ourselves over to the enjoyment of our bliss. Surprised to find her in the same condition in which I had left her, I told her I had hoped. But she, without giving me time to finish the phrase, said, "My jewel, Barrett thinks, or pretends to think, that he has done his duty as a husband. But he is no hand at the business, and I am disposed to put myself in your hands, and then there will be no doubt of my condition. We shall thus, my sweet, be doing him a service, and the service shall be well done." As I said these words, I was on the threshold of the temple, and I opened the door in a manner that overthrew all obstacles. A little scream and then several sighs announced the completion of the sacrifice, and, to tell the truth, the altar of love was covered with the blood of the victim. After the necessary ablutions, the priest once more began his pious work, while the victim, growing bolder, so provoked his rage that it was not till the 4th mactation that we rested and put off our joust to another season. We swore 1,000 times to love each other and to remain constant, and we may possibly have been sincere, as we were in our ecstasy of pleasure. We only separated to dress. Then, after taking a turn in the garden, we dined together, sure that in a sumptuous repast, washed down by the choicest wines, we should find strength to reanimate our desires and to lull them to sleep in bliss. At dessert, as I was pouring champagne into her glass, I asked her how, with such a fiery temperament, she had managed to preserve her virtue. "Cupid," said I, "might have gathered the fruit that Hymen could not taste. You are 17, and the pear has been ripe for 2 years at least." "Very true, but I have never had a lover." "Never. I have been courted, but to no effect. My heart was ever silent. Possibly my father thought otherwise when I begged him, a month ago, to get me married soon." "Very likely, but as you were not in love, why were you in such a hurry?" "I knew that the Duc d'Elbeuf would soon be coming to town, and that if he found me still single, he would oblige me to become the wife of a man I detest, who would have me at any price." "Who is this man for whom you have such an aversion?" "He is one of the Duke's pets, a monster who sleeps with his master." "Really? I did not know the Duke had such tastes." "Oh yes, he is 84, and he thinks himself a woman. He says he must have a husband." "That is very funny. And is this aspirant to your hand a handsome man?" "I think him horrible, but everybody else thinks he is a fine man." The charming Barrett spent a week with me, and each day we renewed the combat in which we were always conquerors and always conquered. I have seen few women as pretty and seductive, and none whose skin was more exquisitely soft and fair. Her breath was aromatic, and this made her kisses most sweet. Her neck was exquisitely shaped, and the 2 globes, tipped with coral, were as hard as marble. The exquisite curves of her figure would have defied the skill of the ablest painter. I experienced an ineffable joy in contemplating her, and in the midst of my happiness I called myself unhappy, because I could not satisfy all the desires which her charms aroused in me. The frieze which crowned her columns was composed of links of pale gold of the utmost fineness, and my fingers strove in vain to give them another direction to that which nature had given them. She could easily have been taught those lively yet graceful movements which double the pleasure. Nature had done her part in that direction, and I do not think a more expert mistress in the art of love could be found. Each of us looked forward to the day of her departure with equal grief, and our only consolation lay in the hope of meeting again, and often. 3 days after she went away, I went to see her, more in love than ever, and I gave her 2 notes of 5,000 francs apiece. Her husband might have his suspicions, but he was too happy at being enabled to pay his debts and to keep his shop open to say anything unpleasant. Many husbands besides himself think themselves lucky to have such productive wives. In the beginning of November, I sold shares for 50,000 francs to a man named Garnier, living in the Rue du Mail, giving up to him a third part of the materials in my warehouse, and accepting a manager chosen by him and paid by the company. 3 days after signing the deed I received the money, but in the night the doctor, my warehouseman, emptied the till and absconded. I have always thought that this robbery could not have been effected without the connivance of the painter. This loss was a serious blow to me, as my affairs were getting into an embroiled condition. And, for a finishing touch to my misfortunes, Garnier had me served with a summons to repay him the 50,000 francs. My answer was that I was not liable, that his manager had been appointed, the agreement and sale of the shares was valid, and that he being one of the company would have to share in the loss. As he persisted in his claim, I was advised to go to law, but Garnier declared the agreement null and void, accusing me in an indirect manner of having appropriated the money which I had said was stolen. I would willingly have given him a good thrashing, but he was an old man, and that course would not have mended matters, so I kept my temper. The merchant who had given surety for the doctor was not to be found, he had become bankrupt. Garnier had all my stock seized, and sequestrated my horses, carriages, and all my private property. While these troubles were harassing me, I dismissed all my work girls, who had always been a great expense, and replaced them with workmen and some of my servants. The painter still retained his position, which was an assured one, as he always paid himself out of the sales. My attorney was an honest man, a rare bird amongst lawyers, but my counsel, who kept telling me that the case would soon be decided, was a rascal. While the decision was pending, Garnier served me with a writ to pay the sum claimed. I took it to my counsel, who promised to appeal the same day, which he did not do, while he appropriated to his own use the money assigned by me for the costs of an action which, if there had been justice in France, I should certainly have gained. 2 other summonses were issued against me, and before I knew what was going on, a warrant was issued for my arrest. I was seized at 8 o'clock in the morning, as I was driving along the Rue Saint-Denis. The sergeant of police sat beside me, a second got up beside the coachman, and a third stationed himself at the back of the coach, and in this state we drove to Fort l'Evêque. As soon as the police had handed me over to the jailer, he informed me that by payment of the 50,000 francs, or by giving good bail, I might instantly regain my freedom. For the moment, said I can neither command money nor bail. Very good, then you will stay in prison. The jailer took me to a decent-looking room, and I told him I had only been served with 1 writ. Very likely, answered he, it often happens like that, but it is rather difficult to prove. Bring me writing materials, and have a trusty messenger at my disposal. I wrote to my counsel, my attorney, to Madame Durf, and to all my friends, including my brother, who was just married. The attorney called immediately, but the barrister contented himself with writing to the effect that as he had put in an appeal my seizure was illegal, and that damages might be recovered. He ended by begging me to give him a free hand, and to have patience for a few days. Manon Baletti sent her brother with her diamond earrings. Madame du Roumain dispatched her barrister, a man of rare honesty, to me, and wrote a friendly note in which she said that if I wanted 500 louis I should have them tomorrow. My brother neither wrote nor came to see me. As to dear Madame Durf, she sent to say that she would expect me at dinner. I thought she had gone mad, as I could not think she was making fun of me. At 11 o'clock my room was full of people. Poor Barrett had come weeping and offering me all his shop held. I was touched by the worthy man's kindness. At last I was told that a lady in a coach wanted to see me. I waited, but nobody came. In my impatience I called the turnkey, who told me that, after questioning the clerk of the prison, she had gone away again. From the description I was given, I had no difficulty in identifying the lady with Madame Durf. To find myself deprived of my liberty was a disagreeable shock to me. I thought of the Leads, and though my present situation was not to be compared with that, I cursed my fate as I foresaw that my imprisonment would damage my reputation. I had 30,000 francs in hard cash and jewels to more than double that amount, but I could not decide on making such a sacrifice, in spite of the advice given by Madame du Roumain's barrister, who would have me got out of prison at any cost. "All you have to do," said the barrister, "is to deposit half the sum demanded, which I will give to the clerk of the court, and in a short time I can promise a decision in your favor and the restoration of your money." We were discussing the matter when the jailer entered and said very politely, "Sir, you are a free man again, and a lady is waiting for you at the door in her carriage." I called Leduc, my man, and told him to go and see who the lady was. He returned with the information that it was Madame d'Urf. I made my bow to everybody, and after 4 very disagreeable hours of imprisonment, I found myself free again and sitting in a splendid coach. Madame d'Urf received me with dignified kindness, and a judge who was in the carriage apologized for his country, where strangers were exposed to such insults. I thanked Madame d'Urf in a few words, telling her that I was glad to become her debtor, but that it was Garnier who benefited by her generosity. She replied with a pleasant smile that she was not so sure of that, and that we would talk it over at dinner. She wanted me to go and walk in the Tuileries and the Palais Royal to convince people that the report of my imprisonment had been false. I thought the advice excellent, and as I set out I promised to be with her at 2 o'clock. After showing myself at the 2 principal walks of Paris, amusing myself by the astonishment depicted on certain faces well known to me, I went and returned the earrings to my dear Manon, who gave an astonished but a happy cry when she saw me. I thanked her tenderly for the proof she had given me of her attachment, and said that I had been arrested by a plot for which I would make the plotters pay dear. After promising to spend the evening with them, I went to Madame d'Urf's. This good lady, whose foible is well known to my readers, made me laugh when she said that her genius had told her that I had got myself arrested to be talked about, for reasons which were known only to myself. "As soon as I was informed of your arrest," said she, "I went to the Fort l'Evêque, and on learning from the clerk what the affair was about, I deposited bonds to bail you out. If you are not in a position to have justice done you, Garnier will have to reckon with me before he takes the money I have deposited. But your first step should be to commence a criminal prosecution against your counsel, who has not only failed to put in your appeal, but has robbed and deceived you." I left her in the evening, assuring her that in a few days her bail should be returned to her, and went to the French and Italian plays in succession, taking care to render myself conspicuous that my reappearance might be complete. Afterwards, I went to sup with Manon Balletti, who was too happy to have had an opportunity of showing her affection for me, and her joy was full when I told her that I was going to give up business, for she thought that my seraglio was the only obstacle to my marriage with her. The next day was passed with Madame du Roumain. I felt that my obligations to her were great, while she, in the goodness of her heart, was persuaded that she could make no adequate return to me for the oracles with which I furnished her, and by following which she was safely guided through the perplexities of life. I cannot understand how she, whose wit was keen, and whose judgment on other subjects was of the soundest kind, could be liable to such folly. I was sorry when I reflected that I could not undeceive her, and glad when I reflected that to this deceit of mine, the kindness she had shewn me was chiefly due. My imprisonment disgusted me with Paris, and made me conceive a hatred of the law, which I feel now. I found myself entangled in a double maze of knavery. Garnier was my foe, and so was my own counsel. Every time I went to plead, to spend my money amongst lawyers, and to waste the time better given to pleasure, I felt as if I was going to execution. In this perturbed kind of life, so contrary to my inclinations, I resolved to set to work in earnest to make my fortune, so that I might become independent and free to enjoy life according to my tastes. I decided in the first place that I would cut myself free of all that bound me to Paris, make a second journey into Holland to replenish my purse, and invest my money in a yearly income for 2 lives, and from thenceforth live free from care. The 2 lives were those of my wife and myself. My wife would be Manon Balletti, and when I told her my plans, she would have thought them delightful if I had begun by marrying her. The first thing I did was to give up Little Poland. I then drew the 24,000 francs which were my surety for keeping a lottery office in the Rue Saint-Denis. Thus I got rid of my ridiculous office of lottery receiver, and after getting my clerk married I handed over the office to him. In short, I made his fortune. A friend of his wife's was his surety. Such things often happen. I did not like to leave Madame Durf involved in a troublesome suit with Garnier, so I went to Versailles to see the Abbé de la Ville, a great friend of his, and begged him to induce Garnier to make a composition. The abbé saw that his friend was in the wrong, and so was all the more willing to help me. And a few days afterwards, he wrote to me to go and see him, assuring me that I should find him inclined to arrange matters in a friendly manner. Garnier was at Rouen, where he had a house which cost him 400,000 francs a fine estate for a man who had made his money as an army contractor during the last war. He was rich, but he was so unfortunate as to be still fond of women at the age of 70, while his impotence debarred him from the proper enjoyment of their society. I found him in company with 3 young ladies, all of whom were pretty, and, as I heard afterwards, of good families, but they were poor, and their necessities forced them to submit to a disgusting intercourse with the old profligate. I stayed to dinner and admired the propriety and modesty of their behavior in spite of the humiliation which accompanies poverty. After dinner, Garnier went to sleep and left me to entertain these girls whom I would willingly have rescued from their unfortunate situation if I had been able. After Garnier woke, we went into his study to talk over our business. At first he maintained his claim tenaciously and seemed unwilling to yield an inch. But when I told him that I was leaving Paris in a few days, he saw that as he could not keep me, Madame Durf might take the suit over and carry it on to infinity, and that he might lose it at last. That made him think it over, and he asked me to stay in his house for the night. The next day, after breakfast, he said, "I have made up my mind. I will have 25,000 francs, or keep the matter before the courts till my dying day." I answered that he would find the sum in the hands of Madame Durf's solicitor, and that he could receive it as soon as he had given replevy on the bail at the Fort à l'Évêque. I could not persuade Madame Durf that I had acted wisely in coming to an arrangement, till I had told her that my genius had commanded me not to leave Paris before my affairs were settled, so that no one might be able to accuse me of having gone away to avoid creditors whose claims I could not satisfy. 3 or 4 days afterwards, I went to take leave of M. de Choiseul, who promised to instruct M. Daffry to aid me in negotiating a loan at 5%, either with the States General or a private company. "You can tell everyone," said he, "that peace is certain to be made in the course of the winter, and I will take care that you shall have what is due to you on your return to France." M. de Choiseul deceived me, for he knew very well that peace would not be made. But I had no definite project, and I repented of having given M. de Boulogne my confidence, and also of having done anything for the government, the reward of which was not immediate and certain. I sold my horses, my carriages, my furniture. I went bail for my brother who had contracted debts he was sure of paying, as he had several pictures on the easel which he had been ordered to paint by some of his rich and noble patrons. I took leave of Manon, whom I left in floods of tears, though I swore with the utmost sincerity to come back soon and marry her. At last all my preparations were finished, and I left Paris with 100,000 francs in bills of exchange and jewels to the same amount. I was alone in my postchaise, Le Duc preceding me on horseback, which the rascal preferred to being shut up in a carriage. This Le Duc of mine was a Spaniard aged 18, a sharp fellow, whom I valued highly, especially because he did my hair better than anyone else. I never refused him a pleasure which a little money would buy. Besides him, I had a good Swiss servant who served as my courier. It was the 1st of December, 1759, and the air was frosty, but I was fortified against the inclemency of the season. I was able to read comfortably, and I took Helvetius's Esprit, which I had never had time to read before. After perusing it, I was equally astonished at the sensation it created and at the stupidity of the high court which condemned it. Of course, that exalted body was largely influenced by the king and the clergy, and between them, all no effort was spared to ruin Helvetius, a good-hearted man with more wit than his book. I saw nothing novel either in the historical part relating to the morals of nations, in which Helvetius dismisses us as triflers, or in the position that morality is dependent on the reason. All that he says has been said over and over again, and Blaise Pascal went much farther, but he wrote more skillfully and better in every way than Helvetius, who, wishing to remain in France, was obliged to retract. He preferred a quiet life to his honor and his philosophy. His wife had a nobler soul than he, as she wanted to sell all they had and to take refuge in Holland rather than submit to the shame of a recantation. Perhaps Helvetius would have followed the noble advice of his wife if he had foreseen that this monstrous recantation would make his book into a fraud. For he had to confess that he had written without due reflection, that he was more in jest than earnest, and that his arguments were mere sophisms. But many men of keen intellects had not waited for him to recant before exposing this wretched system of his. And admitting that whatever man does is done for his own interest, does it follow that gratitude is a folly and virtue and vice identical? Are a villain and a man of honor to be weighed in the same balance? If such a dreadful system were not absurd, virtue would be mere hypocrisy. And if by any possibility it were true, it ought to be proscribed by general consent, since it would lead to general ruin and corruption. It might have been proved to Helvetius that the propositions that the first motive is always self-interest, and that we should always consult our own interest first, are fallacious. It is a strange thing that so virtuous a man would not admit the existence of virtue. It is an amusing suggestion that he only published his book out of modesty, but that would have contradicted his own system. But if it were so, was it well done to render himself contemptible to escape the imputation of pride? Modesty is only a virtue when it is natural. If it is put on, or merely the result of training, it is detestable. The great D'Alembert was the most truly modest man I have ever seen. When I got to Brussels, where I spent 2 days, I went to the Hôtel de l'Impératrice, and chance sent M. Deal, XCV and Farsetti in my way, but I pretended not to see them. From Brussels, I went straight to The Hague and got out at the Prince of Orange. On my asking the host who sat down at his table, he told me his company consisted of general officers of the Hanoverian army, same English ladies, and a Prince Piccolomini and his wife. And this made me make up my mind to join this illustrious assemblage. I was unknown to all, and keeping my eyes about me, I gave my chief attention to the observation of the supposed Italian princess, who was pretty enough, and more especially of her husband, whom I seemed to recognize. In the course of conversation, I heard some talk of the celebrated Saint Germain, and it seemed that he was stopping in the same hotel. I had returned to my room and was thinking of going to bed when Prince Piccolomini entered and embraced me as an old friend. "A look in your face," said he, "tells me that the recognition has been mutual. I knew you directly in spite of the 16 years that have passed since we saw each other at Vicenza. Tomorrow you can tell everybody that we are friends, and that though I am not a prince, I am really a count. Here is my passport from the King of Naples, pray read it." During this rapid monologue, I could not get in a single word, and on attentively scanning his features I could only recollect that I had seen him before, but when or where or how I knew not. I opened the passport and read the name of Ruggero di Rocco, Count Piccolomini. That was enough. I remembered an individual of that name who was a fencing master in Vicenza, and on looking at him again his aspect, though much changed, left no doubt as to the identity of the swordsman and the count. "I congratulate you," said I, "on your change of employment. Your new business is doubtless much better than the old." "I taught fencing," he replied, "to save myself from dying of hunger, for my father was so hard a man that he would not give me the wherewithal to live, and I disguised my name so as not to disgrace it. On my father's death I succeeded to the property, and at Rome I married the lady you have seen. You had good taste, for she's a pretty woman. She is generally thought so, and it was a love match on my side." He ended by asking me to come and see him in his room the next day, after dinner, telling me that I should find good company and a bank at Faro, which he kept himself. He added, without ceremony, that if I liked we could go half shares, and that I should find it profitable. I thanked him, and promised to pay him a visit. I went abroad at an early hour next morning, and after having spent some time with the Jew, Bose, and having given a polite refusal to his offer of a bed, I went to pay my respects to M. Daffrey, who since the death of the Princess of Orange, the regent of the Low Countries, was generally known as His Most Christian Majesty's ambassador. He gave me an excellent reception, but he said that if I had returned to Holland hoping to do business on behalf of the government, I should waste my time, since the action of the Controller General had lowered the credit of the nation, which was thought to be on the verge of bankruptcy. "This M. Silhouette," said he, "has served the king very badly. It is all very well to say that payments are only suspended for a year, but it is not believed." He then asked me if I knew a certain Comte de Saint-Germain, who had lately arrived at The Hague. "He has not called on me," said the ambassador, "though he says he is commissioned by the king to negotiate a loan of 100 millions. When I am asked about him, I am obliged to say that I know nothing about him, for fear of compromising myself." Such a reply, as you can understand, is not likely to increase his chance of success, but that is his fault and not mine. Why has he not brought me a letter from the Duc de Choiseul or the Marquise de Pompadour? I take him to be an impostor, but I shall know something more about him in the course of 10 days. I told him, in my turn, all I knew of this truly eccentric individual. He was not a little surprised to hear that the king had given him an apartment at Chambord, but when I told him that the Count professed to be able to make diamonds, he laughed and said that in that case he would no doubt make the 100 millions. Just as I was leaving, M. Daffrey asked me to dine with him on the following day. On returning to the hotel, I called on the Comte de Saint-Germain. "You have anticipated me," said he on seeing me enter. "I intended to have called on you. I suppose, my dear Casanova, that you have come to try what you can do for our court, but you will find your task a difficult one, as the exchange is highly offended at the late doings of that fool Silhouette. All the same, I hope I shall be able to get my 100 millions. I have passed my word to my friend, Louis Roman 15. I may call him so, and I can't disappoint him. The business will be done in the next 3 or 4 weeks. I should think M. Daffrey might assist you. I do not require his assistance. Probably I shall not even call upon him, as he might say he helped me. No, I shall have all the trouble, and I mean to have all the glory, too. I presume you will be going to court, where the Duke of Brunswick may be of service to you." Why should I go to court? As for the Duke of Brunswick, I do not care to know him. All I have got to do is to go to Amsterdam, where my credit is sufficiently good for anything. I am fond of the King of France. There's not a better man in the kingdom. Well, come and dine at the high table. The company is of the best and will please you. You know I never eat. Moreover, I never sit down at a table where I may meet persons who are unknown to me. Then, my lord, farewell. We shall see each other again at Amsterdam. I went down to the dining room, where, while dinner was being served, I conversed with some officers. They asked me if I knew Prince Piccolomini, to which I answered that he was not a prince but a count, and that it was many years since I had seen him. When the count and his fair wife, who only spoke Italian, came down, I showed them some polite attentions, and we then sat down to dinner. Episode 13, Holland and Germany. Chapter 10. Portrait of the pretended Countess Piccolomini Quarrel and Duel Esther, and her father, M. Doe. Esther, still taken with the Cabala Piccolomini, forges a bill of exchange. Results: I am fleeced, and in danger of being assassinated. Debauch with the 2 Paduan girls. I reveal a great secret to Esther. I bait the rascally Saint-Germain. His flight. Manon Balletti proves faithless to me. Her letter announcing her marriage. My despair. Esther spends a day with me. My portrait and my letters to Manon get into Esther's hands. I pass a day. With her we talk of marrying each other. The so-called Countess Piccolomini was a fine example of the adventuress. She was young, tall, well-made, had eyes full of fire, and skin of a dazzling whiteness. Not, however, that natural whiteness which delights those who know the value of a satin skin and rose petals, but rather that artificial fairness which is commonly to be seen at Rome on the faces of courtesans, and which disgusts those who know how it is produced. She had also splendid teeth, glorious hair as black as jet, and arched eyebrows like ebony. To these advantages she added attractive manners, and there was something intelligent about the way she spoke. But through all I saw the adventuress peeping out, which made me detest her. As she did not speak anything but Italian, the Countess had to play the part of a mute at table, except where an English officer named Walpole was concerned, who, finding her to his taste, set himself to amuse her. I felt friendly disposed towards this Englishman, though my feelings were certainly not the result of sympathy. If I had been blind or deaf Sir James, Walpole would have been totally indifferent to me, as what I felt for him was the result of my observation. Although I did not care for the Countess, for all that I went up to her room after dinner with the greater part of the guests. The Count arranged a game of whist, and Walpole played at Primero with the Countess, who cheated him in a masterly manner. But though he saw it, he laughed and paid, because it suited his purpose to do so. When he had lost 50 louis, he called quarter, and the Countess asked him to take her to the theatre. This was what the good-natured Englishman wanted, and he and the Countess went off, leaving the husband playing whist. I, too, went to the play, and as chance would have it, my neighbor in the pit was Count Tott, brother to the Count famous for his stay in Constantinople. We had some conversation together, and he told me he had been obliged to leave France on account of a duel which he had had with a man who had jested with him for not being present at the Battle of Minden, saying that he had absented himself in view of the battle. The Count had proved his courage with the sword on the other's body, a rough kind of argument, which was fashionable then as now. He told me he had no money, and I immediately put my purse at his service, but as the saying goes, a kindness is never thrown away, and 5 years later he did the same by me at St. Petersburg. Between the acts, he happened to notice the Countess Piccolomini and asked me if I knew her husband. I know him very slightly, I answered, but we happen to be staying at the same hotel. He's a regular black sheep, said the Count, and his wife's no better than he. It seemed that they had already won a reputation in the town. After the play, I went back to the hotel by myself, and the head waiter told me that Piccolomini had set out hot foot with his servant, his only luggage being a light portmanteau. He did not know the reason of this sudden departure, but a minute afterwards the Countess came in, and her maid having whispered something to her, she told me that the Count had gone away because he had fought a duel, but that often happened. She asked me to sup with her and Walpole, and her appetite did not seem to suffer from the absence of her spouse. Just as we were finishing supper, an Englishman, who had been of the whist party, came up and told Walpole that the Italian had been caught cheating and had given the lie to their fellow Englishman, who had detected him, and that they had gone out together. An hour afterwards the Englishman returned with 2 wounds, one on the forearm and one on the shoulder. It was a trifling affair altogether. Next day, after I had had dinner with the Comte d'Affry, I found a letter from Piccolomini, with an enclosure addressed to the Countess, waiting for me at the inn. He begged me to give his wife the letter, which would inform her of his plans, and then to bring her to the Ville de Lyon at Amsterdam, where he was staying. He wanted to know how the Englishman whom he had wounded was getting on. The duty struck me as an amusing one, and I should have laughed with all my heart if I had felt the least desire to profit by the confidence he was pleased to place in me. Nevertheless, I went up to the Countess, whom I found sitting up in bed playing with Walpole. She read the letter, told me that she could not start till the day following, and informed me what time she would go, as if it had been all settled. But I smiled sardonically, and told her that my business kept me at The Hague, and that I could not possibly escort her. When Walpole heard me say this, he offered to be my substitute, to which she agreed. They set out the day following, intending to lie at Leyden. 2 days after their departure, I was sitting down to dinner with the usual company, increased by 2 Frenchmen who had just come. After the soup, one of them said, coolly, "The famous Casanova is now in Holland." "Is he?" said the other. "I shall be glad to see him, and ask for an explanation which he will not like." I looked at the man, and feeling certain that I had never seen him before, I began to get enraged. But I merely asked the fellow if he knew Casanova. "I'll ought to know him," said he, in that self-satisfied tone which is always so unpleasant. "Nay, sir, you are mistaken. I am Casanova." Without losing his self-possession, he replied insolently, "You are really very much mistaken, if you think you are the only Casanova in the world." It was a sharp answer, and put me in the wrong. I bit my lips and held my tongue, but I was grievously offended, and determined to make him find the Casanova who was in Holland, and from whom he was going to extract an unpleasant explanation, in myself. In the meanwhile, I bore as well as I could the poor figure he must be cutting before the officers at table, who, after hearing the insolence of this young blockhead, might take me for a coward. He, the insolent fellow, had no scruple in abusing the triumph his answer had given him, and talked away in the random fashion. At last, he forgot himself so far as to ask from what country I came. "I am a Venetian, sir," I replied. "Ah, then you are a good friend to France, as your republic is under French protection." At these words my ill temper boiled over, and, in the tone of voice one uses to put down a puppy, I replied that the Republic of Venice was strong enough to do without the protection of France or of any other power, and that during the 13 centuries of its existence it had had many friends and allies but no protectors. "Perhaps," I ended, "you will reply by begging my pardon for not knowing that there was only one Venice in the world." I had no sooner said this than a burst of laughter from the whole table set me right again. The young blockhead seemed taken aback and in his turn bit his lips, but his evil genius made him strike in again at dessert. As usual, the conversation went from one subject to another, and we began to talk about the Duke of Albemarle. The Englishmen spoke in his favor, and said that if he had been alive, there would have been no war between England and France. They were probably right, but even if the Duke had lived, war might have broken out, as the two nations in question have never yet succeeded in understanding that it is for both their interests to live at peace together. Another Englishman praised Lolotte, his mistress. I said I had seen that charming woman at the Duchess of Fulvi's, and that no one deserved better to become the Countess of Ironville. The Count of Ironville, a lieutenant general and a man of letters, had just married her. I had scarcely finished what I had to say when Master Blockhead said, with a laugh, that he knew Lolotte to be a good sort of girl, as he had slept with her at Paris. I could restrain myself no longer. My indignation and rage consumed me. I took up my plate and made as if I would throw it at his head, saying at the same time, "You infernal liar!" He got up and stood with his back to the fire, but I could see by his sword knot that he was a soldier. Everybody pretended not to hear anything of this, and the conversation went on for some time on indifferent subjects, and at last they all rose from their seats and left the room. My enemy said to his companion that they would see one another again after the play, and remained by the fire, with his elbow resting on the chimney-piece. I remained at table till the company had all left the room, and when we were alone together, I got up and looked him straight in the face, and went out, walking towards Chevening, sure that he would follow me if he were a man of any mettle. When I had got to some distance from the hotel, I looked round, and saw that he was following me at a distance of 50 paces. When I got to the wood, I stopped at a suitable place, and stood awaiting my antagonist. He was 10 paces off when he drew his sword, and I had plenty of time to draw mine, though he came on fast. The fight did not last long, for as soon as he was near enough, I gave him a thrust which has never failed me, and sent him back quicker than he came. He was wounded in the chest above the right breast, but as my sword was flat, and the opening large enough, the wound bled easily. I lowered my sword and ran up to him, but I could do nothing. He said that we should meet again at Amsterdam, if I was going there, and that he would have his revenge. I saw him again 5 or 6 years afterwards at Warsaw, and then I did him a kindness. I heard afterwards that his name was Varnier, but I do not know whether he was identical with the president of the National Convention under the infamous Robespierre. I did not return to the hotel till after the play, and I then heard that the Frenchman, after having the surgeon with him for an hour, had set out for Rotterdam with his friend. We had a pleasant supper, and talked cheerfully together without a word being said about the duel, with the exception that an English lady said, I forget in what connection, that a man of honor should never risk sitting down to dinner at an hotel unless he felt inclined, if necessary, to fight. The remark was very true at that time, when one had to draw the sword for an idle word, and to expose one's self to the consequences of a duel, or else be pointed at, even by the ladies, with the finger of scorn. I had nothing more to keep me at The Hague, and I set out next morning before daybreak for Amsterdam. On the way, I stopped for dinner and recognized Sir James Walpole, who told me that he had started from Amsterdam the evening before, an hour after giving the Countess into her husband's charge. He said that he had got very tired of her, as he had nothing more to get from a woman who gave more than one asked, if one's purse strings were opened wide enough. I got to Amsterdam about midnight and took up my abode at the Old Bible. The neighborhood of Esther had awakened my love for that charming girl, and I was so impatient to see her that I could not sleep. I went out about 10 o'clock and called on Mdo, who welcomed me in the friendliest manner and reproached me for not having alighted at his house. When he heard that I had given up business, he congratulated me on not having removed it into Holland, as I should have been ruined. I did not tell him that I had nearly come to that in France, as I considered such a piece of information would not assist my designs. He complained bitterly of the bad faith of the French government, which had involved him in considerable losses, and then he asked me to come and see Esther. I was too impatient to embrace her to stay to be asked twice. I ran to greet her. As soon as she saw me, she gave a cry of surprise and delight and threw herself in my arms, where I received her with fondness equal to her own. I found her grown and improved. She looked lovely. We had scarcely sat down when she told me that she had become as skilled in the Kabbalah as myself. "It makes my life happy," said she, "for it gives me a power over my father and assures me that he will never marry me to anyone but the man of my choice. I am delighted that you extract the only good that can proceed from this idle science, namely, the power to guide persons devoid of strength of will. But your father must think that I taught you the secret." "Yes, he does, and he said, one day, that he would forgive me any sacrifices I might have made to obtain this precious secret from you." "He goes a little further than we did, my dearest Esther." "Yes, and I told him that I had gained it from you without any sacrifice, and that now I was a true Pythoness without having to endure the torments of the tripod. And I am sure that the replies you gave were invented by yourself." "But if that were so, how could I have known where the pocketbook was, or whether the ship was safe?" "You saw the portfolio yourself and threw it where it was discovered, and as for the vessel you spoke at random. But as you are an honest man, confess that you were afraid of the results." "I am never so bold as that, and when my father asks me questions of that kind, my replies are more obscure than a Sybil. I don't wish him to lose confidence in my oracle, nor do I wish him to be able to reproach me with a loss that would injure my own interests. If your mistake makes you happy, I shall leave you in it. You are really a woman of extraordinary talents, you are quite unique." "I don't want your compliments," said she, in a rather vexed manner. "I want a sincere avowal of the truth." "I don't think I can go as far as that." At these words, which I pronounced in a serious way, Esther went into a reverie, but I was not going to lose the superiority I had over her, and racked my brains to find some convincing prediction the oracle might make to her, and while I was doing so dinner was announced. There were 4 of us at table, and I concluded that the 4th of the party must be in love with Esther, as he kept his eyes on her the whole time. He was her father's favorite clerk, and no doubt her father would have been glad if she had fallen in love with him, but I soon saw that she was not likely to do so. Esther was silent all through dinner, and we did not mention the Kabbalah till the clerk was gone. "Is it possible," said Mdo, "for my daughter to obtain the answers of the oracle without your having taught her?" "I always thought such a thing impossible till today," I answered, "but Esther has convinced me that I was mistaken. I can teach the secret to no one without losing it myself, for the oath I swore to the sage who taught me forbids me to impart it to another under pain of forfeiture. But as your daughter has taken no such oath, having acquired it herself, she may be for all I know at perfect liberty to communicate the secret to anyone." Esther, who was as keen as a razor, took care to say that the same oath that I had taken had been imposed on her by the oracle, and that she could not communicate the Kabbalistic secret to anyone without the permission of her genius, under pain of losing it herself. I read her inmost thoughts and was rejoiced to see that her mind was calmed. She had reason to be grateful to me, whether I had lied or not, for I had given her a power over her father which a father's kindness could not have assured. But she perceived that what I had said about her oracular abilities had been dictated merely by politeness, and she waited till we were alone to make me confess as much. Her worthy father, who believed entirely in the infallibility of our oracles, had the curiosity to put the same question to both of us, to see if we should agree in the answer. Esther was delighted with the idea, as she suspected that the one answer would flatly contradict the other, and Mdo, having written his question on 2 sheets of paper, gave them to us. Esther went up to her own room for the operation, and I questioned the oracle on the table at which we had had dinner, in the presence of the father. Esther was quick, as she came down before I had extracted from the pyramid the letters which were to compose my reply. But as I knew what to say as soon as I saw her father read the answer she gave him, I was not long in finishing what I had to do. M. Doe asked if he should try to get rid of the French securities he held in spite of the loss he would incur by selling out. Esther's oracle replied, "You must sow plentifully before you reap. Pluck not up the vine before the season of the vintage, for your vine is planted in a fruitful soil." Mine ran as follows: "If you sell out, you will repent, for there will be a new Controller General, who will pay all claims before another year has elapsed." Esther's answer was conceived in the Sibylline style, and I admired the readiness of her wit. But mine went right to the point, and the worthy man embraced us joyfully, and, taking his hat and stick, said that since our replies agreed, he would run the risk of losing 3,000,000 francs and make a profit of 500,000 or 600,000 in the course of the year. His daughter began to recant, and would have warned him against the danger. But he, who was as firm as a Mussulman, kissed her again, saying, "The oracle is not wont to lie, and even if it does deceive me this time, it will only be a fourth part of my fortune that I shall lose." When Esther and I were alone, I began to compliment her, much to her delight, on the cleverness of her answer, the elegance of her style, and her boldness, for she could not be as well acquainted with French affairs as I was. "I am much obliged to you," said she, "for having confirmed my reply, but confess that you lied to please me." "I confess, since that will please you, and I will even tell you that you have nothing more to learn. You are a cruel man, but how could you reply that there would be another Controller General in a year's time, and run the risk of compromising the oracle? I never dare to say things like that. I love the oracle too well to expose it to shame and confusion. That shows that I do not invent the answers, but since the oracle has pronounced it, I am willing to bet that Silhouette will be dismissed. Your obstinacy drives me to despair, for I shall not rest till I know that I am as much a master of the Kabbalah as you are, and yet you will not confess that you invent the answers yourself. For charity's sake, do something to convince me of the contrary." "I will think it over." I passed the whole day with this delightful girl, whose amiable disposition and great wealth would have made me a happy man if it were not for my master passion, the love of independence, and my aversion to make up my mind to live for the rest of my days in Holland. In the course of my life, I have often observed that the happiest hours are often the heralds of misfortune. The very next day my evil genius took me to the Ville de Lion. This was the inn where Piccolomini and his wife were staying, and I found them there in the midst of a horde of cheats and sharpers, like themselves. As soon as the good people heard my name, they rushed forward, some to greet me, and others to have a closer look at me, as if I were some strange wild beast. Amongst those present were a Chevalier de Sabine, who wore the uniform of a Polish major, and protested he had known me at Dresden. A Baron de Wieden, claiming Bohemia as his fatherland, who greeted me by saying that his friend the Comte Saint-Germain had arrived at the Étoile d'Orient and had been inquiring after me. An attenuated-looking bravo who was introduced to me as the Chevalier de la Perron, whom I recognized at the first glance as the fellow called Talvis, who had robbed the Prince Bishop of Presburg, who had lent me 100 louis the same day, and with whom I had fought a duel at Paris. Finally, there was an Italian named Neri, who looked like a blacksmith minus his honesty, and said that he remembered seeing me one evening at the casino. I recollected having seen him at the place where I met the wretched Lucy. In the midst of this band of cut purses, I saw the so-called wife of the pretended Chevalier de Sabine, a pretty woman from Saxony, who, speaking Italian indifferently well, was paying her addresses to the Countess Piccolomini. I bit my lips with anger to find myself in such honorable company, but putting a good face on a bad game, I greeted everybody politely. And then, drawing a roll of 100 louis from my pocket, I presented them to Master Perrin Talvis, telling him I was glad to be able to return them to him with my best thanks. My politeness did not meet with much of a reception, for the impudent scoundrel answered me, as he pocketed the money, that he remembered having lent it me at Presburg, but he also remembered a more important matter. "And pray what is that?" said I, in a dry and half-disdainful tone. "You owe me a revenge at the sword's point, as you know right well. Here is the mark of the gash you gave me 7 years ago." So saying, the wretched little man opened his shirt and showed the small round scar. This scene, which belonged more to farce than comedy, seemed to have struck all tongues with paralysis. Anywhere else than in Holland, where important and delicate business debars me from fighting, I shall be glad to meet you and mark you again if you still desire to cross swords with me. But while I am here, I must beg you not to disturb me. All the same, you may as well know that I never go out without a couple of friends in my pockets, and that if you attack me, I shall blow your brains out in self-defense. My revenge must be with crossed swords, said he. However, I will let you finish your business. You will do wisely. Piccolomini, who had been casting a hungry eye upon my 100 louis, proposed immediately afterwards a banquet faro, and began to deal. Prudence would have restrained me from playing in such company, but the dictates of prudence were overcome by my desire to get back the 100 louis which I had given Talvis, so I cut in. I had a run of bad luck and lost 100 ducats, but as usual, my loss only excited me. I wished to regain what I had lost, so I stayed to supper, and afterwards, with better luck, won back my money. I was content to stop at this, and to let the money I had paid to Talvis go, so I asked Piccolomini to pay me, which he did with a bill of exchange on an Amsterdam bank drawn by a firm in Middlesbrough. At first I made some difficulty in taking it, on the pretext that it would be difficult to negotiate, but he promised to let me have the money next day, and I had to give in. I made haste to leave this cutthroat place, after refusing to lend Talvis 100 louis, which he wanted to borrow of me on the strength of the revenge I owed him. He was in a bad humor, both on this account and because he had lost the 100 louis I had paid him, and he allowed himself to use abusive language, which I treated with contempt. I went to bed, promising myself never to set foot in such a place again. The next morning, however, I went out with the intention of calling on Piccolomini to get the bill of exchange cashed, but on my way I happened to go into a coffee house and to meet Rigerbooz, Theres's friend, whose acquaintance the reader has already made. After greeting each other and talking about Theres, who was now in London and doing well, I showed him my bill, telling him the circumstances under which I had it. He looked at it closely and said, "It's a forgery, and the original from which it was copied was honored yesterday." He saw that I could scarcely believe it, and told me to come with him to be convinced of the truth of what he said. He took me to a merchant of his acquaintance, who showed me the genuine bill, which he had cashed the day before for an individual who was unknown to him. In my indignation, I begged Rigerbooz to come with me to Piccolomini, telling him that he might cash it without remark, and that otherwise he would witness what happened. We arrived at the Count's and were politely received, the Count asking me to give him the bill and he would send it to the bank to be cashed, but Rigerbooz broke in by saying that it would be dishonored, as it was a mere copy of a bill which had been cashed the evening before. Piccolomini pretended to be greatly astonished and said that, though he could not believe it, he would look into the matter. "You may look into it when you please," said I, "but in the meantime I should be obliged by your giving me 500 florins. You know me, sir," said he, raising his voice. "I guarantee to pay you, and that ought to be enough." "No doubt it would be enough if I chose, but I want my money." At this his wife came in and began to take her part in the dispute, and on the arrival of the Count's man, a very cutthroat, Rigerbooz took hold of me by the arm and drew me forcibly away. "Follow me," said he, when we were outside, "and let me see to this business myself." He took me to a fine-looking man, who turned out to be the lieutenant of police, and after he had heard the case, he told me to give him the bill of exchange and to say where I was going to dine. I told him I should be at M. and saying that would do, he went off. I thanked Rigerbooz and went to Esther, who reproached me tenderly for not having been to see her the evening before. That flattered me, and I thought her a really charming girl. "I must take care," said I, "not to see you every day, for your eyes have a sway over me that I shall not be able to resist much longer. I shall believe as much of that as I choose, but, by the by, have you thought of any way of convincing me?" "What do you want to be convinced about?" "If it be true that there is in your Kabbalah an intelligence distinct from your own, you ought to be able to find some way of proving it to me." "That is a happy thought. I will think it over." At that moment, her father came in from the exchange, and we sat down to dinner. We were at dessert when a police official brought me 500 florins, for which I gave him a receipt. When he had gone, I told my entertainers what had happened the evening before and in the morning, and the fair Esther reproached me for preferring such bad company to her. "By way of punishment," said she, "I hope you will come with me to the theater this evening, though they are going to give a Dutch play, of which you will not understand a word. I shall be near you, and that is enough for me." In fact, I did not comprehend a word of the actor's gibberish, and was terribly bored, as Esther preserved a solemn and serious silence the whole time. As we were coming from the theater, she told me all about the piece with charming grace and wonderful memory. She seemed to wish to give me some pleasure in return for the tedium to which she had condemned me. When we got home, we had supper, and that evening, heaven be thanked, I heard nothing more about the Kabbalah. Before we parted, Esther and her father made me promise to dine with them every day, and to let them know if anything prevented my coming. Next morning, about 8 o'clock, while I was still dressing, I suddenly saw Piccolomini standing before me, and as he had not sent in his name, I began to feel suspicious. I rang the bell for my faithful Spaniard, who came in directly. "I want to speak to you privately," said he. "Tell that fellow to go out." "He can stay," I answered. "He does not know a word of Italian." Leduc, of course, knew Italian perfectly well. "Yesterday, about noon," he began, "two men came into my room. They were accompanied by the innkeeper, who served as interpreter. One of the men asked me if I felt inclined to cash there and then a forged bill of exchange, which I had given the night before, and which he held in his hands. As I gave no reply, he told me that there was no time for consideration or argument. I must say yes or no there and then, for such were their instructions from the chief of police. I had no choice in the matter, so I paid the 500 florins, but I did not get back the bill, and the man told me I could not have it unless I told the police the name of the person from whom I got it, as, in the interests of commerce, the forger must be prosecuted. My reply was that I could not possibly tell them what they wanted, as I had got it of a stranger who had come into my room while I was holding a small bank of faro, to pass the time. I told him that after this person, who I had thought introduced by someone in the company, had gone, I found to my surprise that nobody knew him, and I added that if I had been aware of this I would not only have refused the bill but would not have allowed him to play. Thereupon, the second policeman said that I had better find out who this person was, or else I should be considered as the forger and prosecuted accordingly. After this threat, they went out. In the afternoon, my wife called on the chief of police and was politely received, but after hearing what she had to say, he informed her that she must find out the forger, since M. Casanova's honor might be endangered by the banker taking proceedings against him, in which case he would have to prosecute me. You see in what a difficult position we are placed, and I think you ought to try to help us. You have got your money, and you are not without friends. Get their influence exerted in the matter, and we shall hear no more about it. Your interests as well as mine are concerned." "Except as a witness of the fact," I answered, "I can have nothing to do with this affair. You agree that I received the bill from you since you cashed it. That is enough for me. I should be glad to be of service to you, but I really don't see what I can do. The best advice I can give you is to make a sacrifice of the rascally sharper who gave you the forged bill, and if you can't do that, I would counsel you to disappear, and the sooner the better, or else you may come to the galleys or worse." He got into a rage at this, and turning his back on me went out, saying I should be sorry for what I had said. My Spaniard followed him down the stair and came back to tell me that the signor had gone off threatening vengeance, and that, in his opinion, I would do well to be on my guard. "All right," said I, "say no more about it." All the same, I was really very grateful for his advice, and I gave the matter a good deal of thought. I dressed myself and went to see Esther, whom I had to convince of the divinity of my oracle, a different task with one whose own wits had told her so much concerning my methods. This was the problem she gave me to solve. "Your oracle must tell me something which I, and only I, know." Feeling that it would be impossible to fulfill these conditions, I told her that the oracle might reveal some secret she might not care to have disclosed. "That is impossible," she answered, "as the secret will be known only to myself. But if the oracle replies, I shall know the answer as well as you, and it may be something you would not like me to know. There is no such thing, and, even if there were, if the oracle is not your own brain, you can always find out anything you want to know." But there is some limit to the powers of the oracle. You are making idle excuses. Either prove that I am mistaken in my ideas or acknowledge that my oracle is as good as yours. This was pushing me hard, and I was on the point of declaring myself conquered when a bright idea struck me. In the midst of the dimple which added such a charm to her chin, Esther had a little dark mole, garnished with 3 or 4 extremely fine hairs. These moles, which we call in Italian ni, and which are usually an improvement to the prettiest face, when they occur on the face, the neck, the arms, or the hands, are duplicated on the corresponding parts of the body. I concluded, therefore, that Esther had a mole like that on her chin in a certain place which a virtuous girl does not show, and innocent as she was, I suspected that she herself did not know of this second mole's existence. I shall astonish her, I said to myself, and establish my superiority in a manner which will put the idea of having equal skill to mine out of her head for good. Then, with the solemn and faraway look of a seer, I made my pyramid and extracted these words from it. Fair and discreet Esther, no one knows that at the entrance of the temple of love you have a mole precisely like that which appears on your chin. While I was working at my calculations, Esther was leaning over me and following every movement. As she really knew as much about the Kabbalah as I did, she did not want it to be explained to her, but translated the numbers into letters as I wrote them down. As soon as I had extracted all the combinations of numbers from the pyramid, she said, quietly, that as I did not want to know the answer, she would be much obliged if I would let her translate the cipher. With pleasure, I replied, and I shall do so all the more willingly as I shall thereby save your delicacy from sharing with me a secret which may or may not be agreeable. I promise you not to try to find it out. It is enough for me to see you convinced. I shall be convinced when I have verified the truth of the reply. Are you persuaded, dearest Esther, that I have had nothing to do with framing this answer? I shall be quite sure of it if it has spoken the truth, and if so the oracle will have conquered, for the matter is so secret a one that even I do not know of it. You need not know yourself, as it is only a trifle which would not interest you, but it will be enough to convince me that the answers of your oracle are dictated by an intelligence which has nothing in common with yours. There was so much candor and frankness in what she said that a feeling of shame replaced the desire of deceiving her, and I shed some tears, which Esther could only interpret favorably to me. Nevertheless, they were tears of remorse, and now, as I write after such a lapse of years, I still regret having deceived one so worthy of my esteem and love. Even then I reproached myself, but a pitiable feeling of shame would not let me tell the truth. But I hated myself for thus leading astray one whose esteem I desired to gain. In the meantime, I was not absolutely sure that I had hit the mark, for in nature, like everything else, every law has its exceptions, and I might possibly have dug a pitfall for myself. On the other hand, if I were right, Esther would no doubt be convinced for the moment, but her belief would speedily disappear if she chanced to discover that the correspondence of moles on the human body was a necessary law of nature. In that case, I could only anticipate her scorn. But however I might tremble, I had carried the deception too far, and could not draw back. I left Esther to call on Rijderbus, whom I thanked for his offices on my behalf with the chief of the police. He told me that I had nothing to fear from Piccolomini in Holland, but all the same he advised me not to go about without pistols. I am on the eve of embarking for Batavia, said he, in a vessel which I have laden with the ruins of my fortune. In the state my affairs are in, I thought this the best plan. I have not insured the cargo, so as not diminish my profits, which will be considerable if I succeed. If the ship is taken or wrecked, I shall take care not to survive its loss, and after all I shall not lose much. Poor Rijderbus said all this as if he were jesting, but despair had no doubt a good deal to do with his resolve, since it is only in great misery that we despise both life and fortune. The charming Therese Trenti, whom Rijderbus always spoke of as Our Lady, had contributed to his ruin in no small degree. She was then in London, where, by her own account, she was doing well. She had exchanged the name of Trenti for that of Cornelis, or Cornley, which, as I found out afterwards, was Rijderbus' real name. We spent an hour in writing to this curious woman, as we desired to take advantage of the circumstance that a man whom Rijderbus desired to commend to her was shortly going to England. When we had finished, we went sleighing on the Amstel, which had been frozen over for several days. This diversion, of which the Dutch are very fond, is, to my thinking, the dullest imaginable, for an objectless journey is no pleasure to me. After we were well frozen, we went to eat oysters with Sillery to warm ourselves again, and after that we went from one casino to another, not intending to commit any debauchery, but for want of something better to do. But it seemed decreed that whenever I preferred any amusement of this kind to the charms of Esther's society, I should come to grief. I do not know how it happened, but as we were going into one of these casinos, Reigerbus called me loudly by my name, and at that instant, a woman, such as one usually finds in these places, came forward and began to gaze at me. Although the room was ill enough lighted, I saw it was the wretched Lucy, whom I had met a year before without her recognizing me. I turned away, pretending not to know her, for the sight of her was disagreeable to me, but in a sad voice she called me by my name, congratulating me on my prosperity and bewailing her own wretchedness. I saw that I could neither avoid her nor repulse her without inhumanity, so I called to Reigerbus to come upstairs, and the girl would divert us by recounting the history of her life. Strictly speaking, Lucy had not become ugly. One could still see that she had been a beautiful woman, but for all that her appearance inspired me with terror and disgust. Since the days when I had known her at Pasean, 19 years of misery, profligacy, and shame had made her the most debased, the vilest creature that can be imagined. She told us her story at great length. The pith of it might be expressed in 6 lines. The footman who had seduced her had taken her to Trieste to lie in, and the scoundrel lived on the sale of her charms for 5 or 6 months. And then a sea captain, who had taken a fancy to her, took her to Zante with the footman, who passed for her husband. At Zante, the footman turned soldier, and deserted the army 4 years after. She was left alone and continued living on the wages of prostitution for 6 years, but the goods she had to offer lowering in value, and her customers being of the inferior kind, she set out for England with a young Greek girl, whom an English officer of marines treated as his wife, and whom he abandoned in the streets of London when he got tired of her. After living for 2 or 3 years in the vilest haunts in London, Lucy came to Holland, where, not being able to sell her own person any longer, she became a precursa natural ending to her career. Lucy was only 33, but she was the wreck of a woman, and women are always as old as they look. While she told her history, she emptied 2 bottles of Burgundy I had ordered, and which neither I nor my friend touched. Finally, she told us she was now supported by 2 pretty girls whom she kept, and who had to give her the half of what they got. Reigerbus asked her, jokingly, if the girls were at the casino. "No," said she, "they are not here and shall never come here, for they are ladies of high birth, and their uncle, who looks after their interests, is a Venetian gentleman." At this I could not keep back my laughter, but Lucy, without losing countenance, told me that she could only repeat the account they had given of themselves, that if we wanted to be convinced, we had only to go and see them at a house she rented 50 paces off, and that we need not be afraid of being disturbed if we went, as their uncle lived in a different part of the town. "Oh, indeed," said I, "he does not live with his high-born nieces, then?" "No, he only comes to dinner to hear how business has been going, and to take all the money from them." "Come along," said Reigerbus, "we will go and see them." As I was desirous of seeing and addressing the noble Venetian ladies of so honorable a profession, I told Lucy to take us to the house. I knew very well that the girls were impostors, and their gentleman uncle a blackguard, but the die was cast. We found them to be young and pretty. Lucy introduced me as a Venetian, and they were beside themselves with joy to have someone to whom they could talk. I found out directly that they came from Padua, not Venice, as they spoke the Paduan dialect, which I knew very well. I told them so, and they confessed it was the truth. I asked the name of their uncle, but they said they could not tell me. "We can get on without knowing," said Reigerbus, catching hold of the one he liked best. Lucy brought in some ham, oysters, a pie, and a good many bottles of wine, and then left us. I was not in the humor for wantonness, but Reigerbus was disposed to be merry. His sweetheart was at first inclined to be prudish on his taking liberties with her, but as I began to follow his example, the ladies relaxed their severity. We went first to one and then the other, and before long they were both in the state of Eve before she used the fig leaf. After passing an hour in these lascivious combats, we gave each of the girls 4 ducats, paid for the provisions we had consumed, and sent 6 louis to Lucy. We then left them, I going to bed cross with myself for having engaged in such brutal pleasures. Next morning I awoke late and in a bad humor, partly from the debauch of the night before, for profligacy depresses as well as degrades the mind, and partly from the thought that I had neglected Esther, who had unquestionably been grieved by my absence. I felt that I must hasten to reassure her, feeling certain that I should find some excuses to make and that they would be well received. I rang for Leduc, put on my dressing gown, and sent him for my coffee. He had scarcely left the room when the door opened, and I saw Perrin and the fellow named Whedon, whom I had seen at Piccolomini's, and who styled himself a friend of Saint Germain. I was sitting on my bed, putting on my stockings. My apartments consisted of 3 fine rooms, but they were at the back of the house, and all the noise I could have made would not have been heard. The bell was on the other side of the room. Leduc would be gone fully 10 minutes, and I was in imminent danger of being assassinated without the possibility of self-defense. The above thoughts flashed through my head with lightning speed, and all that I could do was to keep calm and say, "Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?" Whedon took upon himself to answer me. "Count Piccolomini has found himself forced to declare that he received the forged bill from us, in order that he may escape from the difficult position in which your denunciation placed him. He has warned us that he is going to do so, and we must escape forthwith if we want to avoid prosecution. We have not a penny, we are desperate men." "Well, gentlemen, what have I to do with that? Give us 400 florins immediately. We do not want more, but we must have that much, and now. If you refuse, we will take to flight with everything of yours that we can lay our hands on, and our arguments are these." With this, each man drew a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at my head. "You need not have recourse to violence," said I. "It can only be fatal to you. Stay, here are 100 ducats more than you asked. Begone, and I wish you a pleasant journey, but I would not be here when my servant comes back if I were you." Whedon took the roll of money with a trembling hand and put it in his pocket without examining it, but Perrin came up, and praising my noble generosity, would have put his arms around my neck and kissed me. I repulsed him, but without rudeness, and they went their ways, leaving me very glad to have rid myself of them at so cheap a rate. As soon as I was out of this snare, I rang my bell, not to have them followed, but that I might get dressed as quickly as possible. I did not say a word to Leduc about what had happened. I was silent even to my landlord. And, after I had sent my Spaniard to Mdo to excuse my dining there that day, I went to the chief of police, but had to wait 2 hours before I could see him. As soon as the worthy man had heard my account of my misfortune, he said he would do his best to catch the 2 rascals, but he did not conceal from me his fears that it was already too late. I took the opportunity of telling him of Piccolomini's visit to me, his claims and threats. He thanked me for doing so, and promised to see to it, but he advised me for the future to be on my guard and ready to defend myself in case I was attacked before he could place my enemies in a place where they could do me no harm. I hastened home again, as I felt ill. An acid taste in my mouth showed me how all these shocks had upset me, but I knew what to do. I took a strong glass of lemonade, which made me bring up a good deal of bile, and I then felt much better. Towards evening, I went to see Esther, and found her looking serious and rather vexed, but as soon as she saw how pale I was, her face lighted up, and she asked me, in a voice of tenderest interest, if I had been ill. I told her I had been out of sorts, that I had taken some medicine, and that I now felt better. "You will see my appetite at supper," added I, to calm her fears. "I have had nothing to eat since dinner yesterday." This was really the truth, as I had only eaten a few oysters with the Paduan girls. She could scarcely contain her joy at my recovery, and bade me kiss her, with which request I complied gladly, all unworthy though I felt of so great a favor. "I am going to tell you an important piece of news," said she, "and that is that I am sure that you do not invent the answers to your oracle, or at least that you only do so when you choose. The reply you procured me was wonderful, nay, divine, for it told me of a secret unknown to all, even to myself. You may imagine my surprise when I convinced myself, with no little trouble, of the truth of the answer. You possess a treasure, your oracle is infallible, but surely it can never lie, and my oracle tells me that you love me. It makes me glad to know that, for you are the man of my heart. But I want you to give me an exemplary proof of your love, and if you do love me, you will not hesitate to do so. Stay, read the reply you got me. I am sure you do not know what it says. Then I will tell you how you can make me quite happy. I pretended to read and kissed the words which declared I loved her. I am delighted, said I, that the oracle has convinced you so easily, but I must be excused if I say that I believe you knew as much long ago. She replied, blushing, that if it were possible to show me the object in question, I should not wonder at her ignorance. Then, coming to the proof of my love, she told me that she wanted me to communicate the secret to her. You love me, said she, and you ought to make no difficulty in assuring the bliss of a girl who will be your wife, and in your power. My father will agree to our marriage, and when I become your wife I will do whatever you please. We will even go and live in another country if that would add to your happiness. But you must teach me how to obtain the answer to any question without inventing it myself. I took Esther's hands in mine. She inspired me with the tenderest feelings, and I kissed her hands with respectful fervor, saying, You know, Esther, dear, that my word is passed at Paris. Certainly, Manon is not to be compared to you, but for all that I gave my promise to her poor mother, and I must keep it. A sigh escaped from Esther, and her head fell upon her breast. But what could I do? I could not teach her any other way of consulting the oracle than the method she understood as well as I, my superiority over her only consisting in my greater craft and more extensive experience. Early one morning, 2 or 3 days later, a man was announced as wanting to see me. He called himself an officer, but his name was perfectly unknown to me. I sent down to say that I could not see him, and as soon as my Spaniard went out I locked my door. What had happened already had made me suspicious, and I did not care to see any more gentlemen alone. The 2 scoundrels who had robbed me had eluded all the snares of the police, and Piccolomini was not to be found. But I knew a good many of the gang were still in Amsterdam, and I thought it well to be on my guard. Some time after, Leduc came in with a letter written in bad Italian, saying that it had been given him by an officer who was waiting for an answer. I opened it, and recognized the name I had heard a short while ago. The writer said we knew each other, but that he could only give his true name with his own lips, and that he had important information to give me. I told Leduc to show him in, and to stay by the door. I saw enter a well-made man of about 40, dressed in the uniform of an officer of I do not know what army, and bearing on his countenance all the marks of an escaped gallows bird. What can I do for you, sir? Said I, as soon as he entered. Sir, we knew each other at Saragosse, 16 or 17 years ago, and I am delighted to have an opportunity of renewing the acquaintance. I knew that I had spent but a few minutes at Saragosse, on my way to Constantinople, and concluded that my visitor must be one of the unfortunate wretches to whom I gave alms. Are you the man, I said, who told me that you were the son of a Count Piccini of Padua, although there is no such count in Padua at all? I congratulate you on your excellent memory, said he coolly. I am that very individual. Well, what do you want with me now? I can't divulge my business in the presence of your servant. My servant does not understand Italian, so you can speak out. However, if you like, I will send him away. I ordered Leduc to stay in the antechamber, and when he had left the room, my Paduan count told me that I had been with his nieces, and had treated them as if they were courtesans, and that he was come to demand satisfaction. I was tired of being cheated, and I took hold of my pistols and pointed them at him, bidding him be gone instantly. Leduc came in, and the third robber took himself off, muttering that a time would come. I was placed in a disagreeable position. If I wanted to prosecute, I should have to tell the whole story to the police. I thought of my honor and determined to be silent, and the only person to whom I mentioned the matter was Reigerbus, who, not being in the same position as myself, took his measures, the result of which was that Lucy had to send her high-born dames about their business. But the wretched woman came to me to say that this misfortune had plunged her into the deepest distress, so I made her a present of a few ducats, and she went away somewhat consoled. I begged her not to call on me again. Everything I did when I was away from Esther seemed to turn out ill, and I felt that if I wanted to be happy, I should do well to keep near her. But my destiny, or rather my inconstancy, drew me away. 3 days afterwards, the villainous Major Sabai called on me to warn me to be on my guard, as, according to his account, a Venetian officer I had insulted and refused to give satisfaction to had vowed vengeance against me. Then, said I shall have him arrested as an escaped galley slave, in which character I have given him alms, and for wearing without the right to do so the uniform of an officer, thereby disgracing the whole army. And pray what outrage can I have committed against girls who live in a brothel, and whom I have paid according to their deserts? If what you say is true, you are quite right, but this poor devil is in a desperate situation. He wants to leave the country, and does not possess a single florin. I advise you to give him an alms once more, and you will have done with him. 20 florins will not make you any the poorer, and will rid you of a villainous enemy. A most villainous one, I think. At last, I agreed to give him the 40 florins, and I handed them to him in a coffee house where the major told me I should find him. The reader will see how I met this blackguard 4 months later. Now, when all these troubles have been long over and I can think over them calmly, reflecting on the annoyances I experienced at Amsterdam, where I might have been so happy, I am forced to admit that we ourselves are the authors of almost all our woes and griefs, of which we so unreasonably complain. If I could live my life over again, should I be wiser? Perhaps, but then I should not be myself. M. Doe asked me to sup with him at the burgomaster's lodge, and this was a great distinction, for, contrary to the rules of Freemasonry, no one but the 24 members who compose the lodge is admitted, and these 24 Masons were the richest men on the exchange. I have told them that you are coming, said M. Doe, and to welcome you more honorably the lodge will be opened in French. In short, these gentlemen gave me the most distinguished reception, and I had the fortune to make myself so agreeable to them that I was unanimously chosen an honorary member during the time I should stay at Amsterdam. As we were going away, M. Doe told me that I had supped with a company which represented a capital of 300 millions. Next day, the worthy Dutchman begged me to oblige him by answering a question to which his daughter's oracle had replied in a very obscure manner. Esther encouraged me, and I asked what the question was. It ran as follows. I wish to know whether the individual who desires me and my company to transact a matter of the greatest importance is really a friend of the King of France. It was not difficult for me to divine that the Comte de Saint-Germain was meant. M. Doe was not aware that I knew him, and I had not forgotten what M. Daffrey had told me. Here's a fine opportunity, thought I, for covering my oracle with glory and giving my fair Esther something to think about. I set to work, and after erecting my pyramid and placing above the 4 keys the letters O, S, D, the better to impose on Esther, I extracted the reply, beginning with the 4th key. D. The oracle ran as follows. The friend disavows, the order is signed. They grant, they refuse, all vanishes, delay. I pretended to think the reply a very obscure one, but Esther gave a cry of astonishment and declared that it gave a lot of information in an extraordinary style. M. Doe, in an ecstasy of delight, exclaimed, "The reply is clear enough for me. The oracle is divine. The word delay is addressed to me. You and my daughter are clever enough in making the oracle speak, but I am more skilled than you in the interpretation thereof. I shall prevent the thing going any further. The project is no less a one than to lend 100 millions, taking in pledge the diamonds of the French crown. The king wishes the loan to be concluded without the interference of his ministers, and without their even knowing anything about it. I entreat you not to mention the matter to anyone." He then went out. "Now," said Esther, when we were by ourselves, "I am quite sure that that reply came from another intelligence than yours. In the name of all you hold sacred, tell me the meaning of those 4 letters, and why you usually omit them." "I omit them, dearest Esther, because experience has taught me that in ordinary cases they are unnecessary. But while I was making the pyramid, the command came to me to set them down, and I thought it well to obey." "What do they mean?" "They are the initial letters of the holy names, of the cardinal intelligences, of the 4 quarters of the world. I may not tell you, but whoever deals with the oracle should know them. Ah, do not deceive me. I trust in you, and it would be worse than murder to abuse so simple a faith as mine. I am not deceiving you, dearest Esther. But if you were to teach me the Kabbalah, you would impart to me these holy names. Certainly, but I cannot reveal them except to my successor. If I violate this command, I should lose my knowledge, and this condition is well calculated to ensure secrecy, is it not? It is, indeed. Unhappy that I am, your successor will be, of course, Manon. No, Manon is not fitted intellectually for such knowledge as this. But you should fix on someone, for you are mortal after all. If you like, my father would give you the half of his immense fortune without your marrying me. Esther, what is it that you have said? Do you think that to possess you would be a disagreeable condition in my eyes? After a happy day, I think, I may call it the happiest of my life. I left the too charming Esther, and went home towards the evening. 3 or 4 days after, M. Doe came into Esther's room, where he found us both calculating pyramids. I was teaching her to double, to triple, and to quadruple the Kabbalistic combinations. M. Doe strode into the room in a great hurry, striking his breast in a sort of ecstasy. We were surprised and almost frightened to see him so strangely excited, and rose to meet him, but he running up to us almost forced us to embrace him, which we did willingly. "But what is the matter, Papa dear?" said Esther. "You surprise me more than I can say. Sit down beside me, my dear children, and listen to your father and your best friend. I have just received a letter from one of the secretaries of their High Mightinesses, informing me that the French ambassador has demanded, in the name of the king his master, that the Comte Saint-Germain should be delivered over, and that the Dutch authorities have answered that his most Christian Majesty's requests shall be carried out as soon as the person of the Count can be secured. In consequence of this, the police, knowing that the Comte Saint-Germain was staying at the Étoile d'Orient, sent to arrest him at midnight, but the bird had flown. The landlord declared that the Count had posted off at nightfall, taking the way to Nijmegen. He has been followed, but there are small hopes of catching him up. It is not known how he can have discovered that a warrant existed against him, or how he continued to evade arrest. It is not known, went on M. Doe, laughing, but everyone guesses that M. Calcone, the same that wrote to me, let this friend of the French king's know that he would be wanted at midnight, and that if he did not get the key of the fields he would be arrested. He is not so foolish as to despise a piece of advice like that. The Dutch government has expressed its sorrow to M. Daffrey that His Excellence did not demand the arrest of Saint-Germain sooner, and the ambassador will not be astonished at this reply, as it is like many others given on similar occasions. The wisdom of the oracle has been verified, and I congratulate myself on having seized its meaning, for we were on the point of giving him 100,000 florins on account, which he said he must have immediately. He gave us in pledge the finest of the crown diamonds, and this we still retain. But we will return it to him on demand, unless it is claimed by the ambassador. I have never seen a finer stone. And now, my children, you see what I owe to the oracle. On the exchange, the whole company can do nothing but express their gratitude to me. I am regarded as the most prudent and most farseeing man in Holland. To you, my dear children, I owe this honor, but I wear my peacock's feathers without scruple. My dear Casanova, you will dine with us, I hope. After dinner, I shall beg you to inquire of your inscrutable intelligence whether we ought to declare ourselves in possession of the splendid diamond, or to observe secrecy till it is reclaimed. After this discourse, Papa embraced us once more and left us. Sweetheart, said Esther, throwing her arms round my neck, you have an opportunity for giving me a strong proof of your friendship. It will cost you nothing, but it will cover me with honor and happiness. Command me, and it shall be done. You cannot think that I would refuse you a favor which is to cost me nothing, when I should deem myself happy to shed my blood for your sake. My father wishes you to tell him after dinner whether it will be better to declare that they have the diamond or to keep silence till it is claimed. When he asks you a second time, tell him to seek the answer of me, and offer to consult the oracle also, in case my answer may be too obscure. Then perform the operation, and I will make my father love me all the better, when he sees that my knowledge is equal to yours. Dearest one, would I not do for thee a task 1,000 times more difficult than this to prove my love and my devotion? Let us set to work. Do you write the question, set up the pyramids, and inscribe with your own hand the all-powerful initials? Good. Now begin to extract the answer by means of the divine key. Never was a clever pupil. When all this had been done, I suggested the additions and subtractions I wanted made, and she was quite astonished to read the following reply. Silence necessary. Without silence, general derision. Diamond valueless, mere paste. I thought she would have gone wild with delight. She laughed and laughed again. What an amazing reply, said she. The diamond is false, and it is I who am about to reveal their folly to them. I shall inform my father of this important secret. It is too much, it overwhelms me. I can scarcely contain myself for joy. How much I owe you, you wonderful and delightful man. They will verify the truth of the oracle immediately, and when it is found that the famous diamond is but glittering paste, the company will adore my father, for it will feel that, but for him, it would have been covered with shame by avowing itself the dupe of a sharper. Will you leave the pyramid with me? Certainly, but it will not teach you anything you do not know. The father came in again, and we had dinner, and after the dessert, when the worthy doe learnt from his daughter's oracle that the stone was false, the scene became a truly comical one. He burst into exclamations of astonishment, declared the thing impossible, incredible, and at last begged me to ask the same question, as he was quite sure that his daughter was mistaken, or rather that the oracle was deluding her. I set to work, and was not long in obtaining my answer. When he saw that it was to the same effect as Esther's, though differently expressed, he had no longer any doubts as to his daughter's skill, and hastened to go and test the pretended diamond, and to advise his associates to say nothing about the matter after they had received proofs of the worthlessness of the stone. This advice was, as it happened, useless, for though the persons concerned said nothing, everybody knew about it, and people said, with their usual malice, that the dupes had been duped most thoroughly, and that Saint Germain had pocketed the 100,000 florins, but this was not the case. Esther was very proud of her success, but instead of being satisfied with what she had done, she desired more fervently every day to possess the science in its entirety, as she supposed I possessed it. It soon became known that Saint Germain had gone by Emden and had embarked for England, where he had arrived in safety. In due time, we shall hear some further details concerning this celebrated impostor, and in the meanwhile, I must relate a catastrophe of another kind, which was near to have made me die the death of a fool. It was Christmas Day. I had got up early in the morning in better spirits than usual. The old women tell you that always presages misfortune, but I was as far then as I am now from making my happiness into an omen of grief. But this time chance made the foolish belief of good effect. I received a letter and a large packet from Paris. They came from Manon. I opened the letter, and I thought I should have died of grief when I read. Be wise and receive the news I give you calmly. The packet contains your portrait and all the letters you have written to me. Return me my portrait, and if you have kept my letters, be kind enough to burn them. I rely on your honor. Think of me no more. Duty bids me do all I can to forget you, for at this hour tomorrow I shall become the wife of M. Blondel of the Royal Academy, architect to the king. Please do not seem as if you knew me if we chance to meet on your return to Paris. This letter struck me dumb with astonishment, and for more than 2 hours after I read it I was, as it were, bereft of my senses. I sent word to Mdo that, not feeling well, I was going to keep my room all day. When I felt a little better, I opened the packet. The first thing to fall out was my portrait. I looked at it, and such was the perturbation of my mind, that, though the miniature really represented me as of a cheerful and animated expression, I thought I beheld a dreadful and a threatening visage. I went to my desk and wrote and tore up a score of letters in which I overwhelmed the faithless one with threats and reproaches. I could bear no more, the forces of nature were exhausted, and I was obliged to lie down and take a little broth, and court that sleep which refused to come. 1,000 designs came to my disordered imagination. I rejected them one by one, only to devise new ones. I would slay this Blondel, who had carried off a woman who was mine and mine only, who was all but my wife. Her treachery should be punished by her losing the object for whom she had deserted me. I accused her father. I cursed her brother for having left me in ignorance of the insult which had so traitorously been put upon me. I spent the day and night in these delirious thoughts, and in the morning, feeling worse than ever, I sent to Mdo to say that I could not possibly leave my room. Then I began to read and reread the letters I had written to Manon, calling upon her name in a sort of frenzy, and again set myself to write to her without finishing a single letter. The emptiness of my stomach and the shock I had undergone began to stupefy me, and for a few moments I forgot my anguish only to reawaken to acuter pains soon after. About 3 o'clock, the worthy M. Doe came to invite me to go with him to The Hague, where the chief masons of Holland met on the day following to keep the feast of St. John. But when he saw my condition, he did not press me to come. "What is the matter with you, my dear Casanova?" said he. "I have had a great grief, but let us say no more about it." He begged me to come and see Esther, and left me looking almost as downcast as I was. However, the next morning Esther anticipated my visit, for at 9 o'clock she and her governess came into the room. The sight of her did me good. She was astonished to see me so undone and cast down, and asked me what was the grief of which I had spoken to her father, and which had proved too strong for my philosophy. "Sit down beside me, Esther dear, and allow me to make a mystery of what has affected me so grievously. Time, the mighty healer, and still more your company, will effect a cure which I should in vain seek by appealing to my reason. Whilst we talk of other things, I shall not feel the misfortune which gnaws at my heart. Well, get up, dress yourself, and come and spend the day with me, and I will do my best to make you forget your sorrow. I feel very weak. For the last 3 days I have only taken a little broth and chocolate." At these words her face fell, and she began to weep. After a moment's silence she went to my desk, took a pen, and wrote a few lines which she brought to me. They were: "Dear, if a large sum of money, beyond what my father owes you, can remove or even soothe your grief, I can be your doctor, and you ought to know that your accepting my treatment would make me happy." I took her hands and kissed them affectionately, saying, "No, dear Esther, generous Esther, it is not money I want, for if I did I would ask you and your father as a friend. What I want, and what no one can give me, is a resolute mind and determination to act for the best. Ask advice of your oracle." I could not help laughing. "Why do you laugh?" said she. "If I am not mistaken, the oracle must know a remedy for your woes." I laughed, dearest, because I felt inclined to tell you to consult the oracle this time. As for me, I will have nothing to do with it, lest the cure be worse than the disease. But you need not follow your advice unless you like it. No, one is free to act as one thinks fit, but not to follow the advice of the oracle would be a contempt of the intelligence which directs it." Esther could say no more, and stood silent for several minutes, and then said that if I liked she would stay with me for the rest of the day. The joy which illumined my countenance was manifest, and I said that if she would stay to dinner I would get up, and no doubt her presence would give me an appetite. "Ah," said she, "I will make you the dish you are so fond of." She ordered the sedan chairs to be sent back, and went to my landlady to order an appetizing repast, and to procure the chafing dish and the spirits of wine she required for her own cooking. Esther was an angel, a treasure, who consented to become mine if I would communicate to her a science which did not exist. I felt that I was looking forward to spending a happy day. This showed me that I could forget Manon, and I was delighted with the idea. I got out of bed, and when Esther came back and found me on my feet, she gave a skip of pleasure. "Now," said she, "you must oblige me by dressing, and doing your hair as if you were going to a ball." "That," I answered, "is a funny idea, but as it pleases you, it pleases me." I rang for Leduc, and told him I wanted to have my hair done, and to be dressed as if I were going to a ball. "Choose the dress that suits me best." "No," said Esther, "I will choose it myself." Leduc opened my trunk, and leaving her to rummage in it, he came to shave me, and to do my hair. Esther, delighted with her task, called in the assistance of her governess. She put on my bed a lace shirt, and the suit she found most to her taste. Then coming close, as if to see whether Leduc was dressing my hair properly, she said, "A little broth would do you good. Send for a dish, it will give you an appetite for dinner." I thought her advice dictated by the tenderest care, and I determined to benefit by it. So great was the influence of this charming girl over me, that little by little, instead of loving Manon, I hated her. That gave me courage, and completed my cure. At the present time, I can see that Manon was very wise in accepting Blondel's offer, and that my love for self and not my love for her was wounded. I was in my servant's hands, my face turned away towards the fire, so that I could not see Esther, but only divert myself with the idea that she was inspecting my belongings, when all at once she presented herself with a melancholy air, holding Manon's fatal letter in her hand. "Am I to blame," said she timidly, "for having discovered the cause of your sorrow?" I felt rather taken aback, but looking kindly at her, I said, "No, no, my dear Esther, pity your friend, and say no more about it. Then I may read all the letters." "Yes, dearest, if it will amuse you." All the letters of the faithless Manon Balletti to me, with mine to her, were together on my table. I pointed them out to Esther, who began to read them quite eagerly. When I was dressed, as if for some court holiday, Leduc went out and left us by ourselves, for the worthy governess, who was working at her lace by the window, looked at her lace and nothing else. Esther said that nothing had ever amused her so much as those letters. "Those cursed epistles, which please you so well, will be the death of me." "Death, oh no, I will cure you, I hope." "I hope so, too, but after dinner you must help me to burn them all from first to last." "Burn them? No, make me a present of them. I promise to keep them carefully all my days." "They are yours, Esther. I will send them to you tomorrow." These letters were more than 200 in number, and the shortest were 4 pages in length. She was enchanted to find herself the possessor of the letters, and she said she would make them into a parcel and take them away herself. "Shall you send back the portrait to your faithless mistress?" said she. "I don't know what to do with it." "Send it back to her. She is not worthy of your honoring her by keeping it. I am sure that your oracle would give you the same advice. Where is the portrait? Will you show it me?" I had the portrait in the interior of a gold snuff-box, but I had never shewn it to Esther for fear she should think Manon handsomer than herself, and conclude that I only showed it her out of vanity. But as she now asked to see it, I opened the box where it was and gave it her. Any other woman besides Esther would have pronounced Manon downright ugly, or have endeavored at the least to find some fault with her. But Esther pronounced her to be very beautiful, and only said it was a great pity so fair a body contained so vile a soul. The sight of Manon's portrait made Esther ask to see all the other portraits which Madame Manzoni had sent me from Venice. There were naked figures amongst them, but Esther was too pure a spirit to put on the hateful affectations of the prude, to whom everything natural is an abomination. Omorphi pleased her very much, and her history, which I related, struck her as very curious. The portrait of the fair nun, M.M., first in the habit of her order and afterwards naked, made her laugh. But I would not tell Esther her story, in spite of the lively desire she displayed to hear it. At dinner-time, a delicate repast was brought to us, and we spent 2 delightful hours in the pleasures of a conversation and the table. I seemed to have passed from death to life, and Esther was delighted to have been my physician. Before we rose from table, I had declared my intention of sending Manon's portrait to her husband on the day following, but her good nature found a way of dissuading me from doing so without much difficulty. Some time after, while we were talking in front of the fire, she took a piece of paper, set up the pyramids, and inscribed the 4 keys O.S. A.D. She asked if I should send the portrait to the husband, or whether it would not be more generous to return it to the faithless Manon. Whilst she was calculating, she said over and over again, with a smile, "I have not made up the answer." I pretend to believe her, and we laughed like 2 augurs meeting each other alone. At last the reply came that I ought to return the portrait, but to the giver, since to send it to the husband would be an act unworthy of a man of honor. I praised the wisdom of the oracle, and kissed the Pythoness a score of times, promising that the Kabbalah should be obeyed implicitly, adding that she had no need of being taught the science since she knew it as well as the inventor. I spoke the truth, but Esther laughed, and, fearing lest I should really think so, took pains to assure me of the contrary. It is thus that love takes his pleasure, thus his growth increases, and thus that he so soon becomes a giant in strength. "Shall I be impertinent," said Esther, "if I ask you where your portrait is? Manon says in her letter that she is sending it back, but I don't see it anywhere." In my first paroxysm of rage, I threw it down, I don't know in what direction. What was thus despised by her cannot be of much value to me. "Let us look for it, I should like to see it." We soon found it on my table, in the midst of a pile of books. Esther said it was a speaking likeness. I would give it you if such a present were worthy of you. Ah, you could not give me anything I would value more. Will you deign to accept it, Esther, though it has been possessed by another? It will be all the dearer to me. At last she had to leave me, after a day which might be called delightful if happiness consists of calm and mutual joys without the tumultuous raptures of passion. She went away at 10, after I had promised to spend the whole of the next day with her. After an unbroken sleep of 9 hours, duration, I got up refreshed and feeling once more in perfect health, and I went to see Esther immediately. I found she was still abed and asleep, but her governess went and roused her in spite of my request that her repose should be respected. She received me with a sweet smile as she sat up in bed, and showed me my voluminous correspondence with Manon on her night table, saying that she had been reading it till 2 o'clock in the morning. Her appearance was ravishing. A pretty cambric nightcap, tied with a light blue ribbon and ornamented with lace, set off the beauties of her face, and a light shawl of Indian muslin, which she had hastily thrown on, veiled rather than concealed her snowy breast, which would have shamed the works of Praxiteles. She allowed me to take 100 kisses on her rosy lips, ardent kisses, which the sight of such charms made yet more ardent, but her hands forbade my approach to those two spheres I so longed to touch. I sat down by her, and told her that her charms of body and mind would make a man forget all the Manons that ever were. "Is your Manon fair to see all over?" said she. "I really can't say, for not being her husband, I never had an opportunity of investigating the matter." "Your discretion is worthy of all praise," she said, with a smile. "Such conduct becomes a man of delicate feeling." I was told by her nurse that she was perfect in all respects, and that no mole or blemish relieved the pure whiteness of her skin. "You must have a different notion of me." "Yes, Esther, as the oracle revealed to me the great secret you desired to know. Nevertheless, I should find you perfect in all your parts." Hereupon I was guilty of a stupidity which turned to my confusion. I said, "If I became your husband, I could easily refrain from touching you there." "I suppose you think," said she, blushing and evidently a little vexed, "that if you touched it your desires might be lessened." This question probed me to the core and covered me with shame. I burst into tears and begged her pardon in so truly repentant a voice that sympathy made her mingle her tears with mine. The incident only increased our intimacy, for, as I kissed her tears away, the same desires consumed us, and if the voice of prudence had not intervened, doubtless all would have been over. As it was, we had but a foretaste and an earnest of that bliss which it was in our power to procure. 3 hours seemed to us as many minutes. She begged me to go into her sitting room while she dressed, and we then went down and dined with the wretched secretary, who adored her, whom she did not love, and who must have borne small love to me, seeing how high I stood in her graces. We passed the rest of the day together in that confidential talk which is usual when the foundations of the most intimate friendship have been laid between two persons of opposite sex, who believe themselves created for each other. Our flames burnt as brightly, but with more restraint, in the dining room as in the bedroom. In the very air of the bedroom of a woman one loves there is something so balmy and voluptuous that the lover, asked to choose between this garden of delights and paradise, would not for one moment hesitate in his choice. We parted with hearts full of happiness, saying to each other, "Till tomorrow." I was truly in love with Esther, for my sentiment for her was composed of sweeter, calmer, and more lively feelings than mere sensual love, which is ever stormy and violent. I felt sure I could persuade her to marry me without my first teaching her what could not be taught. I was sorry I had not let her think herself as clever as myself in the Kabbalah, and I feared it would be impossible to undeceive her without exciting her to anger, which would cast out love. Nevertheless, Esther was the only woman who would make me forget Manon, whom I began to think unworthy of all I had proposed doing for her. Mdo came back and I went to dine with him. He was pleased to hear that his daughter had effected a complete cure by spending a day with me. When we were alone, he told me that he had heard at The Hague that the Comte Saint-Germain had the art of making diamonds which only differed from the real ones in weight, and which, according to him, would make his fortune. Mdo would have been amused if I had told him all I knew about this charlatan. Next day, I took Esther to the concert, and while we were there, she told me that on the day following she would not leave her room, so that we could talk about getting married without fear of interruption. This was the last day of the year 1759. Chapter 11. I undeceive Esther. Set out for Germany adventure, near Cologne the burgomaster's wife. My conquest of her ball at Bonn welcome, from the elector of Cologne breakfast at Brühl first intimacy sup, without being asked at General Kettler's am happy leave Cologne the Tuscany, the jewel my arrival at Stuttgart. The appointment which Esther had made with me would probably have serious results, and I felt it due to my honor not to deceive her any longer, even were it to cost me my happiness. However, I had some hope that all would turn out well. I found her in bed, and she told me that she intended to stop there throughout the day. I approved, for in bed I thought her ravishing. "We will set to work," said she, and her governess set a little table by her bed, and she gave me a piece of paper covered with questions tending to convince me that before I married her I should communicate to her my supposed science. All these questions were artfully conceived, all were so worded as to force the oracle to order me to satisfy her, or to definitely forbid my doing so. I saw the snare, and all my thoughts were how to avoid it, though I pretended to be merely considering the questions. I could not make the oracle speak to please Esther, and I could still less make it pronounce a positive prohibition, as I feared that she would resent such an answer bitterly and revenge herself on me. Nevertheless, I had to assume an indifferent air, and I got myself out of the difficulty by equivocal answers, till the good-humored papa came to summon me to dinner. He allowed his daughter to stay in bed on the condition that she was to do no more work, as he was afraid that by applying herself so intently she would increase her headache. She promised, much to my delight, that he should be obeyed, but on my return from dinner I found her asleep, and sitting at her bedside I let her sleep on. When she awoke she said she would like to read a little, and as if by inspiration, I chanced to take up Coyodo's Heroides, and we inflamed each other by reading the letters of Heloise and Abelard. The ardors thus aroused passed into our talk, and we began to discuss the secret which the oracle had revealed. "But, Esther dear," said I, "did not the oracle reveal a circumstance of which you knew perfectly well before?" "No, sweetheart, the secret was perfectly unknown to me, and would have continued unknown." "Then you have never been curious enough to inspect your own person." "However curious I may have been, nature placed that mole in such a position as to escape any but the most minute search." "You have never felt it then." "It is too small to be felt." "I don't believe it." She allowed my hand to wander indiscreetly, and my happy fingers felt all the precincts of the temple of love. This was enough to fire the chastest disposition. I could not find the object of my research, and not wishing to stop short at so vain an enjoyment, I was allowed to convince myself with my eyes that it actually existed. There, however, her concessions stopped short, and I had to content myself by kissing again and again all those parts which modesty no longer denied to my gaze. Satiated with bliss, though I had not attained to the utmost of enjoyment, which she wisely denied me, after 2 hours had been devoted to those pastimes which lead to nothing, I resolved to tell her the whole truth and to show her how I had abused her trust in me, though I feared that her anger would be roused. Esther, who had a large share of intelligence, indeed if she had had less I could not have deceived her so well, listened to me without interrupting me and without any signs of anger or astonishment. At last, when I had brought my long and sincere confession to an end, she said, "I know your love for me is as great as mine for you, and if I am certain that what you have just said cannot possibly be true, I am forced to conclude that if you do not communicate to me all the secrets of your science, it is because to do so is not in your power. Let us love one another till death, and say no more about this matter." After a moment's silence, she went on, "If love has taken away from you the courage of sincerity, I forgive you, but I am sorry for you. You have given me too positive proof of the reality of your science to be able to shake my belief. You could never have found out a thing of which I myself was ignorant, and of which no mortal man could know. And if I show you, Esther dear, that I knew you had this mole, that I had good reasons for supposing you to be ignorant of it, will your belief be shaken then? You knew it, how could you have seen it? It's incredible." "I will tell you all." I then explained to her the theory of the correspondence of moles on the various parts of the human body, and to convince her I ended by saying that her governess, who had a large mark on her right cheek, ought to have one very like it on her left thigh. At this, she burst into laughter and said, "I will find out, but after all you have told me I can only admire you the more for knowing what no one else does. Do you really think, Esther, that I am the sole possessor of this science? Undeceive yourself. All who have studied anatomy, physiology, and astrology know of it. Then I beg you to get me, by tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, all the books which will teach me secrets of that nature. I long to be able to astonish the ignorant with my Kabbalah, which I see requires a mixture of knowledge and imposition. I wish to devote myself entirely to this study. We can love each other to the death, but we can do that without getting married." I re-entered my lodging in a peaceful and happy frame of mind. An enormous weight seemed taken off my spirits. Next morning, I purchased such volumes as I judged would instruct and amuse her at the same time, and went to present them to her. She was most pleased with my conise, as she found in it the character of truth. As she wished to shine by her answers through the oracle, it was necessary for her to have an extensive knowledge of science, and I put her on the way. About that time, I conceived the idea of making a short tour in Germany before returning to Paris, and Esther encouraged me to do so, after I had promised that she should see me again before the end of the year. This promise was sincerely given, and though from that day to this I have not beheld the face of that charming and remarkable woman, I cannot reproach myself with having deceived her willfully, for subsequent events prevented me from keeping my word. I wrote to M. D'Affry requesting him to procure me a passport through the Empire, where the French and other belligerent powers were then campaigning. He answered very politely that I had no need of a passport, but that if I wished to have one he would send it me forthwith. I was content with this letter and put it among my papers, and at Cologne it got me a better reception than all the passports in the world. I made M. Doe the depositary of the various moneys I had in different banking houses, and the worthy man, who was a true friend to me, gave me a bill of exchange on a dozen of the chief houses in Germany. When my affairs were all in order, I started in my post-chaise, with the sum of nearly 100,000 Dutch florins to my credit, some valuable jewels, and a well-stocked wardrobe. I sent my Swiss servant back to Paris, keeping only my faithful Spaniard, who on this occasion traveled with me, seated behind my chaise. Thus ends the history of my second visit to Holland, where I did nothing to augment my fortune. I had some unpleasant experiences there, for which I had my own imprudence to thank, but after the lapse of so many years I feel that these mishaps were more than compensated by the charms of Esther's society. I only stopped one day at Utrecht, and 2 days after I reached Cologne at noon, without accident but not without danger, for at a distance of half a league from the town 5 deserters, 3 on the right hand and 2 on the left, leveled their pistols at me, with the words, "Your money or your life." However, I covered the postilion with my own pistol, threatening to fire if he did not drive on, and the robbers discharged their weapons at the carriage, not having enough spirit to shoot the postilion. If I had been like the English, who carry a light purse for the benefit of the highwaymen, I would have thrown it to these poor wretches, but as it was, I risked my life rather than be robbed. My Spaniard was quite astonished not to have been struck by any of the balls which whistled past his ears. The French were in winter quarters at Cologne, and I put up at the Solil door. As I was going in, the first person I met was the Comte de Lastic, Madame Durf's nephew, who greeted me with the utmost politeness, and offered to take me to M. de Torcy, who was in command. I accepted, and this gentleman was quite satisfied with the letter M. D'Affry had written me. I told him what had happened to me as I was coming into Cologne, and he congratulated me on the happy issue of the affair, but with a soldier's freedom, blamed the use I had made of my courage. "You played high," said he, "to save your money, but you might have lost a limb, and nothing would have made up for that." I answered that to make light of a danger often diminished it. We laughed at this, and he said that if I was going to make any stay in Cologne, I should probably have the pleasure of seeing the highwaymen hanged. "I intend to go tomorrow," said I, "and if anything could keep me at Cologne, it would certainly not be the prospect of being present at an execution, as such sights are not at all to my taste." I had to accept M. de Lastic's invitation to dinner, and he persuaded me to go with himself and his friend, M. de Flavacker, an officer of high rank and an agreeable man to the theater. As I felt sure that I should be introduced to ladies and wished to make something of a figure, I spent an hour in dressing. I found myself in a box opposite to a pretty woman who looked at me again and again through her opera glass. That was enough to rouse my curiosity, and I begged M. Delastic to introduce me, which he did with the best grace imaginable. He first presented me to Count Kettler, Lieutenant General in the Austrian army, and on the general staff of the French army, just as the French General Montacet was on the staff of the Austrian army. I was then presented to the lady whose beauty had attracted my attention the moment I entered my box. She greeted me graciously and asked me questions about Paris and Brussels, where she had been educated, without appearing to pay any attention to my replies, but gazing at my lace and jewelry. While we were talking of indifferent matters, like new acquaintances, she suddenly but politely asked me if I intended to make a long stay in Cologne. "I think of crossing the Rhine tomorrow," I answered, "and shall probably dine at Bonn." This reply, which was given as indifferently as her question, appeared to vex her, and I thought her vexation a good omen. General Kettler then rose, saying, "I am sure, sir, that this lady will persuade you to delay your departure at least. I hope so, that I may have the pleasure of seeing more of your company." I bowed and he went out with Lastic, leaving me alone with this ravishing beauty. She was the burgomaster's wife, and the general was nearly always with her. "Is the Count right," said she pleasantly, "in attributing such power to me?" "I think so, indeed," I answered, "but he may possibly be wrong in thinking you care to exercise it." "Very good, we must catch him then, if only as the punishment of his indiscretion. Stay." I was so astonished at this speech that I looked quite foolish and had to collect my senses. I thought the word indiscretion sublime, punishment exquisite, and catching admirable, and still more the idea of catching him by means of me. I thought it would be a mistake to inquire any further, and putting on an expression of resignation and gratitude, I lowered my lips and kissed her hand with a mixture of respect and sentiment, which, without exactly imparting my feelings for her, let her know that they might be softened without much difficulty. "Then you will stay, sir? It is really very kind of you, for if you went off tomorrow people might say that you only came here to show your disdain for us. Tomorrow the general gives a ball, and I hope you will be one of the party." "Can I hope to dance with you all the evening?" "I promise to dance with nobody but you, till you get tired of me. Then we shall dance together through all the ball. Where did you get that pomade which perfumes the air? I smelt it as soon as you came into the box." "It came from Florence, and if you do not like it, you shall not be troubled with it any more." "Oh, but I do like it. I should like some of it myself. And I shall be only too happy if you will permit me to send you a little tomorrow." Just then the door of the box opened, and the entrance of the general prevented her from replying. I was just going, when the Count said, "I am sure Madame has prevailed on you to stay, and to come to my ball and supper tomorrow. She has led me to anticipate that you would do me that honor, and she promises to dance the quadrilles with me. How can one resist entreaty from such lips?" "Quite so, and I am obliged to her for having kept you with us. I hope to see you tomorrow." I went out of the box in love and almost happy in anticipation. The pomade was a present from Esther, and it was the first time I had used it. The box contained 24 pots of beautiful china. The next day I put 12 into an elegant casket, which I wrapped up in old cloth and sent to her without a note. I spent the morning by going over Cologne with a guide. I visited all the marvels of the place, and laughed with all my heart to see the horse Bayard, of whom Ariosto has sung, ridden by the 4 sons of Ammon, or Ammon, father of Bradamante the Invincible, and Rixardetto the Fortunate. I dined with M. de Castries, and everybody was surprised that the general had asked me himself to the ball, as his jealousy was known, while the lady was supposed only to suffer his attentions through a feeling of vanity. The dear general was well advanced in years, far from good-looking, and as his mental qualities by no means compensated for his lack of physical ones, he was by no means an object to inspire love. In spite of his jealousy, he had to appear pleased that I sat next the fair at supper, and that I spent the night in dancing with her or talking to her. It was a happy night for me, and I re-entered my lodging no longer thinking of leaving Cologne. In a moment of ecstasy, emboldened by the turn the conversation had taken, I had dared to tell her that if she would meet me alone, I would stay in Cologne till the end of the carnival. "And what would you say," she asked, "if I give my promise and do not keep it?" "I should bemoan my lot, without accusing you. I should say to myself that you had found it impossible to keep your word. You are very good, you must stay with us." The day after the ball, I went to pay her my first visit. She made me welcome and introduced me to her worthy husband, who, though neither young nor handsome, was extremely good-hearted. After I had been there an hour, we heard the general's carriage coming, and she said to me, "If he asks you whether you are going to the elector's ball at Bonn, say yes." The general came in, and after the usual compliments had been passed, I withdrew. I did not know by whom the ball was to be given, or when it was to take place, but scenting pleasure from afar off, I hastened to make inquiries about it, and heard that all the good families in Cologne were going. It was a masked ball, and consequently open to all. I decided then that I would go. Indeed, I concluded that I had had orders to that effect, and at all events my lady would be there, and I might hope for a happy meeting with her. But as I wished to keep up my incognito as much as possible, I resolved to reply to all who asked me that important business would prevent my being present. It fell out that the general asked me this very question in the presence of the lady, and without regard to the orders I had received from her, I replied that my health would forbid my having that pleasure. "You are very wise, sir," said the general. "All the pleasures on earth should be sacrificed when it is a question of one's health." I think so too now, but I thought differently then. On the day of the ball, towards the evening, I set out in a postchaise, disguised so that not a soul in Cologne could have recognized me, and provided with a box containing 2 dominoes. And on my arrival at Bonn, I took a room and put on one of the dominoes, locking up the other in the box. And I then had myself carried to the ball in a sedan chair. I got in easily and unperceived, and recognized all the ladies of Cologne without their masks, and my mistress sitting at a faro table risking a ducat. I was glad to see in the banker, Count Verita of Verona, whom I had known in Bavaria. He was in the elector's service. His small bank did not contain more than 5 or 6 ducats, and the punters, men and women, were not more than 12. I took up a position by my mistress, and the banker asked me to cut. I excused myself with a gesture, and my neighbor cut without being asked. I put 10 ducats on a single card and lost 4 times running. I played at the second deal and experienced the same fate. At the third deal nobody would cut, and the general, who was standing by but not playing, agreed to do so. I fancied his cutting would be lucky, and I put 50 ducats on one card. I won. I went parally, and at the second deal I broke the bank. Everybody was curious about me. I was stared at and followed, but seizing a favorable opportunity, I made my escape. I went to my room, took out my money, changed my costume, and returned to the ball. I saw the table occupied by new gamesters, and another banker who seemed to have a good deal of gold, but not caring to play any more. I had not brought much money with me. I mingled in all the groups in the ballroom, and on all sides I heard expressions of curiosity about the mask who broke the first bank. I did not care to satisfy the general curiosity, but made my way from one side of the room to the other, till I found the object of my search talking to Count Verita, and as I drew near I found out that they were talking of me. The Count was saying that the elector had been asking who had broken the bank, and that General Kettler had expressed his opinion that it was a Venetian who had been in Cologne for the last week. My mistress answered that she did not think I was there, as she had heard me say that the state of my health would keep me at home. "I know Casanova," said the Count, "and if he be at Bonn the elector shall hear of it, and he shan't go off without my seeing him." I saw that I might easily be discovered after the ball, but I defied the keenest eyes to penetrate beneath my present disguise. I should have, no doubt, remained unknown, but when the quadrilles were being arranged I took my place in one, without reflecting that I should have to take off my mask. As soon as my mistress saw me, she told me she had been deceived, as she would have wagered that I was the masker who broke Count Verita's bank. I told her I had only just come. At the end of the dance, the Count spied me out and said, "My dear fellow countryman, I am sure you are the man who broke my bank. I congratulate you." I should congratulate myself if I were the fortunate individual. "I am sure that it was you." I left him laughing, and after having taken some refreshments, I continued dancing. 2 hours afterwards, the Count saw me again and said, "You changed your domino in such a room, in such a house. The Elector knows all about it, and as a punishment for this deceit, he has ordered me to tell you that you are not to leave Bonn tomorrow." "Is he going to arrest me then?" "Why not, if you refuse his invitation to dinner tomorrow? Tell His Highness that his commands shall be obeyed. Will you present me to him now? He has left the ball, but wait on me tomorrow at noon." So saying, he gave me his hand and went away. I took care to keep the appointment on the day following, but when I was presented I was in some confusion, as the Elector was surrounded by 5 or 6 courtiers, and never having seen him I looked in vain for an ecclesiastic. He saw my embarrassment and hastened to put an end to it, saying, in bad Venetian, "I am wearing the costume of Grand Master of the Teutonic Order today." In spite of his costume, I made the usual genuflection, and when I would have kissed his hand, he would not allow it, but shook mine in an affectionate manner. "I was at Venice," said he, "when you were under the Leads, and my nephew, the Elector of Bavaria, told me that after your fortunate escape you stayed some time at Munich. If you had come to Cologne, I should have kept you. I hope that after dinner you will be kind enough to tell us the story of your escape, that you will stay to supper, and will join in a little masquerade with which we propose to amuse ourselves." I promised to tell my tale if he thought it would not weary him, warning him that it would take 2 hours. "One could never have too much of a good thing," he was kind enough to say, and I made him laugh by my account of the conversation between the Duc de Choiseul and myself. At dinner the prince spoke to me in Venetian, and was pleased to be most gracious towards me. He was a man of a jovial and easy-going disposition, and with his look of health one would not have prophesied so soon an end as came to him. He died the year following. As soon as we rose from table, he begged me to begin my story, and for 2 hours I had the pleasure of keeping this most brilliant company amused. My readers know the history. Its interest lies in the dramatic nature of the details, but it is impossible to communicate the fire of a well-told story to an account in writing. The Elector's little ball was very pleasant. We were all dressed as peasants, and the costumes were taken from a special wardrobe of the Prince S. It would have been ridiculous to choose any other dresses, as the Elector wore one of the same kind himself. General Kettler was the best disguised of us all. He looked the rustic to the life. My mistress was ravishing. We only danced quadrilles and German dances. There were only 4 or 5 ladies of the highest rank. All the others, who were more or less pretty, were favorites of the prince, all his days a great lover of the fair sex. 2 of these ladies danced the Forlana, and the Elector was much amused in making me dance it also. I have already said that the Forlana is a Venetian dance, and one of the most energetic kind imaginable. It is danced by a lady and gentleman opposite to one another, and as the 2 ladies relieved one another, they were almost the death of me. One has to be strong to dance 12 turns, and after the 13th I felt I could do no more, and begged for mercy. Soon after we danced another dance, where each gentleman kisses a lady. I was not too shy, and each time I continued to kiss my mistress with considerable ardor, which made the peasant Elector burst with laughter and the peasant general burst with rage. In a lull between the dances, this charming and original woman found means to tell me in private that all the Cologne ladies would leave at noon on the next day, and that I would increase my popularity by inviting them all to breakfast at Brühl. Send each one a note with the name of her cavalier, and trust in Count Verita to do everything for the best. You need only tell him that you wish to give an entertainment similar to that given 2 years ago by the Prince de Dupont. Lose no time. You will have a score of guests. Mind you let them know the hour of the repast. Take care, too, that your invitations are sent round by 9 o'clock in the morning. All these instructions were uttered with lightning speed, and I, enchanted with the power my mistress thought she possessed over me, thought only of obeying, without reflecting whether I owed her obedience. Brühl, breakfast, a score of people like the Prince Dupont's, invitations to the ladies, Count Verita. I knew as much as she could have told me if she had taken an hour. I left the room in my peasant's dress, and begged a page to take me to Count Verita, who began to laugh on seeing my attire. I told my business with the importance of an ambassador, and this made him in a still better humor. "It can all easily be arranged," said he. "I have only to write to the steward, and I will do so immediately. But how much do you want to spend?" "As much as possible." "As little as possible, I suppose you mean." "Not at all. I want to treat my guests with magnificence." "All the same, you must fix on a sum, as I know whom I've got to deal with." Well, 300 ducats, will that do?" 200, the Prince de Dupont did not spend more. He began to write, and gave me his word that everything should be in readiness. I left him, and addressing myself to a sharp Italian page, said that I would give 2 ducats to the valet who would furnish me with the names of the Cologne ladies who were in Bonn, and of the gentlemen who had accompanied them. I got what I wanted in less than half an hour, and before leaving the ball I told my mistress that all should be done according to her desires. I wrote 18 notes before I went to bed, and in the morning a confidential servant had delivered them before 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock I went to take leave of Count Verita, who gave me, on behalf of the Elector, a superb gold snuff-box with his portrait set in diamonds. I was very sensible of this mark of kindness, and I wished to go and thank His Serene Highness before my departure, but my friendly fellow countryman told me that I might put off doing so till I passed through Bonn on my way to Frankfurt. Breakfast was ordered for 1 o'clock. At noon I had arrived at Brühl, a country house of the Elector S, with nothing remarkable about it save its furniture. In this it is a poor copy of the Trianon. In a fine hall I found a table laid for 24 persons, arranged with silver gilt plates, damask linen, and exquisite china, while the sideboard was adorned with an immense quantity of silver and silver-gilt plate. At one end of the room were 2 other tables laden with sweets and the choicest wines procurable. I announced myself as the host, and the cook told me I should be perfectly satisfied. "The collation," said he, "will be composed of only 24 dishes, but in addition there will be 24 dishes of English oysters and a splendid dessert." I saw a great number of servants, and told him that they would not be necessary, but he said they were, as the guest servants could not be admitted. I received all my guests at the door, confining my compliments to begging their pardons for having been so bold as to procure myself this great honor. The breakfast was served at 1 exactly, and I had the pleasure of enjoying the astonishment in my mistress's eyes when she saw that I had treated them as well as a prince of the empire. She was aware that everybody knew her to be the chief object of this lavish outlay, but she was delighted to see that I did not pay her any attentions which were at all invidious. The table was seated for 24, and though I had only asked 18 people, every place was occupied. 3 couples, therefore, had come without being asked, but that pleased me all the more. Like a courtly cavalier, I would not sit down, but waited on the ladies, going from one to the other, eating the dainty bits they gave me, and seeing that all had what they wanted. By the time the oysters were done, 20 bottles of champagne had been emptied, so that when the actual breakfast commenced, everybody began to talk at once. The meal might easily have passed for a splendid dinner, and I was glad to see that not a drop of water was drunk, for the champagne, Tokay, Rhine wine, Madeira, Malaga, Cyprus, Alicante, and Cape wine would not allow it. Before dessert was brought on, an enormous dish of truffles was placed on the table. I advised my guests to take maraschino with it, and those ladies who appreciated the liqueur drank it as if it had been water. The dessert was really sumptuous. In it were displayed the portraits of all the monarchs of Europe. Everyone complimented the cook on his achievement, and he, his vanity being tickled and wishing to appear good-natured, said that none of it would spoil in the pocket, and accordingly everybody took as much as they chose. General Kettler, who, in spite of his jealousy and the part he saw me play, had no suspicion of the real origin of the banquet, said, "I will wager that this is the Elector's doing. His Highness has desired to preserve his incognito, and M. Casanova has played his part to admiration." This remark set all the company in a roar. "General," said I, "if the Elector had given me such an order, I should, of course, have obeyed him, but I should have felt it a humiliating part to play. His Highness, however, has deigned to do me a far greater honor. Look here." So saying, I showed him the gold snuff-box, which made the tour of the table 2 or 3 times over. When we had finished, we rose from table, astonished to find we had been engaged for 3 hours in a pleasurable occupation, which all would willingly have prolonged. But at last we had to part, and after many compliments they all went upon their way in order to be in time for the theater. As well pleased as my guests, I left 20 ducats with the steward, for the servants, and promised him to let Count Verita know of my satisfaction in writing. I arrived at Cologne in time for the French play, and as I had no carriage, I went to the theater in a sedan chair. As soon as I got into the house, I saw the Comte de Lastic alone with my fair one. I thought this a good omen, and I went to them directly. As soon as she saw me, she said with a melancholy air that the general had got so ill that he had been obliged to go to bed. Soon after, M. de Lastic left us, and dropping her assumed melancholy, she made me, with the utmost grace, 1,000 compliments, which compensated me for the expenses of my breakfast 100 times over. "The general," said she, "had too much to drink. He is an envious devil, and has discovered that it is not seemly of you to treat us as if you were a prince." I told him that, on the contrary, you had treated us as if we were princes, waiting on us with your napkin on your arm. He thereupon found fault with me for degrading you. "Why do you not send him about his business? So rude a fellow is not worthy of serving so famous a beauty." "It's too late. A woman whom you don't know would get possession of him. I should be obliged to conceal my feelings, and that would vex me." I understand. Would that I were a great prince. In the meantime, let me tell you that my sickness is greater than Kettler's." "You are joking, I hope." "Nay, not at all. I am speaking seriously, for the kisses I was so happy to snatch from you at the ball have inflamed my blood, and if you have not enough kindness to cure me in the only possible way, I shall leave Cologne with a lifelong grief." "Put off your departure. Why should you desire to go to Stuttgart so earnestly? I think of you, believe me, and I do not wish to deceive you, but it is hard to find an opportunity. If you had not the general's carriage waiting for you tonight, and I had mine, I could take you home with perfect propriety." "Hush, as you have not your carriage, it is my part to take you home. It is a splendid idea that we must so contrive it that it may not seem to be a concerted plan. You must give me your arm to my carriage, and I shall then ask you where your carriage is. You will answer that you have not got one. I shall ask you to come into mine, and I will drop you at your hotel. It will only give us a couple of minutes, but that is something till we are more fortunate." I replied to her only by a look which expressed the intoxication of my spirits at the prospect of so great bliss. Although the play was quite a short one, it seemed to me to last forever. At last the curtain fell, and we went downstairs. When we got to the portico, she asked me the questions we had agreed upon, and when I told her I had not got a carriage, she said, "I am going to the general's to ask after his health. If it will not take you too much out of your way, I can leave you at your lodging as we come back." It was a grand idea. We should pass the entire length of the ill-paved town twice, and thus we secured a little more time. Unfortunately, the carriage was a chariot, and as we were going, the moon shone directly on us. On that occasion, the planet was certainly not entitled to the appellation of the lover's friend. We did all we could, but that was almost nothing, and I found the attempt a desperate one, though my lovely partner endeavored to help me as much as possible. To add to our discomforts, the inquisitive and impudent coachman kept turning his head round, which forced us to moderate the energy of our movements. The sentry at the general's door told our coachman that His Excellency could see no one, and we joyfully turned towards my hotel, and now that the moon was behind us and the man's curiosity less inconvenient, we got on a little better, or rather not so badly as before, but the horses seemed to me to fly rather than gallop. However, feeling that it would be well to have the coachman on my side in case of another opportunity, I gave him a ducat as I got down. I entered the hotel feeling vexed and unhappy, though more in love than ever, for my fair one had convinced me that she was no passive mistress, but could experience pleasure as well as give it. That being the case, I resolved not to leave Cologne before we had drained the cup of pleasure together, and that, it seemed to me, could not take place till the general was out of the way. Next day, at noon, I went to the general's house to write down my name, but I found he was receiving visitors and I went in. I made the general an appropriate compliment, to which the rude Austrian only replied by a cold inclination of the head. He was surrounded by a good many officers, and after 4 minutes I made a general bow and went out. The boor kept his room for 3 days, and as my mistress did not come to the theater, I had not the pleasure of seeing her. On the last day of the carnival, Kettler asked a good many people to a ball and supper. On my going to pay my court to my mistress in her box at the theater, and being left for a moment alone with her, she asked me if I were invited to the general's supper. I answered in the negative. "What?" said she in an imperious and indignant voice. "He has not asked you. You must go for all that." "Consider what you say," said I gently. "I will do anything to please you but that." "I know all you can urge. Nevertheless, you must go. I should feel insulted if you were not at that supper. If you love me, you will give me this proof of your affection, and I think I may say, esteem. You ask me thus? Then I will go. But are you aware that you are exposing me to the danger of losing my life or taking his? For I am not the man to pass over an affront." "I know all you can say," said she. "I have your honor at heart as much as mine, or perhaps more so, but nothing will happen to you. I will answer for everything. You must go, and you must give me your promise now, for I am resolved if you do not go, neither will I, but we must never see each other more." "Then you may reckon upon me." At that moment M. de Castries came in, and I left the box and went to the pit, where I passed 2 anxious hours in reflecting on the possible consequences of the strange step this woman would have me take. Nevertheless, such was the sway of her beauty over my soul, I determined to abide by my promise and to carry the matter through, and to put myself in the wrong as little as possible. I went to the general's at the end of the play, and only found 5 or 6 people there. I went up to a canoness who was very fond of Italian poetry, and had no trouble in engaging her in an interesting discussion. In half an hour the room was full, my mistress coming in last on the general's arm. I was taken up with the canoness, and did not stir, and consequently Kettler did not notice me, while the lady in great delight at seeing me left him no time to examine his guests, and he was soon talking to some people at the other end of the room. In a quarter of an hour afterwards supper was announced. The canoness rose, took my arm, and we seated ourselves at table together, still talking about Italian literature. Then came the catastrophe. When all the places had been taken, one gentleman was left standing, there being no place for him. "How can that have happened?" said the general, raising his voice, and while the servants were bringing another chair and arranging another place, he passed his guests in review. All the while I pretended not to notice what was going on, but when he came to me, he said loudly, "Sir, I did not ask you to come." "That is quite true, General," I said respectfully, but I thought, no doubt correctly, that the omission was due to forgetfulness, and I thought myself obliged all the same to come and pay my court to your excellency. Without a pause I renewed my conversation with the canoness, not so much as looking around. A dreadful silence reigned for 4 or 5 minutes, but the canoness began to utter witticisms which I took up and communicated to my neighbors, so that in a short time the whole table was in good spirits except the general, who preserved a sulky silence. This did not much matter to me, but my vanity was concerned in smoothing him down, and I watched for my opportunity. M. de Castries was praising the Dauphin, and his brothers, the Comte de Lusace and the Duc de Curland, were mentioned. This led the conversation up to Prince Bayern, formerly a duke, who was in Siberia, and his personal qualities were discussed, one of the guests having said that his chiefest merit was to have pleased the Empress Anne. I begged his pardon, saying, his greatest merit was to have served faithfully the last Duke Kettler, who, if it had not been for the courage of him who is now so unfortunate, would have lost all his belongings in the war. It was Duke Kettler who so heroically sent him to the court of St. Petersburg, but Bayern never asked for the duchy. An earldom would have satisfied him, as he recognized the rights of the younger branch of the Kettler family, which would be reigning now if it were not for the Empress's whim. Nothing would satisfy her but to confer a dukedom on the favorite. The general, whose face had cleared while I was speaking, said, in the most polite manner of which he was capable, that I was a person of remarkable information, adding regretfully, "Yes, if it were not for that whim I should be reigning now." After this modest remark, he burst into a fit of laughter and sent me down a bottle of the best Rhine wine, and addressed his conversation to me till the supper was over. I quietly enjoyed the turn things had taken, but still more the pleasure I saw expressed in the beautiful eyes of my mistress. Dancing went on all night, and I did not leave my canoness, who was a delightful woman and danced admirably. With my lady, I only danced 1 minuet. Towards the end of the ball, the general, to finish up with a piece of awkwardness, asked me if I was going soon. I replied that I did not think of leaving Cologne till after the grand review. I went to bed full of joy at having given the burgomaster's wife such a signal proof of my love, and full of gratitude to fortune, who had helped me so in dealing with my doltish general. For God knows what I should have done if he had forgotten himself so far as to tell me to leave the table. The next time I saw the fair, she told me she had felt a mortal pang of fear shoot through her when the general said he had not asked me. I am quite sure, said she, that he would have gone further if your grand answer had not stopped his mouth, but if he had said another word, my mind was made up. To do what? I should have risen from the table and taken your arm, and we should have gone out together. M. de Castries has told me that he would have done the same, and I believe all the ladies whom you asked to breakfast would have followed our example. But the affair would not have stopped then, for I should certainly have demanded immediate satisfaction, and if he had refused it, I should have struck him with the flat of my sword. I know that, but pray forget that it was I who exposed you to this danger. For my part, I shall never forget what I owe to you, and I will try to convince you of my gratitude. 2 days later, on hearing that she was indisposed, I went to call on her at 11 o'clock, at which time I was sure the general would not be there. She received me in her husband's room, and he, in the friendliest manner possible, asked me if I had come to dine with them. I hastened to thank him for his invitation, which I accepted with pleasure, and I enjoyed this dinner better than Kettler's supper. The burgomaster was a fine-looking man, pleasant-mannered and intelligent, and a lover of peace and quietness. His wife, whom he adored, ought to have loved him, since he was by no means one of those husbands whose motto is, "Displease whom you like, so long as you please me." On her husband's going out for a short time, she showed me over the house. "Here is our bedroom," said she, "and this is the closet in which I sleep for 5 or 6 nights in every month. Here is a church which we may look upon as our private chapel, as we hear mass from those 2 grated windows. On Sundays we go down the stair and enter the church by a door, the key to which is always in my keeping. It was the 2nd Saturday in Lent. We had an excellent fasting dinner, but I did not for once pay much attention to eating. To see this young and beautiful woman surrounded by her children, adored by her family, seemed to me a beautiful sight. I left them at an early hour to write to Esther, whom I did not neglect, all occupied as I was with this new flame. Next day I went to hear mass at the little church next to the burgomaster's house. I was well cloaked so as not to attract attention. I saw my fair one going out wearing a capuchin and followed by her family. I noted the little door which was so recessed in the wall that it would have escaped the notice of anyone who was unaware of its existence. It opened, I saw, towards the staircase. The devil, who, as everybody knows, has more power in a church than anywhere else, put into my head the idea of enjoying my mistress by means of the door and stair. I told her my plan the next day at the theater. "I have thought of it as well as you," said she, laughing, "and I will give you the necessary instructions in writing. You will find them in the first gazette I send you." We could not continue this pleasant interview, as my mistress had with her a lady from Aix-la-Chapelle, who was staying with her for a few days, and indeed the box was full of company. I had not long to wait, for next day she gave me back the gazette openly, telling me that she had not found anything to interest her in it. I knew that it would be exceedingly interesting to me. Her note was as follows: "The design which love inspired is subject not to difficulty but uncertainty. The wife only sleeps in the closet when her husband asks her an event which only occurs at certain periods, and the separation does not last for more than a few days. This period is not far off, but long custom has made it impossible for the wife to impose on her husband. It will, therefore, be necessary to wait. Love will warn you when the hour of bliss has come. The plan will be to hide in the church, and there must be no thought of seducing the doorkeeper, for though poor he is too stupid to be bribed and would betray the secret. The only way will be to hide so as to elude his watchfulness. He shuts the church at noon on working days. On feast days he shuts it at evening, and he always opens it again at dawn. When the time comes, all that need be done is to give the door a gentle push-it will not be locked. As the closet which is to be the scene of the blissful combat is only separated from the room by a partition, There must be no spitting, coughing, nor nose blowing. It would be fatal. The escape will be a matter of no difficulty. One can go down to the church and go out as soon as it is opened. Since the beadle has seen nobody in the evening, it is not likely that he will see more in the morning. I kissed again and again this charming letter, which I thought showed great power of mental combination, and I went next day to see how the coast lay. This was the first thing to be done. There was a chair in the church in which I should never have been seen, but the stair was on the sacristy side, and that was always locked up. I decided on occupying the confessional, which was close to the door. I could creep into the space beneath the confessor's seat, but it was so small that I doubted my ability to stay there after the door was shut. I waited till noon to make the attempt, and as soon as the church was empty, I took up my position. I had to roll myself up into a ball, and even then I was so badly concealed by the folding door that anyone happening to pass by at 2 paces distance might easily have seen me. However, I did not care for that, for in adventures of that nature one must leave a great deal to fortune. Determined to run all risks, I went home highly pleased with my observations. I put everything I had determined down in writing and sent it to her box at the theater, enclosed in an old gazette. A week after, she asked the general in my presence if her husband could do anything for him at Aix-la-Chapelle, where he was going on the morrow, with the intention of returning in 3 days. That was enough for me, but a glance from her added meaning to her words. I was all the more glad as I had a slight cold, and the next day being a feast day I could take up my position at nightfall, and thus avoid a painful vigil of several hours' duration. I curled myself up in the confessional at 4 o'clock, hiding myself as best I could, and commending myself to the care of all the saints. At 5 o'clock the beadle made his usual tour of inspection, went out and locked the door. As soon as I heard the noise of the key, I came out of my narrow cell and sat down on a bench facing the windows. Soon after, my mistress's shadow appeared on the grated panes, and I knew she had seen me. I sat on the bench for a quarter of an hour and then pushed open the little door and entered. I shut it and sat down on the lowest step of the stair, and spent there 5 hours, which would probably have not been unpleasant ones if I had not been dreadfully tormented by the rats running to and fro close to me. Nature has given me a great dislike to this animal, which is comparatively harmless, but the smell of rats always sickens me. At last I heard the clock strike 10, the hour of bliss, and I saw the form of my beloved holding a candle, and I was then freed from my painful position. If my readers have been in such a situation, they can imagine the pleasures of that happy night, but they cannot divine the minute circumstances. For if I was an expert, my partner had an inexhaustible store of contrivances for augmenting the bliss of that sweet employment. She had taken care to get me a little collation, which looked delicious, but which I could not touch, my appetite lying in another quarter. For 7 hours, which I thought all too short, we enjoyed one another, not resting, except for talk, which served to heighten our pleasure. The burgomaster was not the man for an ardent passion, but his strength of constitution enabled him to do his duty to his wife every night without failing. But whether from regard to his health or from a religious scruple, he suspended his rights every month while the moon exercised hers, and to put himself out of temptation, he made his wife sleep apart. But for once in a way, the lady was not in the position of a divorcee. Exhausted but not satiated with pleasure, I left her at daybreak, assuring her that when we met again she would find me the same. And with that I went to hide in the confessional, fearing lest the growing light might betray me to the beadle. However, I got away without any difficulty, and passed nearly the whole day in bed, having my dinner served to me in my room. In the evening I went to the theater, to have the pleasure of seeing the beloved object of whom my love and constancy had made me the possessor. At the end of a fortnight, she sent me a note in which she told me that she would sleep by herself on the night following. It was a ferial day, and I therefore went to the church at 11 in the morning after making an enormous breakfast. I hid myself as before, and the beadle locked me in without making any discovery. I had a wait of 10 hours, and the reflection that I should have to spend the time partly in the church and partly on the dark and rat-haunted staircase, without being able to take a pinch of snuff for fear of being obliged to blow my nose, did not tend to enliven the prospect. However, the hope of the great reward made it easy to be borne. But at 1 o'clock I heard a slight noise, and looking up saw a hand appear through the grated window, and a paper drop on the floor of the church. I ran to pick it up, while my heart beat fast, for my first idea was that some obstacle had occurred which would compel me to pass the night on a bench in the church. I opened it, and what was my joy to read as follows. The door is open, and you will be more comfortable on the staircase, where you will find a light, a little dinner, and some books than in the church. The seat is not very easy, but I have done my best to remedy the discomfort with a cushion. Trust me, the time will seem as long to me as to you, but be patient. I have told the general that I do not feel very well and shall not go out today. May God keep you from coughing, especially during the night, for on the least noise we should be undone. What stratagems are inspired by love? I opened the door directly and found a nicely laid meal, dainty viands, delicious wine, coffee, a chafing dish, lemons, spirits of wine, sugar, and rum to make some punch if I liked. With these comforts and some books, I could wait well enough. But I was astonished at the dexterity of my charming mistress in doing all this without the knowledge of anybody in the house. I spent 3 hours in reading and 3 more in eating and making coffee and punch, and then I went to sleep. At 10 o'clock my darling came and awoke me. This second night was delicious, but not so much so as the former, as we could not see each other, and the violence of our ecstatic combats was restrained by the vicinity of the good husband. We slept part of the time, and early in the morning I had to make good my retreat. Thus ended my amour with this lady. The general went to Westphalia, and she was soon to go into the country. I thus made my preparations for leaving Cologne, promising to come and see her the year following, which promise, however, I was precluded, as the reader will see, from keeping. I took leave of my acquaintance and set out, regretted by all. The stay of 2 months and a half which I made in Cologne did not diminish my monetary resources, although I lost whenever I was persuaded to play. However, my winnings at Bonn made up all deficiencies, and my banker, M. Frank, complained that I had not made any use of him. However, I was obliged to be prudent so that those persons who spied into my actions might find nothing reprehensible. I left Cologne about the middle of March, and I stopped at Bonn to present my respects to the elector, but he was away. I dined with Count Verita and the Abbé Scampar, a favorite of the elector's. After dinner, the Count gave me a letter of introduction to a canoness at Koblenz, of whom he spoke in very high terms. That obliged me to stop at Koblenz, but when I got down at the inn, I found that the canoness was at Mannheim, while in her stead I encountered an actress named Toscani, who was going to Stuttgart with her young and pretty daughter. She was on her way from Paris, where her daughter had been learning character dancing with the famous Vestris. I had known her at Paris, but had not seen much of her, though I had given her a little spaniel dog, which was the joy of her daughter. This daughter was a perfect jewel, who had very little difficulty in persuading me to come with them to Stuttgart, where I expected, for other reasons, to have a very pleasant stay. The mother was impatient to know what the Duke would think of her daughter, for she had destined her from her childhood to serve the pleasures of this voluptuous prince, who, though he had a titular mistress, was fond of experimenting with all the ballet girls who took his fancy. We made up a little supper party, and it may be guessed that 2 of us belonging to the boards, the conversation was not exactly a course in moral theology. The Toscani told me that her daughter was a neophyte, and that she had made up her mind not to let the Duke touch her till he had dismissed his reigning mistress, whose place she was designed to take. The mistress in question was a dancer named Gardella, daughter of a Venetian boatman, whose name has been mentioned in my first volume in fine. She was the wife of Mitchell d'Agata, whom I found at Munich fleeing from the terrible Leeds, where I myself languished for so long. As I seemed to doubt the mother's assertion, and threw out some rather broad hints to the effect that I believed that the first bloom had been plucked at Paris, and that the Duke of Württemberg would only have the second, their vanity was touched. And on my proposing to verify the matter with my own eyes, it was solemnly agreed that this ceremony should take place the next day. They kept their promise, and I was pleasantly engaged for 2 hours the next morning, and was at last obliged to extinguish in the mother the flames her daughter had kindled in my breast. Although the Toscani was young enough, she would have found me ice if her daughter had been able to satisfy my desires, but she did not trust me well enough to leave us alone together. As it was, she was well satisfied. I resolved then on going to Stuttgart in company with the 2 nymphs, and I expected to see there the Binetti, who was always an enthusiastic admirer of mine. This actress was the daughter of a Roman boatman. I had helped her to get on the boards the same year that Madame de Valmarana had married her to a French dancer named Binet, whose name she had Italianized by the addition of one syllable, like those who ennoble themselves by adding another syllable to their names. I also expected to see the Gardella, young Balletti, of whom I was very fond, his young wife the Vulcani, and several other of my old friends, who I thought would combine to make my stay at Stuttgart a very pleasant one. But it will be seen that it is a risky thing to reckon without one's host. At the last posting station, I bid adieu to my two friends and went to the Bear. Chapter 12. Gardella Portrait of the Duke of Württemberg. My dinner with Gardella, and its consequences. Unfortunate meeting. I play and lose 4,000 Louis. Lawsuit. Lucky flight. My arrival at Zurich Church, consecrated by Jesus Christ himself. At that period the court of the Duke of Württemberg was the most brilliant in Europe. The heavy subsidies paid by France for quartering 10,000 men upon him furnished him with the means for indulging in luxury and debauchery. The army in question was a fine body of men, but during the war it was distinguished only by its blunders. The Duke was sumptuous in his tastes, which were for splendid palaces, hunting establishments on a large scale, enormous stables, in short, every whim imaginable. But his chief expense was the large salaries he paid his theatre, and above all, his mistresses. He had a French play, an Italian opera, grand and comic, and 20 Italian dancers, all of whom had been principal dancers in Italian theatres. His director of ballets was Novers, and sometimes 500 dancers appeared at once. A clever machinist and the best scene painters did their best to make the audience believe in magic. All the ballet girls were pretty, and all of them boasted of having been enjoyed at least once by my lord. The chief of them was a Venetian, daughter of a gondolier named Gardella. She was brought up by the Senator Malapiro, whom my readers know for his good offices towards myself, who had her taught for the theatre and gave her a dancing master. I found her at Munich, after my flight from the Leads, married to Mitchell Agata. The Duke took a fancy to her and asked her husband, who was only too happy to agree, to yield her, but he was satisfied with her charms in a year and put her on the retired list with the title of Madame. This honor had made all the other ballet girls jealous, and they all thought themselves as fit as she to be taken to the Duke's titular mistress, especially as she only enjoyed the honor without the pleasure. They all intrigued to procure her dismissal, but the Venetian lady succeeded in holding her ground against all cabals. Far from reproaching the Duke for this incorrigible infidelity, she encouraged him in it, and was very glad to be left to herself, as she cared nothing for him. Her chief pleasure was to have the ballet girls who aspired to the honors of the handkerchief come to her to solicit her good offices. She always received them politely, gave them her advice, and bade them do their best to please the prince. In his turn, the Duke thought himself bound to show his gratitude for her good nature, and gave her in public all the honors which could be given to a princess. I was not long in finding out that the Duke's chief desire was to be talked about. He would have liked people to say that there was not a prince in Europe to compare with him for wit, taste, genius, in the invention of pleasures, and statesmanlike capacities. He would fain be regarded as a Hercules in the pleasures of Bacchus and Venus, and none the less an Aristides in governing his people. He dismissed without pity an attendant who failed to wake him after he had been forced to yield to sleep for 3 or 4 hours, but he did not care how roughly he was awakened. It has happened that after having given His Highness a large cup of coffee, the servant has been obliged to throw him into a bath of cold water, where the Duke had to choose between awaking or drowning. As soon as he was dressed, the Duke would assemble his council and dispatch whatever business was on hand, and then he would give audience to whoever cared to come into his presence. Nothing could be more comic than the audiences he gave to his poorer subjects. Often there came to him dull peasants and workmen of the lowest class. The poor Duke would sweat and rage to make them hear reason, in which he was sometimes unsuccessful, and his petitioners would go away terrified, desperate, and furious. As to the pretty country maidens, he examined into their complaints in private, and though he seldom did anything for them, they went away consoled. The subsidies which the French crown was foolish enough to pay him for a perfectly useless service did not suffice for his extravagant expenses. He loaded his subjects with taxes till the patient people could bear it no longer, and some years after had recourse to the Diet of Wetzlar, which obliged him to change his system. He was foolish enough to wish to imitate the King of Prussia, while that monarch made fun of the Duke and called him his ape. His wife was the daughter of the Margrave of Bayreuth, the prettiest and most accomplished princess in all Germany. When I had come to Stuttgart, she was no longer there. She had taken refuge with her father, on account of a disgraceful affront which had been offered her by her unworthy husband. It is incorrect to say that this princess fled from her husband because of his infidelities. After I had dined by myself, I dressed and went to the opera provided gratis by the Duke in the fine theatre he had built. The prince was in the front of the orchestra, surrounded by his brilliant court. I sat in a box on the first tier, delighted to be able to hear so well the music of the famous Jumella, who was in the Duke's service. In my ignorance of the etiquette of small German courts, I happened to applaud a solo, which had been exquisitely sung by a castrato whose name I have forgotten, and directly afterwards an individual came into my box and addressed me in a rude manner. However, I knew no German, and could only answer by Nicht verstand, I don't understand. He went out, and soon after an official came in, who told me, in good French, that when the sovereign was present all applause was forbidden. Very good, sir. Then I will go away and come again when the sovereign is not here, as when an air pleases me I always applaud. After this reply I called for my carriage, but just as I was getting into it the same official came and told me that the Duke wanted to speak to me. I accordingly followed him to the presence. "You are M. Casanova, are you?" said the Duke. "Yes, my lord." "Where do you come from?" "From Cologne." "Is this the first time you have been to Stuttgart?" "Yes, my lord." "Do you think of staying long?" "For 5 or 6 days, if your highness will allow me." "Certainly, you may stay as long as you like, and you may clap when you please." "I shall profit by your permission, my lord." "Good." I sat down again, and the whole audience settled down to the play. Soon after, an actor sung an air which the Duke applauded, and of course all the courtiers, but not caring much for the song I sat still everyone to his taste. After the ballet, the Duke went to the favorite's box, kissed her hand, and left the theatre. An official, who was sitting by me, and did not know that I was acquainted with the Gardella, told me that as I had had the honor of speaking to the prince I might obtain the honor of kissing his favorite's hand. I felt a strong inclination to laugh, but I restrained myself, and a sudden and very irrational impulse made me say that she was a relation of mine. The words had no sooner escaped me than I bit my lip, for this stupid lie could only do me harm, but it was decreed that I should do nothing at Stuttgart but commit blunders. The officer, who seemed astonished at my reply, bowed and went to the favorite's box to inform her of my presence. The Gardella looked in my direction and beckoned to me with her fan, and I hastened to comply with the invitation, laughing inwardly at the part one was going to play. As soon as I came in, she graciously gave me her hand, which I kissed, calling her my cousin. "Did you tell the Duke you were my cousin?" said she. "No," I replied. "Very good, then I will do so myself. Come and dine with me tomorrow." She then left the house, and I went to visit the ballet girls who were undressing. The Binetti, who was one of the oldest of my acquaintances, was in an ecstasy of joy at seeing me, and asked me to dine with her every day. Kartz, the violin, who had been with me in the orchestra at St. Samuel, introduced me to his pretty daughter, saying, "She is not made for the Duke's eyes to gaze on, and he shall never have her." The good man was no prophet, as the Duke got possession of her a short time after. She presented him with 2 babies, but these pledges of affection could not fix the inconstant prince. Nevertheless, she was a girl of the most captivating kind, for to the most perfect beauty she added grace, wit, goodness, and kindness, which won everyone's heart. But the Duke was satiated, and his only pleasure lay in novelty. After her I saw the Vulcani, whom I had known at Dresden, and who suddenly presented her husband to me. He threw his arms round my neck. He was Balletti, brother of my faithless one, a young man of great talent of whom I was very fond. I was surrounded by all these friends, when the officer whom I had so foolishly told that I was related to the Gardella came in and began to tell the story. The Binetti, after hearing it, said to him, "It's a lie." "But my dear," said I to her, "you can't be better informed on the subject than I am." She replied by laughing, but Carte said very wittily, "As Gardella is only a boatman's daughter, like Binetti, the latter thinks, and very rightly, that you ought to have given her the refusal of your cousinship." Next day I had a pleasant dinner with the favorite, though she told me that, not having seen the Duke, she could not tell me how he would take my pleasantry, which her mother resented very much. This mother of hers, a woman of the lowest birth, had become very proud since her daughter was a prince's mistress, and thought my relationship a blot on their escutcheon. She had the impudence to tell me that her relations had never been players, without reflecting that it must be worse to descend to this estate than to rise from it, if it were dishonorable. I ought to have pitied her, but not being of a forbearing nature, I retorted by asking if her sister was still alive, a question which made her frown, and to which she gave no answer. The sister I spoke of was a fat, blind woman who begged on a bridge in Venice. After having spent a pleasant day with the favorite, who was the oldest of my theatrical friends, I left her, promising to come to breakfast the next day. But as I was going out, the porter bade me not to put my feet there again, but would not say on whose authority he gave me this polite order. It would have been wiser to hold my tongue, as this stroke must have come from the mother. Or, perhaps, from the daughter, whose vanity I had wounded. She was a good enough actress to conceal her anger. I was angry with myself, and went away in an ill humor. I was humiliated to see myself treated in such a manner by a wretched wanton of an actress, though if I had been more discreet I could have got a welcome in the best society. If I had not promised to dine with Binetti, the next day I should have posted off forthwith, and I should thus have escaped all the misadventures which befell me in that wretched town. The Binetti lived in the house of her lover, the Austrian ambassador, and the part of the house she occupied adjoined the town wall. As will be seen, this detail is an important one. I dined alone with my good fellow countrywoman, and if I had felt myself capable of love at that period, all my old affection would have resumed its sway over me, as her beauty was undiminished, and she had more tact and knowledge of the world than when I knew her formerly. The Austrian ambassador was a good-natured, easy-going, and generous man. As for her husband, he was not worthy of her, and she never saw him. I spent a pleasant day with her, talking of our old friends, and as I had nothing to keep me in Württemberg, I decided to leave in 2 days, as I had promised the Toscani and her daughter to go with them on the next day to Louisburg. We were to start at 5 in the morning, but the following adventure befell me. As I was leaving Binetti's house, I was greeted very courteously by 3 officers, whom I had become acquainted with at the coffee house, and I walked along the promenade with them. "We are going," said one of them, "to visit certain ladies of easy virtue. We shall be glad to have you of our company." "I only speak a few words of German," I answered, "and if I join you I shall be bored." "Ah, but the ladies are Italians," they exclaimed. "Nothing could suit you better." I did not at all like following them, but my evil genius led me in that wretched town from one blunder to another, and so I went in spite of myself. We turned back into the town, and I let myself be led up to the 3rd floor of an ill-looking house, and in the meanest of rooms I saw the pretended nieces of Piccini. A moment after Piccini appeared, and had the impudence to throw his arms around my neck, calling me his best friend. His nieces overwhelmed me with caresses, and seemed to confirm the idea that we were old friends. I did nothing, and held my tongue. The officers prepared for a debauch. I did not imitate their example, but this made no difference to them. I saw into what an evil place I had been decoyed, but a false shame prevented me from leaving the house without ceremony. I was wrong, but I determined to be more prudent for the future. Before long a pothouse supper was served, of which I did not partake, but not wishing to seem bad company I drank 2 or 3 small glasses of Hungarian wine. After supper, which did not last very long, cards were produced, and one of the officers held a bank at faro. I punted and lost the 50 or 60 louis I had about me. I felt that I was drunk, my head was reeling, and I would have gladly given over playing and gone away, but I have never been so possessed as on that day, either from false shame or from the effects of the drugged wine they gave me. My noble officers seemed vexed that I had lost and would give me my revenge. They made me hold a bank of 100 louis in fish, which they counted out to me. I did so and lost. I made a bank again, and again I lost. My inflamed understanding, my increasing drunkenness, and my anger deprived me of all sense, and I kept increasing my bank, losing all the time, till at midnight my good rascals declared they would play no more. They made a calculation and declared that I had lost nearly 100,000 francs. So great was my intoxication, although I had had no more wine, that they were obliged to send for a sedan chair to take me to my inn. While my servant was undressing me, he discovered that I had neither my watches nor my gold snuff-box. "Don't forget to wake me at 4 in the morning," said I. Therewith I went to bed and enjoyed a calm and refreshing sleep. While I was dressing next morning, I found 100 louis in my pocket, at which I was much astonished, for my dizziness of brain being over now, I remembered that I had not this money about me the evening before. But my mind was taken up with the pleasure party, and I put off thinking of this incident and of my enormous losses till afterwards. I went to the Tuscany, and we set out for Louisbourg, where we had a capital dinner, and my spirits ran so high that my companions could never have guessed the misfortune that had just befallen me. We went back to Stuttgart in the evening. When I got home, my Spaniard told me that they knew nothing about my watches and snuff-box at the house where I had been the evening before, and that the 3 officers had come to call on me, but not finding me at home, they had told him to warn me that they would breakfast with me on the following morning. They kept the appointment. "Gentlemen," said I as soon as they came in, "I have lost a sum which I cannot pay, and which I certainly should not have lost without the drugged wine you gave me. You have taken me to a den of infamy, where I was shamefully robbed of jewelry to the value of more than 300 louis. I complain of no one, since I have only my own folly to complain of. If I had been wiser, all this would not have happened to me." They exclaimed loudly at this speech, and tried to play the part of men of honor. They spoke in vain, as I had made up my mind to pay nothing. Whilst we were in the thick of the fight, and were beginning to get angry over it, Baletti, Toscani, and Binetti came in and heard the discussion. I then had breakfast brought in, and after we had finished my friends left me. When we were once more alone, one of the rascals addressed me as follows: "We are too honest, sir, to take advantage of your position. You have been unfortunate, but all men are sometimes unfortunate, and we ask nothing better than a mutual accommodation. We will take over all your properties, jewels, diamonds, arms, and carriage, and have them valued. And if the sum realized does not cover your debt, we will take your acceptance, payable at date, and remain good friends. Sir, I do not wish for the friendship of robbers, and I will not play a single farthing." At this they tried threats, but I kept cool and said, "Gentlemen, your menaces will not intimidate me, and as far as I can see, you have only 2 ways of getting paid. Either by way of the law, in which case I do not think I shall find it difficult to get a barrister to take up my case. Or, secondly, you can pay yourselves on my body, honorably, with sword in hand." As I had expected, they replied that if I wished they would do me the honor of killing me after I had paid them. They went off cursing, telling me that I would be sorry for what I had said. Soon after I went out and spent the day with the Tuscany in gaiety, which, situated as I was not far off madness. At the time I placed it to the daughter's charms, and to the need my spirits were in of recovering their elasticity. However, the mother, having witnessed the rage of the 3 robbers, was the first to urge me to fortify myself against their villainy by an appeal to the law. "If you give them the start," said she, "they may possibly gain a great advantage over you in spite of the right being on your side." And whilst I toyed with her charming daughter, she sent for a barrister. After hearing my case, the counsel told me that my best way would be to tell the whole story to the sovereign as soon as possible. "They took you to the house of ill fame, they poured out the drugged wine which deprived you of your reason, they made you play in spite of their prince's prohibition, for gaming is strictly forbidden. In this company, you were robbed of your jewels after they had made you lose an enormous sum. It's a hanging matter, and the Duke's interest will be to do you justice, for an act of scoundrelism like this committed by his officers would dishonor him all over Europe." I felt some repugnance to this course, for though the Duke was a shameless libertine, I did not like telling him such a disgraceful story. However, the case was a serious one, and after giving it due reflection, I determined to wait on the dike on the following morning. "As the Duke gives audience to the first comer," I said to myself, "why should I not have as good a reception as a laboring man?" In this way, I concluded that it would be no use to write to him, and I was on my way to the court, when, at about 20 paces from the gate of the castle, I met my 3 gentlemen who accosted me rudely and said I had better make up my mind to pay, or else they would play the devil with me. I was going on without paying any attention to them, when I felt myself rudely seized by the right arm. A natural impulse of self-defense made me put my hand to my sword, and I drew it in a manner that showed I was in earnest. The officer of the guard came running up, and I complained that the 3 were assaulting me and endeavoring to hinder my approach to the prince. On inquiry being made, the sentry and the numerous persons who were present declared that I had only drawn in self-defense, so the officer decided that I had perfect liberty to enter the castle. I was allowed to penetrate to the last antechamber without any obstacle being raised. Here I addressed myself to the chamberlain, demanding an audience with the sovereign, and he assured me that I should be introduced into the presence. But directly afterwards, the impudent scoundrel who had taken hold of my arm came up and began to speak to the chamberlain in German. He said his say without my being able to contradict him, and his representations were doubtless not in my favor. Very possibly, too, the chamberlain was one of the gang, and I went from Herod to Pilate. An hour went by without my being able to see the prince, and then the chamberlain, who had assured me that I should have an audience, came and told me that I might go home, as the Duke had heard all the circumstances of the case, and would no doubt see that justice was done me. I saw at once that I should get no justice at all, and as I was walking away, I thought how best I could get out of the difficulty. On my way, I met Binetti, who knew how I was placed, and he asked me to come and dine with him, assuring me that the Austrian ambassador would take me under his protection, and that he would save me from the violent measures which the rascals no doubt intended to take, in spite of the chamberlain's assurances. I accepted the invitation, and Binetti's charming wife, taking the affair to heart, did not lose a moment in informing her lover, the ambassador, of all the circumstances. This diplomatist came into the room with her, and after hearing all the details from my lips, he said that in all probability the Duke knew nothing about it. "Write a brief account of the business," said he, "and I will lay it before the sovereign, who will no doubt see justice done." I went to Binetti's desk, and as soon as I had written down my true relation, I gave it, unsealed, to the ambassador, who assured me that it should be in the Duke's hands in the course of an hour. At dinner, my countrywoman assured me again that her lover should protect me, and we spent the day pleasantly enough. But towards evening my Spaniard came and assured me that if I returned to the inn I should be arrested. "For," said he, "an officer came to see you, and finding you were out he took up his position at the street door and has 2 soldiers standing at the foot of the staircase." The Binetti said, "You must not go to the inn, stay here, where you have nothing to fear. Send for what you want, and we will wait and see what happens." I then gave orders to my Spaniard to go and fetch the belongings which were absolutely necessary to me. At midnight the ambassador came in, we were still up, and he seemed pleased that his mistress had sheltered me. He assured me that my plea had been laid before the sovereign, but during the 3 days I was in the house I heard no more about it. On the 4th day, whilst I was pondering as to how I should act, the ambassador received a letter from a minister requesting him, on behalf of the sovereign, to dismiss me from his house, as I had a suit pending with certain officers of His Highness, and whilst I was with the ambassador justice could not take its course. The ambassador gave me the letter, and I saw that the minister promised that strict justice should be done me. There was no help for it. I had to make up my mind to return to my inn, but the Binetti was so enraged that she began to scold her lover, at which he laughed, saying with perfect truth that he could not keep me there in defiance of the prince. I re-entered the inn without meeting anyone, but when I had had my dinner and was just going to see my counsel, an officer served me with a summons, which was interpreted to me by my landlord, which ordered me to appear forthwith before the notary appointed to take my deposition. I went to him with the officer of the court, and spent 2 hours with the notary, who wrote down my deposition in German while I gave it in Latin. When it was done, he told me to sign my name, to which I answered that I must decline to sign a document I did not understand. He insisted on my doing it, but I was immovable. He then got in a rage and said I ought to be ashamed of myself for suspecting a notary's honor. I replied calmly that I had no doubts as to his honor, but that I acted from principle, and that as I did not understand what he had written, I refused to sign it. I left him and was accompanied by the officer to my own counsel, who said I had done quite right and promised to call on me the next day to receive my power of attorney. And when I have done that, he said, your business will be mine. I was comforted by this man, who inspired me with confidence, and went back to the hotel, where I made a good supper and went tranquilly to sleep. Next morning, however, when I awoke, my Spaniard announced an officer who had followed him, and told me in good French that I must not be astonished to find myself a prisoner in my room. For being a stranger and engaged in a suit at law, it was only right that the opposite party should be assured that I would not escape before judgment was given. He asked very politely for my sword, and to my great regret I was compelled to give it him. The hilt was of steel, exquisitely chased. It was a present from Madame d'Urf, and was worth at least 50 louis. I wrote a note to my counsel to tell him what had happened. He came to see me, and assured me that I should only be under arrest for a few days. As I was obliged to keep my room, I let my friends know of my confinement, and I received visits from dancers and ballet girls, who were the only decent people I was acquainted with in that wretched Stuttgart, where I had better never have set foot. My situation was not pleasant to contemplate. I had been drugged, cheated, robbed, abused, imprisoned, threatened with a mulct of 100,000 francs, which would have stripped me to my shirt, as nobody knew the contents of my pocketbook. I could think of nothing else. I had written to Madame the Gardella, but to no purpose, as I got no answer. All the consolation I got was from Binetti, Toscani, and Balletti, who dined or supped with me every day. The 3 rascals came to see me one by one, and each tried to get me to give him money unknown to the other 2, and each promised that if I would do that, he would get me out of the difficulty. Each would have been content with 300 or 400 louis, but even if I had given that sum to one of them, I had no guarantee that the others would desist from their persecution. Indeed, if I had done so, I should have given some ground to their pretensions, and bad would have been made worse. My answer was that they wearied me, and that I should be glad if they would desist from visiting me. On the 5th day of my arrest, the Duke left for Frankfurt, and the same day Binetti came and told me from her lover that the Duke had promised the officers not to interfere, and that I was therefore in danger of an iniquitous sentence. His advice was to neglect no means of getting out of the difficulty, to sacrifice all my property, diamonds, and jewelry, and thus to obtain a release from my enemies. The Binetti, like a wise woman, disliked this counsel, and I relished it still less, but she had to perform her commission. I had jewelry and lace to the value of more than 100,000 francs, but I could not resolve to make the sacrifice. I did not know which way to turn or where to go, and while I was in this state of mind, my barrister came in. He spoke as follows. Sir, all my endeavors on your behalf have been unsuccessful. There is a party against you which seems to have support in some high quarter, and which silences the voice of justice. It is my duty to warn you that unless you find some way of arranging matters with these rascals, you are a ruined man. The judgment given by the police magistrate, a rascal like the rest of them, is of a summary character, for as a stranger you will not be allowed to have recourse to the delays of the law. You would require bail to do that. They have managed to procure witnesses who swear that you are a professional gamester, that it was you who seduced the 3 officers into the house of your countryman Piccini, that it is not true that your wine was drugged, that you did not lose your watches nor your snuff-box. For, they say, these articles will be found in your mails when your goods are sold. For that you will only have to wait till tomorrow or the day after, and do not think that I am deceiving you in any particular, or you will be sorry for it. They will come here and empty your mails, boxes, and pockets. A list will be made, and they will be sold by auction the same day. If the sum realized is greater than the debt, the surplus will go in costs, and you may depend upon it that a very small sum will be returned to you. But if, on the other hand, the sum is not sufficient to pay everything, including the debt, costs, expenses of the auction, etc., you will be enrolled as a common soldier in the forces of His Most Serene Highness. I heard it said to the officer, who is your greatest creditor, that the 4 louis enlistment money would be taken into account, and that the Duke would be glad to get hold of such a fine man. The barrister left me without my noticing him. I was so petrified by what he had said. I was in such a state of collapse that in less than an hour all the liquids in my body must have escaped. I, a common soldier in the army of a petty sovereign like the Duke, who only existed by the horrible traffic in human flesh which he carried on after the manner of the Elector of Hesse. I, despoiled by those knaves, the victim of an iniquitous sentence. Never! I would endeavor to hit upon some plan to gain time. I began by writing to my chief creditor that I had decided to come to an agreement with them, but I wished them all to wait upon my notary, with witnesses, to put a formal close to the action and render me a free man again. I calculated that one of them was sure to be on duty on the morrow, and thus I should gain a day at any rate. In the meantime, I hoped to discover some way of escape. I next wrote to the head of the police, whom I styled Your Excellency and my lord, begging him to vouchsafe his all-powerful protection. I told him that I had resolved on selling all my property to put an end to the suit which threatened to overwhelm me, and I begged him to suspend the proceedings, the cost of which could only add to my difficulties. I also asked him to send me a trustworthy man to value my effects as soon as I had come to an agreement with my creditors, with whom I begged for his good offices. When I had done, I sent my Spaniard to deliver the letters. The officer to whom I had written, who pretended that I was his debtor to the amount of 2,000 louis, came to see me after dinner. I was in bed, and I told him I thought I had fever. He began to offer his sympathy, and, genuine or not, I was pleased with it. He told me he had just had some conversation with the chief of the police, who had shewn him my letter. "You are very wise," said he, "in consenting to a composition, but we need not all three be present. I have full powers from the other two, and that will be sufficient for the notary." "I am in bad enough case," I replied, "for you to grant me the favor of seeing you all together. I cannot think you will refuse me." "Well, well, you shall be satisfied, but if you are in a hurry to leave Stuttgart, I must warn you that we cannot come before Monday, for we are on duty for the next 4 days. I am sorry to hear it, but I will wait. Give me your word of honor that all proceedings shall be suspended in the meantime." "Certainly, here is my hand, and you may reckon on me. In my turn, I have a favor to ask. I like your postchaise. Will you let me have it for what it cost you?" "With pleasure." "Be kind enough to call the landlord, and tell him in my presence that the carriage belongs to me." I had the landlord upstairs, and did as the rascal had asked me, but mine host told him that he could dispose of it after he had paid for it, and with that he turned his back on him and left the room. "I am certain of having the chaise," said the officer, laughing. He then embraced me and went away. I had derived so much pleasure from my talk with him that I felt quite another man. I had 4 days before me. It was a rare piece of good luck. Some hours after, an honest-looking fellow who spoke Italian well came to tell me, from the chief of police, that my creditors would meet on the ensuing Monday, and that he himself was appointed to value my goods. He advised me to make it a condition of the agreement that my goods should not be sold by auction, and that my creditors should consider his valuation as final and binding. He told me that I should congratulate myself if I followed his advice. I told him that I would not forget his services, and begged him to examine my mails and my jewel box. He examined everything and told me that my lace alone was worth 20,000 francs. "In all," he added, "your goods are worth more than 100,000 francs, but I promise to tell your adversaries another story. Thus, if you can persuade them to take half their debt, you will get off with half your effects." "In that case," I said, "you shall have 50 louis, and here are 6 as an earnest." "I am grateful to you, and you can count upon my devotion. The whole town and the Duke as well know your creditors to be knaves, but they have their reasons for refusing to see their conduct in its true light." I breathed again, and now all my thoughts were concentrated on making my escape with all I possessed, my poor chaise excepted. I had a difficult task before me, but not so difficult a one as my flight from the Leads, and the recollection of my great escape gave me fresh courage. My first step was to ask Toscani, Balletti, and the dancer Binetti to supper, as I had measures to concert with these friends of mine, whom I could rely on, and who had nothing to fear from the resentment of 3 rascals. After we had had a good supper, I told them how the affair stood, and that I was determined to escape and to carry my goods with me. "And now," I said, "I want your advice." After a brief silence, Binetti said, if I could get to his house, I could lower myself down from a window, and once on the ground I should be outside the town walls and at a distance of 100 paces from the high road, by which I could travel post and be out of the Duke's dominions by daybreak. Thereupon, Binetti opened the window and found that it would be impossible to escape that way, on account of a wooden roof above a shop. I looked out also, and seeing that he was right, I said that I should no doubt hit on some way of making my escape from the inn, but what troubled me chiefly was my luggage. The Tuscany then said, you will have to abandon your mails, which you could not take off without attracting attention, and you must send all your effects to my house. I engage to deliver safely whatever you may put in my care. I will take away your effects under my clothes in several journeys, and I can begin tonight. Binetti thought this idea a good one, and said that to do it the quicker his wife would come and help. We fixed on this plan, and I promised Binetti to be with him at midnight on Sunday, even if I had to stab the sentry, who was at my door all day, but who went away at night after locking me in. Binetti said he would provide me with a faithful servant and a postchaise with swift horses, which would take my effects in other mails. To make the best use of the time, the Tuscany began to load herself, putting 2 of my suits of clothes under her dress. For the next few days my friends served me so well that, at midnight on Saturday, my mails and my dressing case were empty. I kept back all the jewelry intending to carry it in my pocket. On Sunday, the Tuscany brought me the keys of the 2 mails, in which she had put my goods, and Binetti came also to tell me that all the necessary measures had been taken, and that I should find a postchaise, under the charge of his servant, waiting for me on the high road. So far good, and the reader shall now hear how I contrived to escape from my inn. The sentry confined himself to a small antechamber, where he walked up and down, without ever coming into my room, except at my invitation. As soon as he heard that I had gone to bed, he locked the door and went off till the next day. He used to sup on a little table in a corner of the anteroom, his food being sent out by me. Profiting by my knowledge of his habits, I gave my Spaniard the following instructions. After supper, instead of going to bed, I shall hold myself in readiness for leaving my room, and I shall leave it when I see the light extinguished in the anteroom, while I shall take care that my candle be so placed as not to show any light outside, or to reflect my shadow. Once out of my room, I shall have no difficulty in reaching the stairs, and my escape will be accomplished. I shall go to Binetti's, leave the town by his house, and wait for you at Furstenberg. No one can hinder you from joining me in the course of a day or 2. So when you see me ready in my room, and this will be whilst the sentry is having his supper, put out the candle on the table. You can easily manage to do so whilst snuffing it. You will then take it to relight it, and I shall seize that moment to get off in the darkness. When you conclude that I have got out of the anteroom, you can come back to the soldier with the lighted candle, and you can help him to finish his bottle. By that time I shall be safe, and when you tell him I have gone to bed, he will come to the door, wish me good night, and after locking the door and putting the key in his pocket, he will go away with you. It is not likely that he will come in and speak to me when he hears I have gone to bed. Nevertheless, as he might possibly take it into his head to come into the room, I carefully arranged a wig block in a nightcap on the pillow, and huddled up the coverlet so as to deceive a casual glance. All my plans were successful, as I heard afterwards from my Spaniard. Whilst he was drinking with the sentry, I was getting on my great coat, girding on my hanger, I had no longer a sword, and putting my loaded pistols in my pocket. As soon as the darkness told me that Leduc had put out the candle, I went out softly, and reached the staircase without making the least noise. Once there, the rest was easy, for the stair led into the passage, and the passage to the main door, which was always open till nearly midnight. I stepped out along the street, and at 11:45 I got to Binetti's, and found his wife looking out for me at the window. When I was in the room, whence I intended to escape, we lost no time. I threw my overcoat to Binetti, who was standing in the ditch below, up to the knees in mud, and binding a strong cord round my waist, I embraced the Binetti and Biletti's wife, who lowered me down as gently as possible. Binetti received me in his arms, I cut the cord, and after taking my great coat, I followed his footsteps. We strode through the mud, and going along a hedge, we reached the high road in a state of exhaustion, although it was not more than 100 paces as the crow flies from where we stood to the house. At a little distance off, beside a small wayside inn, we found the postchaise in which sat Balletti's servant. He got out, telling us that the postilion had just gone into the inn to have a glass of beer and light his pipe. I took the good servant's place and gave him a reward and begged them both to be gone, saying I would manage all the rest myself. It was April and 1760, my birthday and a remarkable period in my career, although my whole life has been filled with adventures, good or bad. I had been in the carriage for 2 or 3 minutes when the postilion came and asked me if we had much longer to wait. He thought he was speaking to the same person that he had left in the chaise, and I did not undeceive him. "Drive on," I answered, "and make one stage of it from here to Tübingen, without changing horses at Waldenbach." He followed my instructions, and we went along at a good pace, but I had a strong inclination to laugh at the face he made when he saw me at Tübingen. Balletti's servant was a youth and slightly built. I was tall and quite a man. He opened his eyes to their utmost width and told me I was not the same gentleman that was in the carriage when he started. "You're drunk," said I, putting in his hand 4 times what he was accustomed to get, and the poor devil did not say a word. Who has not experienced the persuasive influence of money? I went on my journey and did not stop till I reached Furstenberg, where I was quite safe. I had eaten nothing on the way, and by the time I got to the inn I was dying of hunger. I had a good supper brought to me, and then I went to bed and slept well. As soon as I awoke, I wrote to my 3 rascals. I promised to wait 10 days for them at the place from which I dated the letter, and I challenged them to a duel at L'Outrance, swearing that I would publish their cowardice all over Europe if they refused to measure swords with me. I next wrote to the Toscani, to Balletti, and to the good-natured mistress of the Austrian ambassador, commending Le Duc to their care, and thanking them for their friendly help. The 3 rascals did not come, but the landlord's 2 daughters, both of them pretty, made me pass the 3 days very agreeably. On the 4th day, towards noon, I had the pleasure of seeing my faithful Spaniard riding into the town, carrying his portmanteau on his saddle. "Sir," said he, "all Stuttgart knows you to be here, and I fear, lest the 3 officers who were too cowardly to accept your challenge may have you assassinated. If you are wise, you will set out for Switzerland forthwith." "That's cowardly, my lad," said I. "Don't be afraid about me, but tell me all that happened after my escape." "As soon as you were gone, sir, I carried out your instructions and helped the poor devil of a sentry to empty his bottle, though he would have willingly dispensed with my assistance in the matter. I then told him you had gone to bed, and he locked the door as usual and went away after shaking me by the hand. After he had gone, I went to bed. Next morning the worthy man was at his post by 9 o'clock, and at 10 the 3 officers came, and on my telling them that you were still asleep they went away, bidding me come to a coffee house and summon them when you got up. As they waited and waited to no purpose, they came again at noon and told the soldier to open the door. What followed amused me, though I was in some danger in the midst of the rascals. They went in, and taking the wig block for your head, they came up to the bed and politely wished you good morning. You took no notice, so one of them proceeded to give you a gentle shake, and the bauble fell and rolled along the floor. I roared with laughter at the sight of their amazement. "You laugh, do you, rascal? Tell us where your master is." And to give emphasis to their words, they accompanied them with some strokes of the cane. I was not going to stand this sort of thing, so I told them, with an oath, that if they did not stop I should defend myself, adding that I was not my master's keeper, and advising them to ask the sentry. The sentry on his part swore by all the saints that you must have escaped by the window, but in spite of this a corporal was summoned, and the poor man was sent to prison. The clamor that was going on brought up the landlord, who opened your mails, and on finding them empty said that he would be well enough paid by your postchaise, replying only with a grin to the officer who pretended you had given it him. In the midst of the tumult, a superior officer came up, who decided that you must have escaped through the window, and ordered the sentry to be set at liberty on the spot. Then came my turn, for, as I kept on laughing and answered all questions by "I don't know," these gentlemen had me taken to prison, telling me I should stay there till I informed them where you, or at least your effects, could be found. The next day, one of them came to the prison, and told me that unless I confessed I should undoubtedly be sent to the galleys. "On the faith of a Spaniard," I answered, "I know nothing, but if I did it would be all the same to you, for no one can make an honest servant betray his master." At this, the rascal told the turnkey to give me a taste of the lash, and after this had been done I was set at liberty. My back was somewhat scarified, but I had the proud consciousness of having done my duty, and I went back and slept at the inn, where they were glad to see me. Next morning, everyone knew you were here and had sent a challenge to the three sharpers, but the universal opinion was that they were too knowing to risk their lives by meeting you. Nevertheless, Madame Baletti told me to beg you to leave Furstenberg, as they might very likely have you assassinated. The landlord sold your chaise and your mails to the Austrian ambassador, who, they say, let you escape from a window in the apartment occupied by his mistress. No one offered to prevent me coming here. 3 hours after Leduc's arrival, I took post and went to Schaffhouse, and from there to Zurich with hired horses, as there are no posts in Switzerland. At Zurich, I put up at the Sword, an excellent inn. After supper, pondering over my arrival in Zurich, where I had dropped from the clouds as it were, I began to reflect seriously upon my present situation and the events of my past life. I recalled my misfortunes and scrutinized my conduct, and was not long in concluding that all I had suffered was through my own fault, and that when fortune would have crowned me with happiness I had persistently trifled that happiness away. I had just succeeded in escaping from a trap where I might have perished, or at least have been overwhelmed with shame, and I shuddered at the thought. I resolved to be no more fortune's plaything, but to escape entirely from her hands. I calculated my assets and found I was possessed of 100,000 crowns. "With that," said I can live secure amidst the changes and chances of this life, and I shall at last experience true happiness." I went to bed pondering over these fancies, and my sleep was full of happy dreams. I saw myself dwelling in a retired spot amidst peace and plenty. I thought I was surrounded on all sides by a fair expanse of country which belonged to me, where I enjoyed that freedom the world cannot give. My dreams had all the force of reality, till a sudden awakening at daybreak came to give them the lie. But the imaginary bliss I had enjoyed had so taken my fancy that I could not rest till I realized it. I arose, dressed myself hastily, and went out, fasting, without knowing where I was going. I walked on, absorbed in contemplation, and did not really awake till I found myself in a ravine between two lofty mountains. Stepping forward, I reached a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides, and in the distance a fine church, attached to a pile of buildings, magnificently situated. I guessed it to be a monastery, and I made my way towards it. The church door was open, and I went in and was amazed at the rich marbles and the beauty of the altars. And, after hearing the last Mass, I went to the sacristy and found myself in a crowd of Benedictines. The abbot, whom I recognized by his cross, came towards me and asked if I wished to see the church and monastery. I replied that I should be delighted, and he, with 2 other brethren, offered to show me all. I saw their rich ornaments, chasubles embroidered with gold and pearls, the sacred vessels adorned with diamonds and other precious stones, a rich balustrade, etc. As I understood German very imperfectly, and the Swiss dialect, which is hard to acquire and bears the same relation to German that Genoese has to Italian, not at all, I began to speak Latin and asked the abbot if the church had been built for long. Thereupon, the very reverend father entered into a long history, which would have made me repent my inquisitiveness if he had not finished by saying that the church was consecrated by Jesus Christ himself. This was carrying its foundation rather far back, and no doubt my face expressed some surprise, for to convince me of the truth of the story the abbot bade me follow him into the church. And there, on a piece of marble pavement, he showed me the imprint of the foot of Jesus, which he had left there at the moment of the consecration, to convince the infidels and to save the bishop the trouble of consecrating the church. The abbot had had this divinely revealed to him in a dream, and going into the church to verify the vision he saw the print of the divine foot and gave thanks to the Lord. Episode 14, Switzerland. Chapter 13. I resolved to become a monkai, go to confession delay of a fortnight Giustiniani, the apostle Capucini alter my mind. My reasons my pranks at the inn I dine with the abbot. The cool way in which the abbot told these cock and bull stories gave me an inclination to laughter, which the holiness of the place and the laws of politeness had much difficulty in restraining. All the same, I listened with such an attentive air that his reverence was delighted with me and asked where I was staying. "Nowhere," said I. "I came from Zurich on foot, and my first visit was to your church." I do not know whether I pronounced these words with an air of compunction, but the abbot joined his hands and lifted them to heaven, as if to thank God for touching my heart and bringing me there to lay down the burden of my sins. I have no doubt that these were his thoughts, as I have always had the look of a great sinner. The abbot said it was near noon, and that he hoped I would do him the honor of dining with him, and I accepted with pleasure, for I had had nothing to eat, and I knew that there is usually good cheer in such places. I did not know where I was, and I did not care to ask, being willing to leave him under the impression that I was a pilgrim come to expiate my sins. On our way from the church, the abbot told me that his monks were fasting, but that we should eat meat in virtue of a dispensation he had received from Benedict Roman XIV, which allowed him to eat meat all the year round with his guests. I replied that I would join him all the more willingly, as the Holy Father had given me a similar dispensation. This seemed to excite his curiosity about myself, and when we got to his room, which did not look the cell of a penitent, he hastened to show me the brief, which he had framed and glazed and hung up opposite the table so that the curious and scrupulous might have it in full view. As the table was only laid for two, a servant in full livery came in and brought another cover, and the humble abbot then told me that he usually had his chancellor with him at dinner. "For," said he, "I have a chancery, since as abbot of Our Lady of Einsiedel I am a prince of the Holy Roman Empire." This was a relief to me, as I now knew where I was, and I no longer ran the risk of showing my ignorance in the course of conversation. This monastery, of which I had heard before, was the Loreto of the mountains, and was famous for the number of pilgrims who resorted to it. In the course of dinner, the Prince Abbot asked me where I came from, if I were married, if I intended to make a tour of Switzerland, adding that he should be glad to give me letters of introduction. I replied that I was a Venetian, a bachelor, and that I should be glad to accept the letters of introduction he had kindly offered me, after I had had a private conference with him, in which I desired to take his advice on my conscience. Thus, without premeditation, and scarcely knowing what I was saying, I engaged to confess to the abbot. This was my way. Whenever I obeyed a spontaneous impulse, whenever I did anything of a sudden, I thought I was following the laws of my destiny and yielding to a supreme will. When I had thus plainly intimated to him that he was to be my confessor, he felt obliged to speak with religious fervor, and his discourses seemed tolerable enough during a delicate and appetizing repast, for we had snipe and woodcock, which made me exclaim, "What, game like that at this time of year?" "It's a secret," said he, with a pleased smile, "which I shall be glad to communicate to you." The abbot was a man of taste, for though he affected sobriety, he had the choicest wines and the most delicious dishes on the table. A splendid salmon trout was brought, which made him smile with pleasure, and seasoning the good fare with a jest, he said in Latin that we must taste it as it was fish, and that it was right to fast a little. While he was talking, the abbot kept a keen eye on me, and as my fine dress made him feel certain that I had nothing to ask of him, he spoke at ease. When dinner was over, the chancellor bowed respectfully and went out. Soon after, the abbot took me over the monastery, including the library, which contained a portrait of the Elector of Cologne in semi-ecclesiastical costume. I told him that the portrait was a good though ugly likeness, and drew out of my pocket the gold snuff-box the prince had given me, telling him that it was a speaking likeness. He looked at it with interest, and thought His Highness had done well to be taken in the dress of a Grand Master. But I perceived that the elegance of the snuff-box did no harm to the opinion the abbot had conceived of me. As for the library, if I had been alone it would have made me weep. It contained nothing under the size of folio. The newest books were 100 years old, and the subject matter of all these huge books was solely theology and controversy. There were Bibles, commentators, the Fathers, works on canon law in German, volumes of annals, and Hoffmann's dictionary. "I suppose your monks have private libraries of their own," I said, "which contain accounts of travels, with historical and scientific works." "Not at all," he replied. "My monks are honest folk, who are content to do their duty, and to live in peace and sweet ignorance." I do not know what happened to me at that moment, but a strange whim came into my head I would be a monk, too. I said nothing about it at the moment, but I begged the abbot to take me to his private chamber. I wish to make a general confession of all my sins, said I, that I may obtain the benefit of absolution and receive the Holy Eucharist on the morrow. He made no answer, but led the way to a pretty little room, and without requiring me to kneel down, said he was ready to hear me. I sat down before him, and for 3 consecutive hours I narrated scandalous histories innumerable, which, however, I told simply and not spicily, since I felt ascetically disposed and obliged myself to speak with a contrition I did not feel. For when I recounted my follies, I was very far from finding the remembrance of them disagreeable. In spite of that, the serene or reverend abbot believed, at all events, in my attrition, for he told me that since by the appointed means I had once more placed myself in a state of grace, contrition would be perfected in me. According to the good abbot, and still more according to me, without grace contrition is impossible. After he had pronounced the sacramental words which take away the sins of men, he advised me to retire to the chamber he had appointed for me, to pass the rest of the day in prayer, and to go to bed at an early hour, but he added that I could have supper if I was accustomed to that meal. He told me that I might communicate at the first Mass next morning, and with that we parted. I obeyed with a docility which has puzzled me ever since, but at the time I thought nothing of it. I was left alone in a room which I did not even examine, and there I pondered over the idea which had come into my head before making my confession, and I quite made up my mind that chance, or rather my good genius, had led me to that spot, where happiness awaited me, and where I might shelter all my days from the tempests of the world. Whether I stay here, said I, depends on myself alone, as I am sure the abbot will not refuse me the cowl if I give him 10,000 crowns for my support. All that was needed to secure my happiness seemed a library of my own choosing, and I did not doubt but that the abbot would let me have what books I pleased if I promised to leave them to the monastery after my death. As to the society of the monks, the discord, envy, and all the bickerings inseparable from such a mode of life, I thought I had nothing to pass in that way, since I had no ambitions which could rouse the jealousy of the other monks. Nevertheless, despite my fascination, I foresaw the possibility of repentance, and I shuddered at the thought, but I had a cure for that also. When I ask for the habit, I said, I will also ask that my novitiate be extended for 10 years, and if repentance do not come in 10 years, it will not come at all. I shall declare that I do not wish for any cure or any ecclesiastical dignity. All I want is peace and leave to follow my own tastes without scandalizing anyone. I thought I could easily remove any objections which might be made to the long term of my novitiate by agreeing, in case I changed my mind, to forfeit the 10,000 crowns which I would pay in advance. I put down this fine idea in writing before I went to bed, and in the morning, finding myself unshaken in my resolve, after I had communicated, I gave my plan to the abbot, who was taking chocolate in his room. He immediately read my plan, and without saying anything put it on the table, and after breakfast he walked up and down the room and read it again, and finally told me that he would give me an answer after dinner. I waited till night with the impatience of a child who has been promised toys on its birthday so completely, and suddenly can an infatuation change one's nature. We had as good a dinner as on the day before, and when we had risen from the table the good abbot said, "My carriage is at the door to take you to Zurich. Go, and let me have a fortnight to think it over. I will bring my answer in person. In the meanwhile, here are 2 sealed letters, which please deliver yourself." I replied that I would obey his instructions, and that I would wait for him at the Sword, in the hope that he would deign to grant my wishes. I took his hand, which he allowed me to kiss, and I then set out for Zurich. As soon as my Spaniard saw me, the rascal began to laugh. I guessed what he was thinking, and asked him what he was laughing at. I am amazed to see that no sooner do you arrive in Switzerland than you contrive to find some amusement, which keeps you away for 2 whole days. Ah, I see. Go and tell the landlord that I shall want the use of a good carriage for the next fortnight, and also a guide on whom I can rely. My landlord, whose name was Oat, had been a captain, and was thought a great deal of at Zurich. He told me that all the carriages in the neighborhood were uncovered. I said they would do, as there was nothing better to be had, and he informed me I could trust the servant he would provide me with. Next morning I took the abbot's letters. One was for M. Aureli and the other for M. Pestalozzi, neither of whom I found at home. But in the afternoon they both called on me, asked me to dinner, and made me promise to come with them the same evening to a concert. This is the only species of entertainment allowed at Zurich, and only members of the musical society can be present, with the exception of strangers who have to be introduced by a member, and are then admitted on the payment of a crown. The two gentlemen both spoke in very high terms of the abbot of Einsiedel. I thought the concert a bad one, and got bored at it. The men sat on the right hand and the women on the left. I was vexed with this arrangement, for in spite of my recent conversation, I saw 3 or 4 ladies who pleased me and whose eyes wandered a good deal in my direction. I should have liked to make love to them, to make the best of my time before I became a monk. When the concert was over, men and women went out together, and the 2 citizens presented me to their wives and daughters, who looked pleasant and were amongst those I had noticed. Courtesy is necessarily cut short in the street, and after I had thanked the 2 gentlemen, I went home to the sword. Next day I dined with M. Aureli, and I had an opportunity for doing justice to his daughter's amiability without being able to let her perceive how she had impressed me. The day after, I played the same part with M. Pestalozzi, although his charming daughter was pretty enough to excite my gallantry. But to my own great astonishment, I was a mirror of discretion, and in 4 days that was my character all over the town. I was quite astonished to find myself accosted in quite a respectful manner, to which I was not accustomed. But in the pious state of mind I was in, this confirmed me in the belief that my idea of taking the cowl had been a divine inspiration. Nevertheless, I felt listless and weary, but I looked upon that as the inevitable consequence of so complete a change of life, and thought it would disappear when I grew more accustomed to goodness. In order to put myself, as soon as possible, on an equality with my future brethren, I passed 3 hours every morning in learning German. My master was an extraordinary man, a native of Genoa, and an apostate Capuchin. His name was Giustiniani. The poor man, to whom I gave 6 francs every morning, looked upon me as an angel from heaven, although I, with the enthusiasm of a devotee, took him for a devil of hell, for he lost no opportunity of throwing a stone at the religious orders. Those orders which had the highest reputation were, according to him, the worst of all, since they led more people astray. He styled monks in general as a vile rabble, the curse of the human race. "But," said I to him one day, "you will confess that Our Lady of Einsiedel—" "What?" replied the Genoese, without letting me finish my remark. "Do you think I should make an exception in favor of a set of 40 ignorant, lazy, vicious, idle, hypocritical scoundrels who live bad lives under the cloak of humility, and eat up the houses of the poor simpletons who provide for them, when they ought to be earning their own bread? But how about His Reverend Highness the Abbot? A stuck-up peasant who plays the part of a prince, and is fool enough to think himself one. But he is a prince. As much a prince as I am. I look upon him as a mere buffoon. What has he done to you? Nothing, but he is a monk. He is a friend of mine. I cannot retract what I have said, but I beg your pardon. This Giustiniani had a great influence upon me, although I did not know it, for I thought my vocation was sure. But my idea of becoming a monk at Einsiedel came to an end as follows. The day before the abbot was coming to see me, at about 6 o'clock in the evening, I was sitting at my window, which looked out on the bridge, and gazing at the passers-by, when all at once a carriage and 4 came up at a good pace and stopped at the inn. There was no footman on it, and consequently the waiter came out and opened the door, and I saw 4 well-dressed women leave the carriage. In the first 3 I saw nothing noticeable, but the 4th, who was dressed in a riding habit, struck me at once with her elegance and beauty. She was a brunette with fine and well-set eyes, arched eyebrows, and a complexion in which the hues of the lily and the rose were mingled. Her bonnet was of blue satin with a silver fillet, which gave her an air I could not resist. I stretched out from the window as far as I could, and she lifted her eyes and looked at me as if I had bade her do so. My position obliged me to look at her for half a minute, too much for a modest woman, and more than was required to set me all ablaze. I ran and took up my position at the window of my antechamber, which commanded a view of the staircase, and before long I saw her running by to rejoin her 3 companions. When she got opposite to my window, she chanced to turn in that direction, and on seeing me cried out as if she had seen a ghost. But she soon recollected herself and ran away, laughing like a madcap, and rejoined the other ladies who were already in their room. Reader, put yourself in my place, and tell me how I could have avoided this meeting. And you who would bury yourselves in monastic shades, persevere, if you can, after you have seen what I saw at Zurich on April 23rd. I was in such a state of excitement that I had to lie down on my bed. After resting a few minutes, I got up and almost unconsciously went towards the passage window and saw the waiter coming out of the ladies' room. "Waiter," said I will take supper in the dining room with everybody else. If you want to see those ladies, that won't do, as they have ordered their supper to be brought up to them. They want to go to bed in good time as they are to leave at daybreak." "Where are they going?" "To Our Lady of Einsiedel to pay their vows." "Where do they come from?" "From Soler." "What are their names?" "I don't know." I went to lie down again and thought how I could approach the fair one of my thoughts. Should I go to Einsiedel too? But what could I do when I got there? These ladies are going to make their confessions. I could not get into the confessional. What kind of a figure should I cut among the monks? And if I were to meet the abbot on the way, how could I help returning with him? If I had had a trusty friend, I would have arranged an ambuscade and carried off my charmer. It would have been an easy task, as she had nobody to defend her. What if I were to pluck up my heart and beg them to let me sup in their company? I was afraid of the 3 devotees. I should meet with a refusal. I judged that my charmer's devotion was more a matter of form than anything else, as her physiognomy declared her to be a lover of pleasure, and I had long been accustomed to read women's characters by the play of their features. I did not know which way to turn, when a happy idea came into my head. I went to the passage window and stayed there till the waiter went by. I had him into the room and began my discourse by sliding a piece of gold into his hand. I then asked him to lend me his green apron, as I wished to wait upon the ladies at supper. "What are you laughing at?" "At your taking such a fancy, sir, though I think I know why." "You are a sharp fellow." "Yes, sir, as sharp as most of them. I will get you a new apron." The pretty one asked me who you were. "What did you tell her?" "I said you were an Italian, that's all." "If you will hold your tongue, I will double that piece of gold." "I have asked your Spaniard to help me, sir, as I am single-handed, and supper has to be served at the same time both upstairs and downstairs." "Very good, but the rascal mustn't come into the room or he would be sure to laugh. Let him go to the kitchen, bring up the dishes, and leave them outside the door." The waiter went out and returned soon after with the apron and Leduc, to whom I explained in all seriousness what he had to do. He laughed like a madman, but assured me he would follow my directions. I procured a carving knife, tied my hair in a queue, took off my coat, and put on the apron over my scarlet waistcoat ornamented with gold lace. I then looked at myself in the glass and thought my appearance mean enough for the modest part one was about to play. I was delighted at the prospect, and thought to myself that as the ladies came from Soler they would speak French. Leduc came to tell me that the waiter was going upstairs. I went into the ladies' room and said, "Supper is about to be served, ladies." "Make haste about it, then," said the ugliest of them, "as we have got to rise before daybreak." I placed the chairs round the table and glanced at my fair one, who looked petrified. The waiter came in, and I helped him to put the dishes on the table, and he then said to me, "Do you stay here, as I have to go downstairs." I took a plate and stood behind a chair facing the lady, and without appearing to look at her I saw her perfectly, or rather I saw nothing else. She was astonished the others did not give me a glance, and they could not have pleased me better. After the soup, I hurried to change her plate, and then did the same office for the rest. They helped themselves to the boiled beef. While they were eating, I took a boiled capon and cut it up in a masterly manner. "We have a waiter who knows his work," said the lady of my thoughts. "Have you been long at this inn?" "Only a few weeks, madam." "You wait very well." "Madam is very good." I had tucked in my superb ruffles of English point lace, but my frilled shirt front of the same material protruded slightly through my vest, which I had not buttoned carefully. She saw it and said, Come here a moment. What does Madame require? Let me see it, what beautiful lace. So I have been told, Madame, but it is very old. An Italian gentleman who was staying here made me a present of it. You have ruffles of the same kind, I suppose. Yes, Madame, and so saying I stretched out my hand, unbuttoning my waistcoat. She gently drew out the ruffle and seemed to place herself in a position to intoxicate me with the sight of her charms, although she was tightly laced. What an ecstatic moment. I knew she had recognized me, and the thought that I could not carry the masquerade beyond a certain point was a veritable torment to me. When she had looked a long time, one of the others said, "You are certainly very curious, my dear. One would think you had never seen lace before." At this she blushed. When the supper was done, the three ugly ladies each went apart to undress, while I took away the dishes, and my heroine began to write. I confess that I was almost infatuated enough to think that she was writing to me. However, I had too high an opinion of her to entertain the idea. As soon as I had taken away the dishes, I stood by the door in the respectful manner becoming the occasion. "What are you waiting for?" she said. "For your orders, Madame." "Thank you, I don't want anything." "Your boots, Madame, you will like them removed before you retire." "True, but still I don't like to give you so much trouble." "I am here to attend on you, Madame." So saying, I knelt on one knee before her and slowly unplaced her boots while she continued writing. I went farther. I unbuckled her garters, delighting in the contemplation and still more in the touch of her delicately shaped legs, but too soon for me she turned her head and said, "That will do, thank you. I did not notice that you were giving yourself so much trouble. We shall see you tomorrow evening." "Then you will sup here, ladies?" "Certainly." I took her boots away and asked if I should lock the door. "No, my good fellow," said she in the voice of a siren, "leave the key inside." Leduc took the charmer's boots from me and said, laughing, "She has caught you." "What?" "I saw it all, sir. You played your part as well as any actor in Paris. And I am certain that she will give you a louis tomorrow, but if you don't hand it over to me, I will blow on the whole thing." "That's enough, you rascal. Get me my supper as quickly as possible." Such are the pleasures which old age no longer allows me to enjoy, except in my memory. There are monsters who preach repentance, and philosophers who treat all pleasures as vanity. Let them talk on. Repentance only befits crimes, and pleasures are realities, though all too fleeting. A happy dream made me pass the night with the fair lady. Doubtless it was a delusion, but a delusion full of bliss. What would I not give now for such dreams, which made my nights so sweet? Next morning at daybreak I was at her door with her boots in my hand, just as their coachman came to call them. I asked them, as a matter of form, if they would have breakfast, and they replied merrily that they had made too good a supper to have any appetite at such an early hour. I went out of the room to give them time to dress, but the door was half open, and I saw reflected in the glass the snow-white bosom of my fair one. It was an intoxicating sight. When she had laced herself and put on her dress, she called for her boots. I asked if I should put them on, to which she consented with a good grace, and as she had green velvet breeches, she seemed to consider herself as almost a man. And, after all, a waiter is not worth putting oneself out about. All the worse for him if he dare conceive any hopes from the trifling concessions he receives. His punishment will be severe, for who would have thought he could have presumed so far? As for me, I am now, sad to say, grown old, and enjoy some few privileges of this description, which I relish, though despising myself, and still more those who thus indulge me. After she had gone, I went to sleep again, hoping to see her in the evening. When I awoke, I heard that the abbot of Einsiedel was at Zurich, and my landlord told me that His Reverend Highness would dine with me in my room. I told him that I wished to treat the abbot well, and that he must set the best dinner he could for us. At noon, the worthy prelate was shewn up to my room, and began by complimenting me on the good reputation I had at Zurich, saying that this made him believe that my vocation was a real one. "The following distich," he added, "should now become your motto. Inveni portum, spesset fortuna valit, nil mihi vobiscum est, ludite nuns alios." "That is a translation of 2 verses from Euripides," I answered. "But, my lord, they will not serve me, as I have changed my mind since yesterday." "I congratulate you," said he, and I hope you will accomplish all your desires. I may tell you confidentially that it is much easier to save one's soul in the world where one can do good to one's neighbors than in the convent, where a man does no good to himself nor to anyone else. This was not speaking like the hypocrite Giustiniani had described to me. On the contrary, it was the language of a good and sensible man. We had a princely dinner, as my landlord had made each of the 3 courses a work of art. The repast was enlivened by an interesting conversation, to which wit and humor were not lacking. After coffee, I thanked the abbot with the greatest respect and accompanied him to his carriage, where the Reverend Father reiterated his offers of serving me, and thus, well pleased with one another, we parted. The presence and the conversation of this worthy priest had not for a moment distracted my thoughts from the pleasing object with which they were occupied. So soon as the abbot had gone, I went to the bridge to await the blessed angel, who seemed to have been sent from Soleure with the express purpose of delivering me from the temptation to become a monk, which the devil had put into my heart. Standing on the bridge, I built many a fine castle in Spain, and about 6 in the evening I had the pleasure of seeing my fair traveler once more. I hid myself so as to see without being seen. I was greatly surprised to see them all 4 looking towards my window. Their curiosity showed me that the lady had told them of the secret, and with my astonishment there was some admixture of anger. This was only natural, as I not only saw myself deprived of the hope of making any further advances, but I felt that I could no longer play my part of waiter with any confidence. In spite of my love for the lady, I would not for the world become the laughingstock of her 3 plain companions. If I had interested her in my favor, she would certainly not have divulged my secret, and I saw in her doing so proof positive that she did not want the jest to go any further, or rather of her want of that spirit so necessary to ensure the success of an intrigue. If the 3 companions of my charmer had had anything attractive about them, I might possibly have persevered and defied misfortune. But in the same measure as beauty cheers my heart, ugliness depresses it. Anticipating the melancholy which I foresaw would result from this disappointment, I went out with the idea of amusing myself, and happening to meet Giustiniani, I told him of my misfortune, saying that I should not be sorry to make up for it by a couple of hours of the society of some mercenary beauty. "I will take you to a house," said he, "where you will find what you want. Go up to the 2nd floor, and you will be well received by an old woman if you whisper my name to her. I dare not accompany you, as I am well known in the town, and it might get me into trouble with the police, who are ridiculously strict in these matters. Indeed, I advise you to take care that nobody sees you going in." I followed the ex-Capuchin's advice and waited for the dusk of the evening. I had a good reception, but the supper was poor, and the hours that I spent with 2 young girls of the working class were tedious. They were pretty enough, but my head was full of my perfidious charmer, and besides, despite their neatness and prettiness, they were wanting in that grace which adds so many charms to pleasure. The liberality of my payment, to which they were not accustomed, captivated the old woman, who said she would get me all the best stuff in the town. But she warned me to take care that nobody saw me going into her house. When I got back, Leduc told me that I had been wise to slip away, as my masquerade had become generally known, and the whole house, including the landlord, had been eagerly waiting to see me play the part of waiter. "I took your place," he added. "The lady who has taken your fancy is Madame, and I must confess she is vastly fine." "Did she ask where the other waiter was?" "No, but the other ladies asked what had become of you several times. And Madame said nothing. She didn't open her mouth, but looked sad and seemed to care for nothing, till I said you were away because you were ill." "That was stupid of you. Why did you say that?" "I had to say something." "True, did you untie her shoe?" "No, she did not want me to do so." "Good, who told you her name?" "Her coachman. She is just married to a man older than herself." I went to bed, but could only think of the indiscretion and sadness of my fair lady. I could not reconcile the 2 traits in her character. Next day, knowing that she would be starting early, I posted myself at the window to see her get into the carriage, but I took care to arrange the curtain in such a way that I could not be seen. Madame was the last to get in, and pretending that she wanted to see if it rained, she took off her bonnet and lifted her head. Drawing the curtain with one hand and taking off my cap with the other, I wafted her a kiss with the tips of my fingers. In her turn, she bowed graciously, returning my kiss with a good-natured smile. Chapter 14. I leave Zurich comic adventure at Baden-Solerem de Chavigny and Madame. I act in a play I counterfeit sickness to attain happiness. Moat, my landlord, introduced his 2 sons to me. He had brought them up like young princes. In Switzerland, an innkeeper is not always a man of no account. There are many who are as much respected as people of far higher rank are in other countries, but each country has its own manners. My landlord did the honors of the table and thought it no degradation to make his guests pay for the meal. He was right. The only really degrading thing in the world is vice. A Swiss landlord only takes the chief place at table to see that everyone is properly attended to. If he have a son, he does not sit down with his father, but waits on the guests, with napkin in hand. At Schaffhouse, my landlord's son, who was a captain in the Imperial Army, stood behind my chair and changed my plate, while his father sat at the head of the table. Anywhere else the son would have been waited on, but in his father's house he thought, and rightly, that it was an honor to wait. Such are Swiss customs, of which persons of superficial understanding very foolishly make a jest. All the same, the vaunted honor and loyalty of the Swiss do not prevent them from fleecing strangers, at least as much as the Dutch, but the greenhorns who let themselves be cheated learn thereby that it is well to bargain beforehand, and then they treat one well and charge reasonably. In this way, when I was at Bâle, I baffled the celebrated Imhoff, the landlord of the 3 Kings. Oat complimented me on my waiter's disguise and said he was sorry not to have seen me officiating. Nevertheless, he said he thought I was wise not to repeat the jest. He thanked me for the honor I had done his house and begged me to do him the additional favor of dining at his table some day before I left. I answered that I would dine with him with pleasure that very day. I did so, and was treated like a prince. The reader will have guessed that the last look my charmer gave me had not extinguished the fire which the first sight of her had kindled in my breast. It had rather increased my flame by giving me hopes of being better acquainted with her. In short, it inspired me with the idea of going to Soler in order to give a happy ending to the adventure. I took a letter of credit on Geneva and wrote to Madame Durf, begging her to give me a written introduction, couched in strong terms to M. de Chavigny, the French ambassador, telling her that the interests of our order were highly involved in my knowing this diplomatist, and requesting her to address letters to me at the post office at Soler. I also wrote to the Duke of Württemberg, but had no answer from him, and indeed he must have found my epistle very unpleasant reading. I visited the old woman whom Giustiniani had told me of several times before I left Zurich, and although I ought to have been well satisfied as far as physical beauty was concerned, my enjoyment was very limited, as the nymphs I wooed only spoke Swiss dialect, a rugged corruption of German. I have always found that love without speech gives little enjoyment, and I cannot imagine a more unsatisfactory mistress than a mute, were she as lovely as Venus herself. I had scarcely left Zurich when I was obliged to stop at Baden to have the carriage Oat had got me mended. I might have started again at 11, but on hearing that a young Polish lady on her way to Our Lady of Einsiedel was to dine at the common table, I decided to wait. But I had my trouble for nothing, as she turned out to be quite unworthy of the delay. After dinner, while my horses were being put in, the host's daughter, a pretty girl enough, came into the room and made me waltz with her. It chanced to be a Sunday. All at once her father came in, and the girl fled. "Sir," said the rascal, "you are condemned to pay a fine of 1 louis. "Why?" "For having danced on a holy day." "Get out, I won't pay." "You will pay, though," said he, showing me a great parchment covered with writing I did not understand. "I will appeal." "To whom, sir?" "To the judge of the place." He left the room, and in a quarter of an hour I was told that the judge was waiting for me in an adjoining chamber. I thought to myself that the judges were very polite in that part of the world, but when I got into the room, I saw the rascally host buried in a wig and gown. "Sir," said he, "I am the judge. Judge and plaintiff too, as far as I can see." He wrote in his book, confirming the sentence, and mulcting me in 6 francs for the costs of the case. "But if your daughter had not tempted me," said I should not have danced. She is therefore as guilty as I." "Very true, sir, here is a louis for her." So saying, he took a louis out of his pocket, put it into a desk beside him, and said, "Now yours." I began to laugh, paid my fine, and put off my departure till the morrow. As I was going to Lucerne, I saw the apostolic nuncio, who invited me to dinner, and at Fribourg Comte Daffry's young and charming wife. But at 10 leagues from Soleure I was a witness of the following curious circumstances. I was stopping the night in a village, and had made friends with the surgeon, whom I had found at the inn, and while supper, which he was to share with me, was getting ready, we walked about the village together. It was in the dusk of the evening, and at a distance of 100 paces I saw a man climbing up the wall of a house, and finally vanishing through a window on the first floor. "That's a robber," said I, pointing him out to the surgeon. He laughed and said, "The custom may astonish you, but it is a common one in many parts of Switzerland. The man you have just seen is a young lover who is going to pass the night with his future bride. Next morning, he will leave more ardent than before, as she will not allow him to go too far. If she was weak enough to yield to his desires, he would probably decline to marry her, and she would find it difficult to get married at all." At Soleure, I found a letter from Madame d'Urf, with an enclosure from the Duc de Choiseul to the ambassador, M. de Chavigny. It was sealed, but the Duke's name was written below the address. I made a court toilet, took a coach, and went to call on the ambassador. His Excellency was not at home, so I left my card and the letter. It was a feast day, and I went to High Mass, not so much, I confess, to seek for God as for my charmer, but she was not there. After service, I walked around the town, and on my return found an officer who asked me to dinner at the ambassador's. Madame d'Urf said that on the receipt of my letter she had gone straightway to Versailles, and that with the help of Madame de Gramont she had got me an introduction of the kind I wanted. This was good news for me, as I desired to cut an imposing figure at Soleure. I had plenty of money, and I knew that this magic metal glittered in the eyes of all. M. de Chavigny had been ambassador at Venice 30 years before, and I knew a number of anecdotes about his adventures there, and I was eager to see what I could make out of him. I went to his house at the time appointed, and found all his servants in full livery, which I looked upon as a happy omen. My name was not announced, and I remarked that when I came in both sides of the door were opened for me by the page. A fine old man came forward to meet me, and paying me many well-turned compliments introduced me to those present. Then, with the delicate tact of the courtier, pretending not to recollect my name, he drew the Duc de Choiseul's letter from his pocket, and read aloud the paragraph in which the minister desired him to treat me with the utmost consideration. He made me sit on an easy chair at his right hand, and asked me questions to which I could only answer that I was traveling for my pleasure, and that I considered the Swiss nation to be in many respects superior to all other nations whatsoever. Dinner was served, and His Excellency set me on his right hand in a position of equal honor to his own. We were 16 in company, and behind every chair stood a magnificent lackey in the ambassador's livery. In the course of conversation, I got an opportunity of telling the ambassador that he was still spoken of at Venice with the utmost affection. "I shall always remember," he said, "the kindness with which the Venetians treated me, but tell me, I beg, the names of those gentlemen who still remember me. They must be quite old now." This was what I was waiting for. M. de Malapiro had told me of certain events which had happened during the Regency, and M. de Bragadin had informed me of the ambassador's amours with the celebrated Stringhetta. His Excellency's fare was perfect, but in the pleasure of conversing I forgot that of eating. I told all my anecdotes so racily that his features expressed the pleasure I was affording him, and when we rose from the table he shook me by the hand, and told me he had not had so agreeable a dinner since he had been at Soleure. "The recollection of my Venetian gallantries," said the worthy old man, "makes me recall many a happy moment. I feel quite young again." He embraced me, and bade me consider myself as one of his family during my stay at Soleure. After dinner he talked a good deal about Venice, praising the government, and saying that there was not a town in the world where a man could fare better, provided he took care to get good oil and foreign wines. About 5 o'clock he asked me to come for a drive with him, getting into the carriage first to give me the best place. We got out at a pretty country house where ices were served to us. On our way back he said that he had a large party every evening, and that he hoped I would do him the honor to be present whenever it suited my inclinations, assuring me that he would do his best to amuse me. I was impatient to take part in the assembly, as I felt certain I should see my charmer there. It was a vain hope, however, for I saw several ladies, some old and ugly, some passable, but not one pretty. Cards were produced, and I soon found myself at a table with a young lady of fair complexion and a plain-looking woman well advanced in years, who seemed, however, not to be destitute of wit. Though I was lewd, I played on, and I lost 500 or 600 fish without opening my lips. When it came to a profit and loss account, the plain woman told me I owed 3 louis. 3 louis, madam. Yes, sir, we have been playing at 2 sous the fish. You thought, perhaps, we were playing for farthings. On the contrary, I thought it was for francs, as I never play lower. She did not answer this boast of mine, but she seemed annoyed. On rejoining the company after this wearisome game, I proceeded to scrutinize all the ladies present rapidly but keenly, but I could not see her for whom I looked, and was on the point of leaving, when I happened to notice 2 ladies who were looking at me attentively. I recognized them directly. They were 2 of my fair one's companions, whom I had had the honor of waiting on at Zurich. I hurried off, pretending not to recognize them. Next day, a gentleman in the ambassador's suite came to tell me that His Excellency was going to call on me. I told him that I would not go out till I had the honor of receiving his master, and I conceived the idea of questioning him concerning that which lay next to my heart. However, he spared me the trouble, as the reader will see for himself. I gave M. de Chavigny the best reception I could, and after we had discussed the weather, he told me, with a smile, that he had the most ridiculous affair to broach to me, begging me to credit him when he said that he did not believe it for a moment. Proceed, my lord. 2 ladies who saw you at my house yesterday told me in confidence, after you had gone, that I should do well to be on my guard, as you were the waiter in an inn at Zurich where they had stayed. They added that they had seen the other waiter by the R, and that in all probability you had run away from the inn together. God alone knows why. They said, furthermore, that you slipped away from my house yesterday as soon as you saw them. I told them that even if you were not the bearer of a letter from His Grace, the Duc de Choiseul I should have been convinced that they were mistaken, and that they should dine with you today if they would accept my invitation. I also hinted that you might have merely disguised yourself as a waiter in the hopes of winning some favors from them, but they rejected the hypothesis as absurd, and said that you could carve a capon and change a plate dexterously enough, but were only a common waiter for all that, adding that, with my permission, they would compliment you on your skill today. Do so, by all means, ladies, said I. M. Casanova and myself will be highly amused. And now do you mind telling me whether there be any foundation of truth in the whole story? Certainly, my lord, I will tell you all without reserve, but in confidence, as this ridiculous report may injure the honor of one who is dear to me, and whom I would not injure for the world. It is true, then. I am quite interested to hear all about it. It is true to a certain extent. I hope you don't take me for the real waiter at the Sword. Certainly not, but I supposed you played the part of waiter. Exactly. Did they tell you that they were 4 in company? Ah, I have got it. Pretty Madame was one of the party. That explains the riddle. Now I understand everything. But you were quite right in saying that discretion was needful. She has a perfectly blameless reputation. Ah, I did not know that. What happened was quite innocent, but it might be so garbled in the telling as to become prejudicial to the honor of a lady whose beauty struck me with admiration. I told him all the details of the case, adding that I had only come to Soleure in the hopes of succeeding in my suit. If that prove an impossibility, said I shall leave Soleure in 3 or 4 days, but I will first turn the 3 ugly companions of my charmer into ridicule. They might have had sense enough to guess that the waiter's apron was only a disguise. They can only pretend to be ignorant of the fact in the hope of getting some advantage over me and injuring their friend, who was ill-advised to let them into the secret. Softly, softly, you go too fast and remind me of my own young days. Permit me to embrace you, your story has delighted me. You shall not go away, you shall stay here and court your charmer. Today you can turn 2 mischievous women into ridicule, but do it in an easy way. The thing is so straightforward that M will be the first to laugh at it. His wife cannot be ignorant of your love for her, and I know enough of women to pronounce that your disguise cannot have displeased her. She does know of your love. Undoubtedly. He went away laughing, and at the door of his coach embraced me for the third time. I could not doubt that my charmer had told the whole story to her 3 friends as they were returning from Einsiedel to Zurich, and this made the part they had played all the more ill-natured. But I felt that it was to my interest to let their malice pass for wit. I went to the ambassador S at 1:30, and after making my bow to him, I proceeded to greet the company and saw the 2 ladies. Thereupon, with a frank and generous air, I went up to the more malicious-looking of the 2, she was lame, which may have made me think her more ill-looking, and asked if she recognized me. "You confess, then, that you are the waiter at the Sword?" "Well, not quite that, madam, but I confess that I was the waiter for an hour, and that you cruelly disdained to address a single word to me, though I was only a waiter, because I longed for the bliss of seeing you. But I hope I shall be a little more fortunate here, and that you will allow me to pay you my respectful homage. This is very wonderful. You played your part so well that the sharpest eye would have been deceived. Now we shall see if you play your new part as well. If you do me the honor to call on me, I will give you a good welcome." After these complimentary speeches, the story became public property, and the whole table was amusing itself with it, when I had the happiness of seeing M and Madame coming into the room. "There is the good-natured waiter," said she to her husband. The worthy man stepped forward, and politely thanked me for having done his wife the honor of taking off her boots. This told me that she had concealed nothing, and I was glad. Dinner was served. M. de Chavigny made my charmer sit at his right hand, and I was placed between my 2 calumniators. I was obliged to hide my game, so, although I disliked them intensely, I made love to them, hardly raising my eyes to glance at Madame, who looked ravishing. I did not find her husband either as old or as jealous as I had expected. The ambassador asked him and his wife to stay the evening to an impromptu ball, and then said that in order for me to be able to tell the Duc de Choiseul that I was well amused at Soleure, he would be delighted to have a play, if Madame would act the fair écossaise again. She said she should be delighted, but 2 more actors were wanted. "That is all right," said the kind old gentleman. "I will play Montrose." "And I, Murray," I remarked. My lame friend, angry at this arrangement, which only left her the very bad part of Lady Alton, could not help lancing a shaft at me. "Oh, why isn't there a waiter's part in the play?" said she. "You would play it so well." "That is well said, but I hope you will teach me to play Murray even better." Next morning, I got the words of my part, and the ambassador told me that the ball would be given in my honor. After dinner, I went to my inn, and after making an elaborate toilette, I returned to the brilliant company. The ambassador begged me to open the ball, and introduced me to the highest-born but not the most beautiful lady in the place. I then danced with all the ladies present until the good-natured old man got me the object of my vows as a partner in the quadrilles, which he did so easily that no one could have made any remark. "Lord Murray," said he, "must dance with no one but Lindane." At the first pause, I took the opportunity of saying that I had only come to Soleure for her sake, that it was for her sake that I had disguised myself at Zurich, and that I hoped she would permit me to pay my addresses to her. "I cannot invite you to my house," said she, "for certain sufficient reasons, but if you will stay here some time, we shall be able to see each other. But I entreat you not to show me any marked attention in public, for there are those who will spy upon our actions, and it is not pleasant to be talked about." I was quite satisfied with this, and told her that I would do all in my power to please her, and that the most prying eyes should have nothing to fix on. I felt that the pleasure I looked forward to would be rendered all the sweeter by a tincture of mystery. I had proclaimed myself as a novice in the mimic art, and had entreated my lame friend to be kind enough to instruct me. I therefore went to her in the morning, but she could only flatter herself that hers was a reflected light, as I had opportunities for paying my court to my charmer in her house, and however great her vanity may have been, she must have had some suspicions of the truth. This woman was a widow, aged between 30 and 40 years, of a jaundiced complexion and a piercing and malicious aspect. In her efforts to hide the inequality of her legs, she walked with a stiff and awkward air, and wishing to be thought a wit, she increased her natural dullness by a ceaseless flow of small talk. I persisted in behaving towards her with a great air of respect, and one day she said that, having seen me in the disguise of a waiter, she would not have thought I was a man of a timid nature. "In what respect do you think me timid?" said I, to which she gave me no answer, but I knew perfectly well what she meant. I was tired of my part, and I had determined to play it no more when we had acted Elecasses. All the best people at Soleure were present at our first performance. The lame lady was delighted with the horror inspired by her acting, but she might credit a great deal of it to her appearance. M. de Chavigny drew forth the tears of the audience. His acting was said to be better than the great Voltaire's. As for me, I remember how near I was to fainting when, in the third scene of the fifth act, Lindane said to me, "What, you dare to love me?" She pronounced these words with such fiery scorn that all the spectators applauded vehemently. I was almost put out of countenance, for I thought I detected in her voice an insult to my honor. However, I collected myself in the minute's respite which the loud applause gave me, and I replied, "Yes, I adore you, how should I not?" So pathetically and tenderly did I pronounce these words that the hall rang again with the applause, and the encores from 400 throats made me repeat the words, which, indeed, came from my heart. In spite of the pleasure we had given to the audience, we judged ourselves not perfect in our parts, and M. de Chavigny advised us to put off our second performance for a couple of days. "We will have a rehearsal tomorrow at my country house," said he, "and I beg the favor of all your companies to dinner there." However, we all made each other compliments on our acting. My lame friend told me I had played well, but not so well as in the part of waiter, which really suited me admirably. This sarcasm got the laugh on her side, but I returned it by telling her that my performance was a work of art, while her playing of Lady Alton was pure nature. M. de Chavigny told Madame that the spectators were wrong to applaud when she expressed her wonder at my loving her, since she had spoken the words disdainfully, and it was impossible that Lindane could have despised Murray. The ambassador called for me the next day in his carriage, and when we reached his country house, we found all the actors assembled there. His Excellency addressed himself in the first place to M., telling him he thought his business was as good as done, and that they would talk about it after dinner. We sat down to table, and afterwards rehearsed the piece without any need of the prompter's assistance. Towards evening, the ambassador told the company that he would expect them to supper that evening at Soleure, and everyone left with the exception of the ambassador, myself, and M. and Madame. Just as we were going, I had an agreeable surprise. "Will you come with me?" said the ambassador to M. "We can talk the matter over at our ease. M. Casanova will have the honor of keeping your wife company in your carriage." I gave the fair lady my hand respectfully, and she took it with an air of indifference, but as I was helping her in, she pressed my hand with all her might. The reader can imagine how that pressure made my blood circulate like fire in my veins. Thus we were seated side by side, our knees pressed tenderly against each other. Half an hour seemed like a minute, but it must not be thought that we wasted the time. Our lips were glued together, and were not set apart till we came within 10 paces of the ambassador's house, which I could have wished at 10 leagues' distance. She was the first to get down, and I was alarmed to see the violent blush which overspread her whole face. Such redness looked unnatural. It might betray us, our spring of happiness would soon be dry. The watchful eye of the envious Alton would be fixed upon us, and not in vain, her triumph would outweigh her humiliation. I was at my wits' end. Love and luck, which have so favored me throughout the course of my life, came to my aid. I had about me a small box containing hellebore. I opened it as if by instinct and invited her to take a small pinch. She did so, and I followed her example, but the dose was too strong, and as we were going up the stairs we began to sneeze, and for the next quarter of an hour we continued sneezing. People were obliged to attribute her high color to the sneezing, or at least no one could give voice to any other suppositions. When the sneezing fit was over, this woman, who was as clever as she was pretty, said her headache was gone, but she would take care another time not to take so strong a dose. I looked out of the corner of my eye at the malicious widow, who said nothing, but seemed deep in thought. This piece of good luck decided me on staying at Soleure till my love was crowned with success, and I determined to take a country house. I shall not have much opinion of my readers if they find themselves in my position rich, young, independent, full of fire, and having only pleasure to seek for and do not follow my example. A perfect beauty was before me with whom I was madly in love, and who, I was sure, shared that love. I had plenty of money, and I was my own master. I thought this a much better plan than turning monk, and I was above caring what people would say. As soon as the ambassador had returned, which he always did at an early hour on account of his advanced age, I left the company and went to see him in his private room. In truth, I felt I must give him that confidence which he had so well deserved. As soon as he saw me, he said, "Well, well, did you profit by the interview I got you?" I embraced him and said, "I may hope for everything." When I was telling him about the hellebore, he was lavish in his compliments on my presence of mind. For, as he said, such an unusual color would have made people think there had been some kind of a combat, a supposition, which would not have tended towards my success. After I had told him all, I imparted my plan. "I shall do nothing in a hurry," said I, "as I have to take care that the lady's honor does not suffer, and I trust to time to see the accomplishment of my wishes. I shall want a pretty country house, a good carriage, 2 lackeys, a good cook, and a housekeeper. All that I leave to your excellency, as I look upon you as my refuge and guardian angel. Tomorrow, without fail, I will see what I can do, and I have good hopes of doing you a considerable service, and of rendering you well content with the attractions of Soler." Next day our rehearsal went off admirably, and the day after the ambassador spoke to me as follows: "So far as I can see, what you are aiming at in this intrigue is the satisfying of your desires without doing any harm to the lady's reputation. I think I know the nature of your love for her well enough to say that if she told you that your leaving Soler was necessary to her peace of mind, you would leave her at once. You see that I have sounded you well enough to be a competent adviser in this delicate and important affair, to which the most famous events in the annals of diplomacy are not to be compared. Your Excellency does not do sufficient justice to a career which has gained you such distinction. That's because I am an old man, my dear fellow, and have shaken off the rust and dust of prejudices, and am able to see things as they really are and appreciate them at their true value. But let us return to your love affair. If you wish to keep it in the dark, you must avoid with the greatest care any action which may awaken suspicion in the minds of people who do not believe that anything is indifferent. The most malicious and censorious will not be able to get anything but the merest chance out of the interview I procured you today, and the accident of the sneezing bout defy the most ill-natured to draw any deductions. For an eager lover does not begin his suit by sending the beloved one into convulsions. Nobody can guess that your hellebore was used to conceal the blush that your caresses occasioned, since it does not often happen that an amorous combat leaves such traces. And how can you be expected to have foreseen the lady's blushes, and to have provided yourself with a specific against them? In short, the events of today will not disclose your secret. M, who, although he wishes to pass for a man devoid of jealousy, is a little jealous. M himself cannot have seen anything out of the common in my asking him to return with me, as I had business of importance with him, and he has certainly no reasons for supposing that I should be likely to help you to intrigue with his wife. Furthermore, the laws of politeness would have forbidden me, under any circumstances, offering the lady the place I offered him, and as he prides himself on his politeness, he can raise no possible objection to the arrangement which was made. To be sure, I am old, and you are young, a distinction not unimportant in a husband's eyes." After this exordium, added the good-natured ambassador, with a laugh, an exordium which I have delivered in the official style of a Secretary of State, "Let us see where we are. 2 things are necessary for you to obtain your wished-for bliss. The first thing, which concerns you more particularly, is to make M your friend, and to conceal from him that you have conceived a passion for his wife, and here I will aid you to the best of my ability. The second point concerns the lady's honor. All your relations with her must appear open and above board. Consider yourself under my protection. You must not even take a country house before we have found out some plan for throwing dust into the eyes of the observant. However, you need not be anxious. I have hit upon a plan. You must pretend to be taken ill, but your illness must be of such a kind that your doctor will be obliged to take your word for the symptoms. Luckily, I know a doctor whose sole idea is to order country air for all complaints. This physician, who is about as clever as his brethren, and kills or cures as well as any of them, will come and feel my pulse one of these days. You must take his advice, and for a couple of louis he will write you a prescription with country air as the chief item. He will then inform everybody that your case is serious, but that he will answer for your cure. What is his name? Dr. Herrenschwand. What is he doing here? I knew him at Paris. He was Madame du Rumen's doctor. That is his brother. Now find out some polite complaint which will do you credit with the public. It will be easy enough to find a house, and I will get you an excellent cook to make your gruel and beef tea. The choice of a complaint cost me some thought. I had to give it a good deal of attention. The same evening I managed to communicate my plan to Madame, who approved of it. I begged her to think of some way of writing to me, and she said she would. My husband, said she, has a very high opinion of you. He has taken no offense at our coming in the same carriage. But tell me, was it an accident or design that Madame de Chavigny take my husband and leave us together? It was the result of design, dearest. She raised her beautiful eyes and bit her lips. Are you sorry it was so? Alas, no. In 3 or 4 days, on the day on which we were going to act 50 écossaises, the doctor came to dine with the ambassador and stayed till the evening to see the play. At dessert, he complimented me on my good health, on which I took the opportunity and told him that appearances were deceitful, and that I should be glad to consult him the next day. No doubt he was delighted to be deceived in his estimate of my health, and he said he should be glad if he could be of any service. He called on me at the hour agreed upon, and I told him such symptoms as my fancy dictated. Amongst other things, that I was subject to certain nocturnal irritations which made me extremely weak, especially in the rains. Quite so, quite so. It's a troublesome thing, but we will see what can be done. My first remedy, which you may possibly not care much for, is for you to pass 6 weeks in the country, where you will not see those objects which impress your brain, acting on the 7th pair of nerves, and causing that lumbar discharge which no doubt leaves you in a very depressed state. Yes, it certainly does. Quite so, quite so. My next remedy is cold bathing. Are the baths far from here? They are wherever you like. I will write you a prescription, and the druggist will make it up. I thanked him, and after he had pouched the double louis I slipped politely into his hand, he went away assuring me that I should soon experience an improvement in my health. By the evening the whole town knew that I was ill and had to go into the country. M. de Chavigny said pleasantly at dinner to the doctor that he should have forbidden me all feminine visitors, and my lame friend, refining on the idea, added that I should above all be debarred access to certain portraits, of which I had a box full. I laughed approvingly and begged M. de Chavigny, in the presence of the company, to help me to find a pretty house and a good cook, as I did not intend to take my meals alone. I was tired of playing a wearisome part and had left off going to see my lame friend, but she soon reproached me for my inconstancy, telling me that I had made a tool of her. I know all, said this malicious woman, and I will be avenged. You cannot be avenged for nothing, said I, for I have never done you an injury. However, if you intend to have me assassinated, I shall apply for police protection. We don't assassinate here, said she savagely. We are not Italians. I was delighted to be relieved from the burden of her society, and henceforth Madame was the sole object of my thoughts. M. de Chavigny, who seemed to delight in serving me, made her husband believe that I was the only person who could get the Duc de Choiseul to pardon a cousin of his who was in the Guards, and had had the misfortune to kill his man in a duel. This, said the kindly old gentleman, is the best way possible of gaining the friendship of your rival. Do you think you can manage it? I am not positive of success. Perhaps I have gone a little too far, but I told him that by means of your acquaintance with the Duchesse de Gramont, you could do anything with the minister. I must make you a true prophet. I will do all I can. The consequence was that M. informed me of the facts in the ambassador's presence, and brought me all the papers relative to the case. I spent the night in writing to the Duchesse de Gramont. I made my letter as pathetic as possible, with a view to touching her heart, and then her father, S. And I then wrote to the worthy Madame d'Urf telling her that the well-being of the Sublime Order of the Rosy Cross was concerned in the pardon of a Swiss officer, who had been obliged to leave the kingdom on account of a duel in which the order was highly concerned. In the morning, after resting for an hour, I went to the ambassador and showed him the letter I had written to the Duchess. He thought it excellently expressed, and advised me to show it to M. I found him with his nightcap on. He was extremely grateful for the interest I took in a matter which was so near to his heart. He told me that his wife had not yet risen and asked me to wait and take breakfast with her. I should have much liked to accept the invitation, but I begged him to make my excuses to his lady for my absence, on the pretense that I had to finish my letters and hand them to the courier who was just leaving. I hoped in this way to scatter any jealousy that might be hovering in his brain by the slight importance I attached to a meeting with his wife. I went to dine with M. de Chavigny, who thought my conduct had been very politic, and said that he was certain that henceforth M. would be my best friend. He then showed me a letter from Voltaire thanking him for playing Montrose in his Écossaise, and another from the Marquis de Chauvelin, who was then at Delessez with the philosopher of Ferney. He promised to come and see him after he had been to Turin, where he had been appointed ambassador. Chapter 15. My country house Madame Dubois' malicious trick, played on me by my lame enemy my vexation. There was a reception and a supper at the court, as they styled the hotel of M. de Chavigny, or rather of the ambassador of the King of France in Switzerland. As I came in, I saw my charmer sitting apart reading a letter. I accosted her, apologizing for not having stayed to breakfast, but she said I had done quite right, adding that if I had not chosen a country house, she hoped I would take one her husband would probably mention to me that evening. She could not say any more, as she was called away to a game at quadrille. For my part, one did not play, but wandered from one table to another. At supper, everybody talked to me about my health and my approaching stay in the country. This gave him an opportunity to mention a delightful house near the R. But, he added, it is not to be let for less than 6 months. If I like it, I replied, and am free to leave it when I please, I will willingly pay the 6 months' rent in advance. There is a fine hall in it. All the better. I will give a ball as evidence of my gratitude to the people of Soleure for the kind welcome I have received from them. Would you like to come and see it tomorrow? With pleasure. Very good, then I will call for you at 8 o'clock, if that hour will suit you. I shall expect you. When I got back to my lodging, I ordered a traveling carriage and 4, and the next morning, before 8 o'clock, I called for M, who was ready, and seemed flattered at my anticipating him. I made my wife promise to come with us, but she is a sluggard who prefers her bed to the fresh air. In less than an hour we reached our journey's end, and I found the house a beautiful one and large enough to lodge the whole court of a prince of the Holy Roman Empire. Besides the hall, which I thought magnificent, I noted with great pleasure a closet arranged as a boudoir, and covered with the most exquisite pictures. A fine garden, fountains, baths, several well-furnished rooms, a good kitchen, in a word, everything pleased me, and I begged them to arrange for me to take up my abode there in 2 days' time. When we got back to Soleure, Madame told me how pleased she was that I liked the house, and seizing the opportunity, I said that I hoped they would often do me the honor of dining with me. They promised they would do so. I drew from my pocket a packet containing 100 louis, which I gave him to pay the rent. I then embraced him, and after imprinting a respectful kiss on the hand of his fair mate, I went to M. de Chavigny, who approved of my having taken the house as it pleased my lady, and asked me if it was true that I was going to give a ball. Yes, if I see any prospect of its being a brilliant one, and if I have your approbation. You need have no doubts on that point, my dear fellow, and whatever you can't find in the shops, come to me for. Come, I see you are going to spend a little money. It is a good plan and overcomes many difficulties. In the meanwhile you shall have 2 footmen, an excellent cook, a housekeeper, and whatever other servants you require. The head of my household will pay them, and you can settle with him afterwards. He is a trustworthy man. I will come now and then and take a spoonful of soup with you, and you shall reward me for what services I may have done you by telling me how things are getting on. I have a great esteem for your charming friend. Her discretion is beyond her years, and the pledges of love you will obtain of her will doubtless increase your passion and your esteem. Is she aware that I know all? She knows that we are firm friends, and she is glad of it, as she is sure that you will be discreet. She may count on my discretion. She is really a delicious woman. I should have been tempted to seduce her myself 30 years ago. A druggist, whom the doctor had recommended to me, set out the same day to get ready the baths which were to cure me of my imaginary complaint, and in 2 days I went myself, after having given Leduc orders to bring my baggage on. I was extremely surprised, on entering the apartment I was to occupy, to see a pretty young woman who came up to me in a modest way to kiss my hand. I stopped her doing so, and my astonished air made her blush. "Do you belong to the household?" I said. "The ambassador's steward has engaged me as your housekeeper." "Pardon my surprise, take me to my room." She obeyed, and sitting down on the couch, I begged her to sit beside me. "That is an honor," said she, in the most polite and modest way. "I cannot allow myself. I am only your servant." "Very good, but when I am alone, I hope you will consent to take your meals with me, as I don't like eating by myself." "I will do so, sir." "Where is your room?" "This is the one the steward assigned to me, but you have only to speak if you wish me to sleep in another." "Not at all, it will do very well." Her room was just behind the recess in which my bed stood. I went in with her and was astonished to see a great display of dresses, and in an adjoining closet all the array of the toilette, linen in abundance, and a good stock of shoes and embroidered slippers. Dumb with surprise, I looked at her, and was thoroughly satisfied with what I saw. Nevertheless, I determined to subject her to a close examination, as I thought her manners too interesting and her linen too extensive for her to be a mere servant. All at once I was struck with the idea that it might be a trick of the ambassador, for a fine woman, well-educated, and aged 24 or at the most 25 years, seemed to me more fitted to be my mistress than my housekeeper. I therefore asked her if she knew the ambassador, and what wages she was to receive. She replied that she only knew M. de Chavigny by sight, and that the steward had promised her 2 louis a month and her meals in her own room. "Where do you come from? What's your name?" "I come from Lyon. I am a widow, and my name is Dubois." "I am delighted to have you in my service. I shall see you again." She then left me, and I could not help thinking her a very interesting woman, as her speech was as dignified as her appearance. I went down to the kitchen and found the cook, an honest-looking fellow, who told me his name was Rosier. I had known his brother in the service of the French ambassador at Venice. He told me that supper would be ready at 9 o'clock. "I never eat by myself," said I. "So I hear, sir, and I will serve supper accordingly." "What are your wages?" 4 louis a month." I then went to see the rest of my people. I found 2 sharp-looking footmen, and the first of them told me he would see I had what wine I wanted. Then I inspected my bath, which seemed convenient. An apothecary was preparing certain matters for my imaginary cure. Finally, I took a walk round my garden, and before going in I went into the gatekeepers, where I found a numerous family and some girls who were not to be despised. I was delighted to hear everybody speak French, and I talked with them some time. When I got back to my room, I found Leduc occupied in unpacking my mails, and telling him to give my linen to Madame Dubois, I went into a pretty cabinet adjoining, where there was a desk and all materials necessary for writing. This closet had only one window facing north, but it commanded a view capable of inspiring the finest thoughts. I was amusing myself with the contemplation of this sublime prospect when I heard a knock at my door. It was my pretty housekeeper, who wore a modest and pleasant expression, and did not in the least resemble a person who bears a complaint. "What can I do for you, madam?" "I hope you will be good enough to order your man to be polite to me." "Certainly, how has he failed in politeness?" "He might possibly tell you in no respect. He wanted to kiss me, and as I refused, he thought himself justified in being rather insolent." "How?" "By laughing at me. You will pardon me, sir, but I do not like people who make game." "You are right, they are sure to be either silly or malicious. Make yourself easy. Leduc shall understand that you are to be treated with respect. You will please sup with me." Leduc came in soon after, and I told him to behave respectfully towards Madame Dubois. "She's a sly cat," said the rascal. "She wouldn't let me kiss her." "I am afraid you are a bad fellow." "Is she your servant or your mistress?" "She might be my wife." "Oh, well, that's different. That will do. Madame Dubois shall have all respect, and I will try my luck somewhere else." I had a delicious supper. I was contented with my cook, my butler, my housekeeper, and even with my Spaniard, who waited capitally at table. After supper, I sent out Leduc and the other servant, and as soon as I was alone with my 2 lovely housekeeper, who had behaved at table like a woman of the world. I begged her to tell me her history. My history, sir, is short enough and not very interesting. I was born at Lyon, and my relations took me to Lausanne, as I have been told, for I was too young at the time to remember anything about it. My father, who was in the service of Madame Derments, left me an orphan when I was 14. Madame Derments was fond of me, and knowing that my mother's means were small, she took me to live with her. I had attained my 17th year when I entered the service of Lady Montagu as lady's maid, and some time after I was married to Dubois, an old servant of the house. We went to England, and 3 years after my marriage I lost my husband. The climate of England affected my lungs, and I was obliged to beg my lady to allow me to leave her service. The worthy lady saw how weak I was, and paid the expenses of my journey, and loaded me with rich presents. I returned to my mother at Lausanne, where my health soon returned, and I went into the service of an English lady who was very fond of me, and would have taken me with her to Italy if she had not conceived some suspicions about the young Duke of Rosebery, with whom she was in love, and whom she thought in love with me. She suspected me, but wrongfully, of being her rival in secret. She sent me away, after giving me rich presents, and saying how sorry she was she could not keep me. I went back to my mother, and for 2 years I have lived with the toil of my hands. 4 days ago M. Lebel, the ambassador's steward, asked me if I would enter the service of an Italian gentleman as housekeeper. I agreed in the hope of seeing Italy, and this hope is the cause of my stupidity. In short, here I am. What stupidity are you referring to? The stupidity of having entered your service before I knew you. I like your freedom. You would not have come then if you had not known me. Certainly not, for no lady will ever take me after having been with you. Why not, may I ask? Well, sir, do you think you are the kind of man to have a housekeeper like myself, without the public believing my situation to be of quite a different nature? No, you are too pretty, and I don't look like a fossil, certainly. But after all, what matter does it make? It is all very well for you to make light of it, and if I were in your place, I would do the same. But how am I, who am a woman and not in an independent position, to set myself above the rules and regulations of society? You mean, Madame Dubois, that you would very much like to go back to Lausanne. Not exactly, as that would not be just to you. How so? People would be sure to say that either your words or your deeds were too free, and you might possibly pass a rather uncharitable judgment on me. What judgment could I pass on you? You might think I wanted to impose on you. That might be, as I should be very much hurt by so sudden and uncalled for a departure. All the same, I am sorry for you, as with your ideas you can neither go nor stay with any satisfaction. Nevertheless, you must do one or the other. I have made up my mind. I shall stay, and I am almost certain I shall not regret it. I am glad to hear that, but there is one point to which I wish to call your attention. What is that? I will tell you. Let us have no melancholy and no scruples. You shall not see me melancholy, I promise you, but kindly explain what you mean by the word scruples. Certainly, in its ordinary acceptation, the word scruple signifies a malicious and superstitious whim, which pronounces an action which may be innocent to be guilty. When a course of action seems doubtful to me, I never look upon the worst side of it. Besides, it is my duty to look after myself and not other people. I see you have read a good deal. Reading is my greatest luxury. Without books, I should find life unbearable. Have you any books? A good many. Do you understand English? Not a word. I am sorry for that, as the English books would amuse you. I do not care for romances. Nor do I, but you don't think that there are only romances in English, do you? I like that. Why do you take me for such a lover of the romantic, pray? I like that too. That pretty outburst is quite to my taste, and I am delighted to be the first to make you laugh. Pardon me if I laugh, but me no buts, my dear. Laugh away just as you like. You will find that the best way to get over me. I really think, though, that you put your services at too cheap a rate. That makes me laugh again, as it is for you to increase my wages if you like. I shall take care that it is done. I rose from table, not taken, but surprised with this young woman who seemed to be getting on my blind side. She reasoned well, and in this first interview she had made a deep impression on me. She was young, Pretty, elegant, intellectual, and of distinguished manners, I could not guess what would be the end of our connection. I longed to speak to M. Lebel, to thank him for getting me such a marvel, and still more, to ask him some questions about her. After the supper had been taken away, she came to ask if I would have my hair put in curl papers. "It's Ledoux's business," I answered, "but if you like, it shall be yours for the future." She acquitted herself like an expert. "I see," said I, "that you are going to serve me as you served Lady Montagu." "Not altogether, but as you do not like melancholy, allow me to ask a favor." "Do so, my dear." "Please do not ask me to give you your bath." "Upon my honor, I did not think of doing so. It would be scandalous. That's Ledoux's business." "Pardon me, and allow me to ask another favor." "Tell me everything you want." "Allow me to have one of the doorkeeper's daughters to sleep with me." "If it had come into my head, I would have proposed it to you. Is she in your room now?" "No." "Go and call her then." "Let us leave that till tomorrow, as if I went at this time of night, it might make people talk." "I see you have a store of discretion, and you may be sure I will not deprive you of any of it." She helped me to undress and must have found me very modest, but I must say it was not from virtue. My heart was engaged elsewhere, and Madame Dubois had impressed me. I was possibly duped by her, but I did not trouble myself to think whether I was or not. I rang for Leduc in the morning, and on coming in he said he had not expected the honor. "You're a rascal," I said. "Get 2 cups of chocolate ready directly after I have had my bath." After I had taken my first cold bath, which I greatly enjoyed, I went to bed again. Madame Dubois came in smiling, dressed in a style of careless elegance. "You look in good spirits." "I am, because I am happy with you. I have had a good night, and there is now in my room a girl as lovely as an angel, who is to sleep with me." "Call her in." She called her, and a monster of ugliness entered, who made me turn my head away. "You haven't given yourself a rival certainly, my dear, but if she suits you, it is all right. You shall have your breakfast with me, and I hope you will take chocolate with me every morning." "I shall be delighted, as I am very fond of it." I had a pleasant afternoon. M. de Chavigny spent several hours with me. He was pleased with everything, and above all with my fair housekeeper, of whom Lebel had said nothing to him. "She will be an excellent cure for your love for Madame," said he. "There you are wrong," I answered. "She might make me fall in love with her without any diminution of my affection for my charmer." Next day, just as I was sitting down to table with my housekeeper, I saw a carriage coming into the courtyard, and my detestable lame widow getting out of it. I was terribly put out, but the rules of politeness compelled me to go and receive her. "I was far from anticipating that you would do me so great an honor, madam." "I dare say, I have come to dine with you, and to ask you to do me a favor." "Come in, then, dinner is just being served. I beg to introduce Madame Dubois to you." I turned towards my charming housekeeper, and told her that the lady would dine with us. Madame Dubois, in the character of mistress of the house, did the honors admirably, and my lame friend, in spite of her pride, was very polite to her. I did not speak a dozen words during the meal, and paid no sort of attention to the detestable creature. But I was anxious to know what she could want me to do for her. As soon as Madame Dubois had left the room, she told me straight out that she had come to ask me to let her have a couple of rooms in my house for 3 weeks or a month at the most. I was astonished at such a piece of impudence, and told her she asked more than I was at liberty to give. "You can't refuse me, as everybody knows I have come on purpose to ask you." "Then everybody must know that I have refused you. I want to be alone, absolutely alone, without any kind of restriction on my liberty. The least suspicion of company would bore me." "I shall not bore you in any way, and you will be at perfect liberty to ignore my presence. I shall not be offended if you don't inquire after me, and I shall not ask after you even if you are ill. I shall have my meals served to me by my own servant, and I shall take care not to walk in the garden unless I am perfectly certain you are not there. You must allow that if you have any claims to politeness, you cannot refuse me. If you were acquainted with the most ordinary rules of politeness, madam, you would not persist in a request to which I have formally declined to accede." She did not answer, but my words had evidently produced no effect. I was choking with rage. I strode up and down the room, and felt inclined to send her away by force as a madwoman. However, I reflected that she had relations in a good position whom I might offend if I treated her roughly, and that I might make an enemy capable of exacting a terrible revenge, and, finally, that Madame might disapprove of my using violence to this hideous harpy. "Well, madam," said I, "you shall have the apartment you have solicited with so much importunity, and an hour after you come in I shall be on my way back to Soleure. I accept the apartment, and I shall occupy it the day after tomorrow. As for your threat of returning to Soleure, it is an idle one, as you would thereby make yourself the laughingstock of the whole town." With this final impertinence she rose and went away, without taking any further notice of me. I let her go without moving from my seat. I was stupefied. I repented of having given in. Such impudence was unparalleled. I called myself a fool, and vowed I deserved to be publicly hooted. I ought to have taken the whole thing as a jest, to have contrived to get her out of the house on some pretext, and then to have sent her about her business as a madwoman, calling all my servants as witnesses. My dear Dubois came in, and I told my tale. She was thunderstruck. "I can hardly credit her requesting, or your granting such a thing," said she, "unless you have some motives of your own." I saw the force of her argument, and not wishing to make a confidant of her, I held my tongue, and went out to work off my bile. I came in tired after taking a stiff walk. I took supper with Madame Dubois, and we sat at table till midnight. Her conversation pleased me more and more. Her mind was well furnished, her speech elegant, and she told her stories and cracked her jokes with charming grace. She was devoid of prejudices, but by no means devoid of principle. Her discretion was rather the result of system than of virtue. But if she had not a virtuous spirit, her system would not have shielded her from the storms of passion or the seductions of vice. My encounter with the impudent widow had so affected me that I could not resist going at an early hour on the following day to communicate it to M. de Chavigny. I warned Madame Dubois that if I were not back by dinner time, she was not to wait for me. M. de Chavigny had been told by my enemy that she was going to pay me a visit, but he roared with laughter on hearing the steps she had taken to gain her ends. "Your Excellency may find it very funny," said I, "but I don't." "So I see, but take my advice and be the first to laugh at the adventure. Behave as if you were unaware of her presence, and that will be a sufficient punishment for her. People will soon say she is smitten with you, and that you disdain her love. Go and tell the story to M, and stay without ceremony to dinner. I have spoken to Lebel about your pretty housekeeper. The worthy man had no malicious intent in sending her to you. He happened to be going to Lausanne, and just before, I had told him to find you a good housekeeper. Thinking it over on his way, he remembered his friend Madame Dubois, and the matter was thus arranged without malice or pretense. She is a regular find, a perfect jewel for you, and if you get taken with her eye, don't think she will allow you to languish for long. I don't know, she seems to be a woman of principle. I shouldn't have thought you would be taken in by that sort of thing. I will ask you both to give me a dinner tomorrow, and shall be glad to hear her chatter." M welcomed me most kindly, and congratulated me on my conquest, which would make my country house a paradise. I joined in the jest, of course, with the more ease that his charming wife, though I could see that she suspected the truth, added her congratulations to those of her husband. But I soon changed the course of their friendly mirth by telling them the circumstances of the case. They were indignant enough then, and the husband said that if she had really quartered herself on me in that fashion, all I had to do was to get an injunction from the courts forbidding her to put her foot within my doors. "I don't want to do that," said I, "as besides publicly disgracing her, I should be showing my own weakness, and proclaiming that I was not the master in my own house, and that I could not prevent her establishing herself with me." "I think so, too," said the wife, "and I am glad you gave way to her. That shows how polite you are, and I shall go and call on her to congratulate her on the welcome she got, as she told me that her plans had succeeded." Here the matter ended, and I accepted their invitation to dine with them. I behaved as a friend, but with that subtle politeness which takes away all ground for suspicion. Accordingly, the husband felt no alarm. My charmer found the opportunity to tell me that I had done wisely in yielding to the ill-timed demand of that harpy, and that as soon as M. de Chauvelin, whom they were expecting, had gone away again, I could ask her husband to spend a few days with me, and that she would doubtless come too. Your doorkeeper's wife, she added, was my nurse. I have been kind to her, and when necessary I can write to you by her without running any risk. After calling on 2 Italian Jesuits who were passing through Soleure and inviting them to dine with me on the following day, I returned home, where the good Dubois amused me till midnight by philosophical discussions. She admired Locke, and maintained that the faculty of thought was not a proof of the existence of spirit in us, as it was in the power of God to endow matter with the capacity for thought. I was unable to controvert this position. She made me laugh by saying that there was a great difference between thinking and reasoning, and I had the courage to say, I think you would reason well if you let yourself be persuaded to sleep with me, and you think you reason well in refusing to be so persuaded. Trust me, sir, said she. There is as much difference between the reasoning powers of men and women as there is between their physical characteristics. Next morning at 9 o'clock we were taking our chocolate when my enemy arrived. I heard her carriage, but I did not take the slightest notice. The villainous woman sent away the carriage and installed herself in her room with her maid. I had sent Leduc to Soleure for my letters, so I was obliged to beg my housekeeper to do my hair, and she did it admirably, as I told her we should have the ambassador and the 2 Jesuits to dinner. I thanked her and kissed her for the first time on the cheek, as she would not allow me to touch her beautiful lips. I felt that we were fast falling in love with one another, but we continued to keep ourselves under control, a task which was much easier for her than for me, as she was helped by that spirit of coquetry natural to the fair sex, which often has greater power over them than love itself. M. de Chavigny came at 2. I had consulted him before asking the Jesuits and had sent my carriage for them. While we were waiting for these gentlemen, we took a turn in the garden, and M. de Chavigny begged my fair housekeeper to join us as soon as she had discharged certain petty duties in which she was then engaged. M. de Chavigny was one of those men who were sent by France to such powers as she wished to cajole and to win over to her interests. M. de l'Hôpital, who knew how to gain the heart of Elizabeth Petrovna, was another. The Duc de Nivernois, who did what he liked with the court of St. James's in 1762, is a third instance. Madame Dubois came out to us in due course and entertained us very agreeably, and M. de Chavigny told me that he considered she had all the qualities which would make a man happy. At dinner, she enchanted him and captivated the 2 Jesuits by her delicate and subtle wit. In the evening this delightful old nobleman told me he had spent a most pleasant day, and after asking me to dine at his house while M. de Chauvelin was there, he left me with an effusive embrace. M. de Chauvelin, whom I had the honor to know at Versailles at M. de Choiseul's, was an extremely pleasant man. He arrived at Soleure in the course of 2 days, and M. de Chavigny having advised me of his presence, I hastened to pay my court to him. He remembered me and introduced me to his wife, whom I had not the honor of knowing. As chance placed me next to my charmer at table, my spirits rose, and my numerous jests and stories put everybody in a good temper. On M. de Chauvelin remarking that he knew some pleasant histories of which I was the hero, M. de Chavigny told him that he did not know the best of all, and recounted to him my adventure at Zurich. M. de Chauvelin then told Madame that to serve her, he would willingly transform himself into a footman, on which M. joined in and said that I had a finer taste for beauty, as she, for whose sake I had made myself into a waiter, was at that moment a guest of mine in my country house. Ah, indeed, said M. de Chauvelin, then we must come and see your quarters, M. Casanova. I was going to reply, when M. de Chavigny anticipated me by saying, Yes, indeed, and I hope he will lend me his beautiful hall to give you a ball next Sunday. In this manner, the good-natured courtier prevented me from promising to give a ball myself, and relieved me of my foolish boast, which I should have been wrong in carrying out, as it would have been an encroachment on his privilege as ambassador of entertaining these distinguished strangers during the 5 or 6 days they might stay at Soleure. Besides, if I had kept to my word, it would have involved me in a considerable expense, which would not have helped me in my suit. The conversation turning on Voltaire, the écossaise was mentioned, and the acting of my neighbor was highly commended in words that made her blush and shine in her beauty like a star, whereat her praises were renewed. After dinner, the ambassador invited us to his ball on the day after the morrow, and I went home more deeply in love than ever with my dear charmer, whom heaven had designed to inflict on me the greatest grief I have had in my life, as the reader shall see. I found that my housekeeper had gone to bed, and I was glad of it, for the presence of my fair one had excited my passions to such an extent that my reason might have failed to keep me within the bounds of respect. Next morning she found me sad, and rallied me in such a way that I soon recovered my spirits. While we were taking our chocolate, the lame creature's maid brought me a note, and I sent her away, telling her that I would send the answer by my own servant. This curious letter ran as follows. The ambassador has asked me to his ball on Sunday. I answered that I was not well, but if I found myself better in the evening, I would come. I think that as I am staying in your house, I ought to be introduced by you or stay away altogether. So if you do not wish to oblige me by taking me, I must beg of you to tell the ambassador that I am ill. Pardon me if I have taken the liberty of infringing our agreement in this peculiar instance, but it is a question of keeping up some sort of appearance in public. Not so, I cried, mad with rage, and taking my pen I wrote thus. I think your idea is a beautiful one, madam. You will have to be ill, as I mean to keep to the conditions you made yourself, and to enjoy full liberty in all things, and I shall therefore deny myself the honor of taking you to the ball which the ambassador is to give in my hall. I read her insolent letter and my reply to my housekeeper, who thought the answer just what she deserved. I then sent it to her. I passed the next 2 days quietly and agreeably without going out or seeing any visitors, but the society of Madame Dubois was all sufficient for me. Early on Sunday morning, the ambassador's people came to make the necessary preparations for the ball and supper. Lebel came to pay me his respects while I was at table. I made him sit down, while I thanked him for procuring me a housekeeper who was all perfection. Lebel was a fine man, middle-aged, witty, and an excellent steward, though perfectly honest. "Which of you two," said he to me, "is the most taken in?" "We are equally pleased with each other," answered my charming housekeeper. To my great delight, the first pair to appear were M. and Madame. She was extremely polite to Madame Dubois, and did not show the slightest astonishment when I introduced her as my housekeeper. She told me that I must take her to see her lame friend, and to my great disgust I had to go. We were received with a show of great friendship, and she went out with us into the garden, taking M's arm, while his wife leant amorously on mine. When we had made a few turns of the garden, Madame begged me to take her to her nurse. As her husband was close by, I said, "Who is your nurse?" "Your doorkeeper's wife," said her husband. "We will wait for you in this lady's apartment." "Tell me, sweetheart," said she on the way, "does not your pretty housekeeper sleep with you?" "I swear she does not. I can only love you." "I would like to believe you, but I find it hard to do so. However, if you are speaking the truth, it is wrong of you to keep her in the house, as nobody will believe in your innocence. It is enough for me that you believe in it. I admire her, and at any other time I expect we could not sleep under the same roof without sleeping in the same bed. But now that you rule my heart, I am not capable of a passion for her. I am delighted to hear it, but I think she is very pretty." We went in to see her nurse, who called her my child, and kissed her again and again, and then left us alone to prepare some lemonade for us. As soon as we found ourselves alone, our mouths were glued together, and my hands touched 1,000 beauties, covered only by a dress of light sarcenet. But I could not enjoy her charms without this cruel robe, which was all the worse because it did not conceal the loveliness beneath it. I am sure that the good nurse would have kept us waiting a long time if she had known how we longed to be left alone for a few moments longer. But alas, the celerity with which she made those 2 glasses of lemonade was unexampled. "It was made beforehand, was it?" said I, when I saw her coming in. "Not at all, sir, but I am a quick hand." "You are indeed." These words made my charmer go off into a peal of laughter, which she accompanied with a significant glance in my direction. As we were going away, she said that as things seemed to be against us, we must wait till her husband came to spend a few days with me. My terrible enemy gave us some sweets, which she praised very highly, and above all some quince marmalade, which she insisted on our testing. We begged to be excused, and Madame pressed my foot with hers. When we had got away, she told me I had been very wise not to touch anything, as the widow was suspected of having poisoned her husband. The ball, the supper, the refreshments, and the guests were all of the most exquisite and agreeable kind. I only danced one minuet with Madame de Chauvelin, nearly all my evening being taken up with talking to her husband. I made him a present of my translation of his poem on the 7 deadly sins, which he received with much pleasure. I intend, said I, to pay you a visit at Turin. Are you going to bring your housekeeper with you? No. You are wrong, for she is a delightful person. Everybody spoke of my dear Dubois in the same way. She had a perfect knowledge of the rules of good breeding, and she knew how to make herself respected without being guilty of the slightest presumption. In vain, she was urged to dance, and she afterwards told me that if she had yielded, she would have become an object of hatred to all the ladies. She knew that she could dance exquisitely. M. de Chauvelin went away in 2 days, and towards the end of the week I heard from Madame d'Urf, who told me that she had spent 2 days at Versailles in furtherance of my desires. She sent me a copy of the letters of pardon signed by the king in favor of the relation of M., assuring me that the original had been sent to the colonel of his regiment, where he would be reinstated in the rank which he held before the duel. I had my horses put into my carriage, and hastened to carry this good news to M. de Chavigny. I was wild with joy, and I did not conceal it from the ambassador, who congratulated me, since M. having obtained by me, without the expenditure of a penny, a favor which would have cost him dear if he had succeeded in purchasing it, would henceforth be only too happy to treat me with the utmost confidence. To make the matter still more important, I begged my noble friend to announce the pardon to M. in person, and he immediately wrote a note to that gentleman requesting his presence. As soon as he made his appearance, the ambassador handed him the copy of the pardon, telling him that he owed it all to me. The worthy man was in an ecstasy, and asked what he owed me. Nothing, sir, unless you will give me your friendship, which I value more than all the gold in the world, and if you would give me a proof of your friendship, come and spend a few days with me. I am positively dying of loneliness. The matter I have done for you is a mere trifle. You see how quickly it has been arranged. A mere trifle? I have devoted a year's labor to it. I have moved heaven and earth without succeeding, and in a fortnight you have accomplished it. Sir, you may dispose of my life. Embrace me, and come and see me. I am the happiest of men when I am enabled to serve persons of your merit. I will go and tell the good news to my wife, who will love you as well as I do. Yes, do so, said the ambassador, and bring her to dinner here tomorrow. When we were alone together, the Marquis de Chavigny, an old courtier and a wit, began to make some very philosophical reflections on the state of a court where nothing can be said to be easy or difficult per se, as the one at a moment's notice may become the other. A court where justice often pleads in vain, while interest or even importunity get a ready hearing. He had known Madame d'Urf, had even paid his court to her at the period when she was secretly beloved by the regent. He it was who had given her the name of Egeria, because she said she had a genius who directed her and passed the nights with her when she slept by herself. The ambassador then spoke of M., who had undoubtedly become a very great friend of mine. The only way to blind a jealous husband, said he, is to make him your friend, for friendship will rarely admit jealousy. The next day at dinner, at the ambassador's, Madame gave me 1,000 proofs of grateful friendship, which my heart interpreted as pledges of love. The husband and wife promised to pay me a 3 days visit in the following week at my country house. They kept their word without giving me any further warning, but I was not taken by surprise, as I had made all preparations for their reception. My heart leapt with joy on seeing my charmer getting down from the carriage, but my joy was not unalloyed, as the husband told me that they must absolutely return on the 4th day, and the wife insisted on the horrible widow being present at all our conversation. I took my guests to the suite of rooms I had prepared for them, and which I judged most suitable for my designs. It was on the ground floor, opposite to my room. The bedroom had a recess with 2 beds, separated by a partition through which one passed by a door. I had the key to all the doors, and the maid would sleep in a closet beyond the antechamber. In obedience to my divinity's commands, we went and called on the widow, who gave us a cordial welcome, but under the pretext of leaving us in freedom, refused to be of our company during the 3 days. However, she gave in when I told her that our agreement was only in force when I was alone. My dear Dubois, with her knowledge of the rules of society, did not need a hint to have her supper in her room, and we had an exquisite meal as I had given orders that the fare should be of the best. After supper, I took my guests to their apartment and felt obliged to do the same by the widow. She wanted me to assist at her toilet, but I excused myself with a bow. She said, maliciously, that after all the pains I had taken I deserved to be successful. I gave her no answer. Next morning, as we were walking in the garden, I warned my charmer that I had all the keys of the house, and that I could introduce myself into her room at any moment. "I am waiting," said she, "for my husband's embraces, which he has prefaced with caresses, as is usual with him. We must therefore wait till the night after next, which will take away all risk, as I have never known him to embrace me for 2 nights in succession." About noon, we had a visit from M. de Chavigny, who came to ask for dinner, and made a great to-do when he heard that my housekeeper dined in her room. The ladies said he was quite right, so we all went and made her sit down at table with us. She must have been flattered, and the incident evidently increased her good humor, as she amused us by her wit and her piquant stories about Lady Montagu. When we had risen from table, Madame said to me, "You really must be in love with that young woman. She is ravishing. If I could pass 2 hours in your company tonight, I would prove to you that I am yours alone. It is still out of the question, as my husband has ascertained that the moon changes today. He has to ask leave of the moon, has he, before discharging so sweet a duty?" "Exactly. According to his system of astrology, it is the only way to keep his health and to have the sun that heaven wills to grant him, and indeed without aid from above it is hardly likely that his wishes will be accomplished." "I hope to be the instrument of heaven," said I, laughing. "I only hope you may." Thus I was obliged to wait. Next morning, as we were walking in the garden, she said to me, "The sacrifice to the moon has been performed, and to make sure I will cause him to renew his caresses tonight as soon as we go to bed, and after that he is certain to sleep soundly. You can come at an hour after midnight. Love will await you." Certain of my bliss, I gave myself up to the joy that such a certainty kindles in a fiery heart. It was the only night remaining, as M. had decided that on the next day they would return to Soleure. After supper, I took the ladies to their apartments, and on returning told my housekeeper that I had a good deal of writing to do, and that she should go to bed. Just before 1 o'clock I left my room, and the night being a dark one I had to feel my way half round my house, and to my surprise found the door open, but I did not pay any attention to this circumstance. I opened the door of the second antechamber, and the moment I shut it again a hand seized mine, whilst another closed my lips. I only heard a whispered "hush," which bade me silent. A sofa was at hand. We made it our altar of sacrifice, and in a moment I was within the temple of love. It was summer time, and I had only 2 hours before me, so I did not lose a moment, and thinking I held between my arms the woman I had so long sighed for, I renewed again and again the pledges of my ardent love. In the fullness of my bliss, I thought her not awaiting me in her bed an admirable idea, as the noise of our kisses and the liveliness of our motions might have awakened the troublesome husband. Her tender ecstasies equaled mine, and increased my bliss by making me believe, oh, fatal error, that of all my conquests, this was the one of which I had most reason to boast. To my great grief, the clock warned me that it was time for me to be gone. I covered her with the tenderest kisses, and returning to my room, in the greatest gladness, I resigned myself to sleep. I was roused at 9 o'clock by M., who seemed in a happy frame of mind, and showed me a letter he had just received, in which his relative thanked me for restoring him to his regiment. In this letter, which was dictated by gratitude, he spoke of me as if I had been a divinity. "I am delighted," I said, "to have been of service to you." "And I," said he, "am equally pleased to assure you of my gratitude. Come and breakfast with us, my wife is still at her toilette. Come along." I rose hastily, and just as I was leaving the room I saw the dreadful widow, who seemed full of glee, and said, "I thank you, sir, I thank you with all my heart. I beg to leave you at liberty again. I am going back to Soleure." "Wait for a quarter of an hour. We are going to breakfast with Madame." "I can't stop a moment. I have just wished her good day, and now I must be gone. Farewell, and remember me." "Farewell, madam." She had hardly gone before M. asked me, if the woman was beside herself. One might think so, certainly, I replied, for she has received nothing but politeness at my hands, and I think she might have waited to go back with you in the evening. We went to breakfast and to discuss this abrupt leave-taking, and afterwards we took a turn in the garden where we found Madame Dubois. M. took possession of her, and as I thought his wife looking rather downcast, I asked her if she had not slept well. I did not go to sleep till 4 o'clock this morning, she replied, after vainly sitting up in bed waiting for you till that time. What unforeseen accident prevented your coming? I could not answer her question. I was petrified. I looked at her fixedly without replying. I could not shake off my astonishment. At last, a dreadful suspicion came into my head that I had held within my arms for 2 hours the horrible monster whom I had foolishly received in my house. I was seized with a terrible tremor, which obliged me to go and take shelter behind the arbor and hide my emotion. I felt as though I should swoon away. I should certainly have fallen if I had not rested my head against a tree. My first idea had been a fearful thought, which I hastened to repel, that Madame, having enjoyed me, wished to deny all knowledge of the facta device which is in the power of any woman who gives up her person in the dark to adopt, as it is impossible to convict her of lying. However, I knew the divine creature I had thought I possessed too well to believe her capable of such base deceit. I felt that she would have been lacking in delicacy if she had said she had waited for me in vain by way of a jest, as in such a case as this the least doubt is a degradation. I was forced, then, to the conclusion that she had been supplanted by the infernal widow. How had she managed it? How had she ascertained our arrangements? I could not imagine, and I bewildered myself with painful surmises. Reason only comes to the aid of the mind when the confusion produced by painful thoughts has almost vanished. I concluded, then, that I had spent 2 hours with this abominable monster. And what increased my anguish, and made me loathe and despise myself still more, was that I could not help confessing that I had been perfectly happy. It was an unpardonable mistake, as the two women differed as much as white does from black, and though the darkness forbade my seeing, and the silence my hearing, my sense of touch should have enlightened me after the first set to, at all events, but my imagination was in a state of ecstasy. I cursed love, my nature, and above all the inconceivable weakness which had allowed me to receive into my house the serpent that had deprived me of an angel, and made me hate myself at the thought of having defiled myself with her. I resolved to die, after having torn to pieces with my own hands the monster who had made me so unhappy. While I was strengthening myself in this resolution, M. came up to me and asked me kindly if I were ill. He was alarmed to see me pale and covered with drops of sweat. "My wife," said the worthy man, "is uneasy about you and sent me to look after you." I told him I had to leave her on account of a sudden dizziness, but that I began to feel better. Let us rejoin her. Madame Dubois brought me a flask of strong waters, saying pleasantly that she was sure it was only the sudden departure of the widow that had put me out. We continued our walk, and when we were far enough from the husband, who was with my housekeeper, I said I had been overcome by what she had said, but that it had doubtless been spoken jestingly. "I was not jesting at all," said she with a sigh. "Tell me what prevented your coming." Again I was struck dumb. I could not make up my mind to tell her the story, and I did not know what to say to justify myself. I was silent and confused when my housekeeper's little servant came up and gave me a letter which the wretched widow had sent her by an express. She had opened it and found an enclosure addressed to me inside. I put it in my pocket, saying I would read it at my leisure. On Madame saying in joke that it was a love letter, I could not laugh and made no answer. The servant came to tell us that dinner was served, but I could touch nothing. My abstinence was put down to my being unwell. I longed to read the letter, but I wished to be alone to do so, and that was a difficult matter to contrive. Wishing to avoid the game of piquet which formed our usual afternoon's amusement, I took a cup of coffee and said that I thought the fresh air would do me good. Madame seconded me, and guessing what I wanted, she asked me to walk up and down with her in a sheltered alley in the garden. I offered her my arm, her husband offered his to my housekeeper, and we went out. As soon as my mistress saw that we were free from observation, she spoke as follows. "I am sure that you spent the night with that malicious woman, and I am afraid of being compromised in consequence. Tell me everything, confide in me without reserve, tease my first intrigue, and if it is to serve as a lesson, you should conceal nothing from me. I am sure you loved me once. Tell me that you have not become my enemy. Good heavens, what are you saying? I your enemy. Then tell me all, and before you read that wretched creature's letter. I adjure you in the name of love to hide nothing from me. Divine creature, I will do as you bid me. I came to your apartment at 1 o'clock, and as soon as I was in the second antechamber, I was taken by the arm, and a hand was placed upon my lips to impose silence. I thought I held you in my arms, and I laid you gently on the sofa. You must remember that I felt absolutely certain it was you. Indeed, I can scarcely doubt it even now. I then passed with you, without a word being spoken, 2 of the most delicious hours I have ever experienced. Cursed hours, of which the remembrance will torment me for the remainder of my days. I left you at 3:15. The rest is known to you. Who can have told the monster that you were going to visit me at that hour? I can't make out, and that perplexes me. You must confess that I am the most to be pitied of us 3, and perhaps, alas, the only one who may have a just title to the name, wretched. If you love me, in the name of heaven do not say that. I have resolved to stab her, and to kill myself after having inflicted on her that punishment she so well deserves. Have you considered that the publicity of such an action would render me the most unfortunate of women? Let us be more moderate, sweetheart. You are not to blame for what has happened, and if possible, I love you all the more. Give me the letter she has written to you. I will go away from you to read it, and you can read it afterwards, as if we were seen reading it together, we should have to explain matters. Here it is. I then rejoined her husband, whom my housekeeper was sending into fits of laughter. The conversation I had just had calmed me a little, and the trustful way in which she had asked for the letter had done me good. I was in a fever to know the contents, and yet I dreaded to read it, as it could only increase my rage, and I was afraid of the results. Madame rejoined us, and after we had separated again, she gave me the letter, telling me to keep it till I was alone. She asked me to give her my word of honor to do nothing without consulting her, and to communicate all my designs to her by means of her nurse. We need not fear the harpy saying anything about it, she remarked, as she would first have to proclaim her own prostitution, and as for us, concealment is the best plan. And I would have you note that the horrible creature gives you a piece of advice you would do well to follow. What completely tore my heart asunder during this interview was to see great tears of love and grief falling from her beautiful eyes, though to moderate my anguish she forced a smile. I knew too well the importance she attached to her fair fame not to guess that she was tormented with the idea that the terrible widow knew of the understanding between us, and the thought added fresh poignancy to my sorrow. This amiable pair left me at 7 in the evening, and I thanked the husband in such a manner that he could not doubt my sincerity, and, in truth, I said no more than I felt. There is no reason why the love one feels for a woman should hinder one from being the true friend of her husband if she have a husband. The contrary view is a hateful prejudice, repugnant both to nature and to philosophy. After I had embraced him, I was about to kiss the hand of his charming wife, but he begged me to embrace her too, which I did respectfully but feelingly. I was impatient to read the terrible letter, and as soon as they were gone I shut myself up in my room to prevent any interruptions. The epistle was as follows. I leave your house, sir, well enough pleased, not that I have spent a couple of hours with you, for you are no better than any other man, but that I have revenged myself on the many open marks of contempt you have given me. For your private scorn I care little, and I willingly forgive you. I have avenged myself by unmasking your designs and the hypocrisy of your pretty prude, who will no longer be able to treat me with that irritating air of superiority, which she, affecting a virtue which she does not possess, has displayed towards me. I have avenged myself in the fact that she must have been waiting for you all the night, and I would have given worlds to have heard the amusing conversation you must have had when she found out that I had taken for vengeance's sake, and not for love, the enjoyment which was meant for her. I have avenged myself because you can no longer pretend to think her a marvel of beauty, as having mistaken me for her, the difference between us must needs be slight. But I have done you a service, too, as the thought of what has happened should cure you of your passion. You will no longer adore her before all other women who are just as good as she. Thus I have disabused you, and you ought to feel grateful to me. But I dispense you from all gratitude, and do not care if you choose to hate me, provided your hatred leaves me in peace. But if I find your conduct objectionable in the future, I warn you that I will tell all, since I do not care for my own fame, as I am a widow and mistress of my own actions. I need no man's favor, and care not what men may say of me. Your mistress, on the other hand, is in quite a different position. And here I will give you a piece of advice, which should convince you of my generosity. For the last 10 years I have been troubled with a little ailment which has resisted all attempts at treatment. You exerted yourself to such an extent to prove how well you loved me that you must have caught the complaint. I advise you, then, to put yourself under treatment at once to weaken the force of the virus. But above all, do not communicate it to your mistress, who might chance to hand it on to her husband and possibly to others, which would make a wretched woman of her, to my grief and sorrow, since she has never done me any harm. I felt certain that you too would deceive the worthy husband, and I wished to have proof. Thus I made you take me in, and the position of the apartment you gave them was enough to remove all doubts. Still, I wanted to have proof positive. I had no need of any help to arrive at my ends, and I found it a pleasant joke to keep you in the dark. After passing 2 nights on the sofa all for nothing, I resolved on passing the 3rd night there, and my perseverance was crowned with success. No one saw me, and my maid even is ignorant of my nocturnal wanderings, though in any case she is accustomed to observe silence. You are, then, at perfect liberty to bury the story in oblivion, and I advise you to do so. If you want a doctor, tell him to keep his counsel, for people at Soleure know of my little indisposition, and they might say you caught it from me, and this would do us both harm. Her impudence struck me so gigantic in its dimensions that I almost laughed. I was perfectly aware that after the way I had treated her she must hate me, but I should not have thought she would have carried her perverse hatred so far. She had communicated to me an infectious disease, though I did not so far feel any symptoms. However, they would no doubt appear, and I sadly thought I should have to go away to be cured, to avoid the gossip of malicious wits. I gave myself up to reflection, and after 2 hours, thought I wisely resolved to hold my tongue, but to be revenged when the opportunity presented itself. I had eaten nothing at dinner, and needed a good supper to make me sleep. I sat down to table with my housekeeper, but, like a man ashamed of himself, I dared not look her in the face.